Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video we are going to continue with our job board application. So we'll be implementing the backend that we developed in our previous series with Node.js, Express, and MongoDB, right? We'll be implementing it in Flutter, and then we are going to be using Riverpod as our state management package. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to give you an overview of the overall application. So at first, I'm just going to log into the application. Okay, so what's going on here is that I'm getting an error because of rest limiting. So I'll just make some adjustment on my backend. Do is I'll log in to the application, and then I'll just give you an overview of how the application works, right? So as you can see, I've logged in into the application, right? We have these categories, vacancy categories, as you can see. We have vacancies on software engineer. Here we don't have vacancies. And the other thing about it is you can actually search for vacancies, right? Full text search, as you can see, cross platform, right? So for example, also if I search for example, DevOps positions, you can see displaying DevOps positions, right? And then if you clear, you can see it will now bring all the vacancies, right? And you can also see this is the vacancy details right here. And we can also implement pagination, as you can see. As you can see, when we reach the end, more vacancies are loaded, right? So we are just paginating our data from our backend, right? And then you can also see your applications here. You can see pending applications, and then accepted applications and applications that were rejected. And you can also see the applications that were added to favorites, right? And then you can also see the user's profile here, and you can also edit. And then the user resume, right? You can actually add your resume with the title right here, right? And you can see from the user resume, we can also view the user resume here. All right. And also the good thing about this application is you can also send applications, right? As you can see, we select our resume and then we send the resume. As you can see, application sent, as you can see, application sent, and then we can go back to more applications, right? Okay, so overview, that's how the application works in a nutshell. So without wasting much of the time, let's dive into our code, right? So the first thing that we need to do is we need to set up our folder structure, right? So the first thing that we need is the config folder, right? So inside this config folder, I'm just going to create a file called config.dat, right? So basically what I'm just going to do for this config.dat file, I'm just going to copy the code from my GitHub repository. Then I'm just going to paste it here, right? So basically this is like our base URL for our backend, right? On Android, this is for Android, and then this is for iOS. And then if you're using web, we are going to use this one, right? And then these are URL endpoints on our backend. You can see from registering the user, logging user, refresh token, getting users, categories, vacancies, companies, resume, applications, right? And then favorites. Okay, so that's it with the config file right here, right? So the next folder that we need is the core, right? It's the core folder right here. So what we need here, I'm just going to create a file for type definitions, right? So basically what I'm just going to do is I'm going to define a type definition future either of type T, which is going to be equal to a future, and then either, and then up failure, and then type T also. And then we need also to define a type definition for a future that's going to return nothing. So for a void function. So it is going to be future either of type void, right? Like this. So now what we need to do is we need to import either from the fp.package. So what I've done here, if you go inside our pubspec.yaml file, I've already installed the dependencies, right? So what you can basically do is go to my GitHub repository in the description. Just copy this and then just paste them, right? Right. So also need this one to tell us if there's a failure from our API. So now inside our folder, let's create a utils folder, right? So inside our utils folder, let's define failure.dat. So let's create a file. Let's create a class called failure. So this file is just going to display errors from our backend, right? String message and then failure, and then required this. And then we just need to override this class. And then string to string and then it's just going to return this string of type message, right? So also the other thing that we also need to do, we also need to create like a loader class. So this loader class basically what's going to do is just going to return a circular progress indicator when you are loading data from our API, right? So we are going to use it later in our videos, right? In our video, later in this video. So it's going to take in a child and then circular progress indicator. And then we are going to give it a color, a background color, colors.black. And then We're going to give it also a color of white. All right, so that's it for loader. And also need to create another file for displaying our error text, right? In case if there's an error from our backend. So let's create a stateless widget. Error text, and then it's going to take in a string of type error. And then basically what just do is get rid of the constant, and then we can pass in this error to our constructor, right? It's supposed to be this dot error, and then simply going to return center child text, and then we just going to pass in the error on our text. Okay, so now that we are done with this, now let's move on to creating like another folder. So we are going to use a feature based folder structure. So I'm going to define this features, right? So the first feature that we are going to be working on is the auth, the authentication feature. So the authentication feature is going to have a repository. So the repository is going to communicate with our backend and then the controller. So the controller class, what it does basically is going to act as a mediator between our user interface and then the repository, right? Because we don't want business logic to be passed on to our user interface. It makes our application messy and also makes it difficult for testing. Okay, and then we also need screens that will be like our user interface, and then we also need widgets. Okay, so this is the feature that we are going to work on first, right? So basically what we can do is I'm just going to pull up my Figma here, and then I'm just going to show you the user interface for authentication. So this is going to be the register user interface. This is going to be the login interface, right? So as you can see, we have this text input for email, text input for password, login button, and it's almost similar on the sign up screen, right? So this is the user interface that we are going to be implementing, right, from Figma into our Flutter application, right? So now let's go back to our application, right? And then let's create the auth repository class. So let's create the class auth repository, right? And then on the repository also, we also need the local repository. So let's create a subfolder called local repository, right? So this local repository is the folder that we are going to use to store our tokens. So let me just pull up Postman and then let me just show you what I'm talking about here. Okay, so this is our Postman, and then if let's say login user, right? The moment a user logs in, as you can see, we have the user token, and then we also have the refresh token, right? So we want to store the user token on our local repository inside shared preferences, and we also want to store the user ID, right? So now let's start with the local repository, right? So let's create a file called local repository, right? Okay, so this class, we need first define shared preferences, right? Shared preferences, and then shared preferences, right? So first we need to create the first function for initializing our shared preferences. So we just get the instance of our shared preferences. The next one is we need to set the token. So our token is going to be of type string. So first we need to check if our token is not equal to now, right? So if our token is not equal to now, then we just need to set this string to our token. So to store items inside shared preferences, we use key value pairs, where this is the key and then the value is going to be our token. So in this case, from our backend, the token is going to be user token. As you can see, let me pull my Postman and show you. So here, user token, right? Okay. And then the next thing is we also need to set the user ID. So the user ID is going to be of type string. So now we first need to check if that user ID is not equal to now. So if it's not equal to now, then we can now store it inside our local repository or local database, in this case, which is our shared preference, right? So we're done with setting with storing the token and then the user ID. So now the next thing that we need to do is we need to okay, so let me just remove this string ID. So the next thing now is we need to get the user truncated, right? And then to get the user token, what we're simply going to do is we're simply going to return shared preferences dot get string, and then we pass in our key. In this case, our key is going to be user token, like this, right? And then next thing is we also need to get the user ID. And then we'll simply return shared preferences, and then we pass in our key, which is going to be the user ID, right? And then let's take care of when the user logs out from our application. Because what we want to do is want to make sure that once the user logs out, we want to make sure that we clear our local database, right? Or clear our shared preferences. Okay, so let's import material that from Flutter, right? So once they're done, what we want to do is navigation dot push name okay, navigator dot push named, right? So we pass in the name of the route, which we are going to define later on, which is going to be sign in screen, right? Okay, so now that we are done logging out our user, right? What we can do now is we're taking care of our local repository. Now let's move on to the repository. Okay, so now let's move on to let's take care of the auth repository class, right? So first thing first, on the auth repository class, it's going to have two classes that it depends on, right? So the first one is going to be, it depends on the local auth repository, right? So I made a typo. It's supposed to be local auth repository, right? And then also it's going to depend on the HTTP package, right? So first thing first is we need to import the HTTP package that we are going to be using, right? So we're just going to import it as HTTP, right? And then we are simply going to pass in the auth repository like this, and then this dot repository. We are going to pass in the repository, and then we are going to pass in the client. Right. Okay, so now that we are done with this, the next thing that we need to do is we need to define the methods for logging in the user with email and password, right? So now we are going to use the either package, right? The either package. So as you can see from the either package, it takes in either a left and then a right. It takes in like two variables, right? So in this case, since we are working with APIs, we know that when we want to get data from an API, we'll either get a success or a failure, right? So we utilize this either class to make sure that if we are getting a success, we are going to define success with R, and then if we are getting a failure, we're going to define a failure with L or left, right? So now on the left side or with L, we are just going to define the failure that we defined earlier on, right? And then if it's a success, what do we want to do? If it's a success, right? For example, if I try to log into our API, let me pull Postman here, right? And then I try to log into our API, you can see that if it's a success, we are going to get this user data, right? Which I'm going to call the user model, right? So now what we need to do now to take care of this is we need to create inside our auth, we had forgotten to create the model class, right? So let's create the model class, right? So for our models, we are going to use a package called Frist, right, to create our model classes. It makes it cleaner, and also it makes it easier for us to make model classes, right? So here, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to create a file called userModel.dat, right? And then we are simply going to import Frist package, right? So I'm just going to copy the import statement, right here. So this is the Frist package that we are going to use, right? And then the next thing that I'm going to do is we need to define parts, right? And then user model dot Frist dot dat, right? So we need to make sure we do the same thing at the user model .g .dat, like this, right? Like this, right? Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to annotate our model class with Frist at Frist, right? And then let's create an abstract class, right? Abstract class user model, right? With underscore and then $ user model. Okay, so now that we've done that, what the other thing that we need to make sure that we do is we need to define JSON serializable, right? JSON serializable, so that we make sure that our class is going to be serialized in JSON format, right? So we need to make sure that we need to define explicit to JSON. We need to make sure that it's set to true, and then any map is also set to true. So this will help us in instances whereby we'll get a JSON data from our API where it's a nested JSON data, right? So this will help us to convert JSON data to make sure that it's serializable into JSON format, right? Now we need to define a constructor, right, which is going to be a factory user model, right? user model, right? As you can see also from our backend, the user ID has an underscore, right? Underscore user ID. But in that, we cannot define underscore models, right? So what we simply have to do here is we'll simply have to map, choose a JSON key, right? A JSON key field to map our underscore data into what? Into a new format, right? For example, a JSON key, and then we make sure that the name of the JSON data that we are getting from our API is going to be underscore ID, right? So we want to map it to a new field, which is going to be ID, right? Like this, right? So now that we are done, we also need to define the username, right? Username. We also need to define the email. So let's define the email also. Email. Then the verification. Okay, so let's check if there is the verification here. Yeah, there is a verification. We also need to define the phone. And then first name, last name, and then also user type. And then also the user token. And then we also need to define the profile image. And then also the refresh token. Okay, now that we are done, we need to create another, we need to make sure that we set our constructor to underscore user model. Okay, now that we are done, we also need to create another method, which is a user model from JSON. And then takes on a map, string dynamic JSON, right? And then we are simply going to set it to underscore user model from JSON, right? Right. Since we are done with that, and then the next thing that we also need to do here is we need to make sure that, okay, so that the next thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that since we are getting the user profile from our backend, but the user profile only works if it's coming from an HTTPS, right? Otherwise we'll get an error. So let's create an extension class. So extension user extension want it to be extended on the user model, right? So basically what's going to do, so it's supposed to be outside the user model class, right? Like this. And then let's create a string, a get method. So we'll just call it full profile image path. which is set to app config.full image URL .toString. Right. Okay, so now that we're done, like to generate like our model classes, right? We use the run build runner build, right? So now, as you can see, now we have these model classes that we generated for us, right? So as you can see, use a model from, okay, it's supposed to be caps M, right? Use a model from JSON, right? So this one is supposed to be a capital J from JSON, right? So let's regenerate again. As you can see, now our user model is now in place, right? So let's go back to our auth repository here. So what I was saying was that if we have a failure, we're going to get a failure. If we don't have success with our request, we are going to get a failure. If we are successful, our API is going to return the user model, right? Is going to return the user model. And then our method is going to take in 2 parameters, right? So the first parameter is going to be the email. The second parameter is going to be a password. Right. So this is going to be an async function right there. Right. Right. So now what we need to do is we need to create a request header, right? So it's going to be a map of string, and then request headers. Okay. So accept the data that we are going, our backend is going to accept is going to be application/JSON, right? And then the content, our content type, is going to be application JSON, right? Like this. All right, so let's make sure that we import future either. Okay. And then we need to define the URL, right? So URL is going to be URI.http, right? So first we need to pass in the base URL, which is going to be appconfig.base URL. Then we need to pass in the route, right? So the route is going to be appconfig.login URL, like this, right? And then what we need is we need to get a response from the API. So the response from the API is going to come from client. It's going to come when we post our data to our API, right? So for the headers, we are going to pass in the request headers, right? And then for the body, now the body for our API. The body for our API, we're going to pass in JSON encode, right? And then we are going to pass in email, and then password. Then we are simply going to pass in the password, right? So first we need to pass in the URL, right? Okay. And then we need the data from our API. So our data is going to come from JSON encode, right? JSON encode response web body. Right. So now that we're done, what we do now is we need to create a try-catch block, right? We need to create a try-catch block so that if there are any errors, we'll catch those errors, right? So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to check from our response. If the response.status code is equal to 200, that means that everything went well. Or response.status code is equal to 201, right? We are going to check if everything went well. What we are simply going to do now is if everything went well, right, what we simply need to do is, so this, we need to change this to local auth repository, right? Okay, we need to change this to local auth repository right there. So what we simply need to do here is local auth repository dot set user ID. So we are setting the user ID. We are storing the user's ID into our local storage, which is our shared preferences, right? Which is going to be data. And then as you can remember from our API, it's going to be underscore ID, right? It's going to be underscore ID. So it's saying that string can be assigned to the parameter int. So I think we made a mistake here. Set token and then set user ID. So let's go back to our local auth repository. Our data type is the string. Yeah, it's also a string. Set user ID string. I don't know why it's saying it's a. Okay, let's do the same for the token. Set token, and then token is going to come from our data. Okay, so the reason why we are getting this error is because we use JSON encode instead. It's supposed to be decoded, right? Because when we are getting a response from our API, we need to decode that JSON response. But when we are sending it to our API, we need to encode it, right? As you can see here in the body, we are sending it to our API. That's why we are encoding it to JSON. But when we are getting a response, we need to decode it, right? That's why you see now we are no longer getting any errors, right? So now let's move on to the let's move on to the next step, right? Which is once we are done with this, we can also store our reporting. We can also store our refresh token, but I'm just going to leave it like that now. Once we get a success, we are going to return right to remember from our, this is going to be our right, right? and then it's going to have like a user model dot from JSON, right? From JSON, we then pass in the data from our JSON, right? So let's just make sure that here we just import fp.dat, right? And then else, if there's an error, right? If there's an error, or if we don't get a 200 status code or a 201 status code, what we're simply going to do is we are simply going to return app failure, right? A left app failure. And then we are simply going to return app failure with a JSON response, which is going to be message, right? So we need a required position. We need a required argument here. I think it's going to be message, right? And then the message is going to come from our data, and then from our message, right? And then after this, inside our trackage block, right, if there's any error, then we just need to simply catch the error. Then we simply need to catch the error, right? So to catch the error, we are simply going to return left and then app failure. And then the message is going to be e.toString, error.toString, right? Okay. So now that we are done with this method right here, it's saying that it's expecting another closing tag. I don't know why. Okay, it's because we forgot log in. We forgot the name of the function, right? So it's going to be login with email and password, right? So that's the name of our function, right? So now we need to define another function, which is going to be which is going to be sign up with email and password. So let's just copy this format right here. Let's paste it below, right? And then I'm just going to change this from email to sign up with email and password. That's going to take in our email, and then we also need a username. And then we simply just pass in the username, right? And then we simply pass in the username. Then I'm simply going to get rid of this right here, because we don't need to store any tokens, right? And then after this, I think everything is okay for the sign up with email and password, right? The function sign up with email and password, everything is okay. Now that we are done with our repository, right? So inside our repository, we define two functions right here. We have the login with email and password, which takes in email and our password as a parameter, right? And then we define the function as a feature of type either. So the either allows us to make sure that we have two states or two responses that we can get from an API. We can either get a failure, which we are going to represent with a failure, and then we can get the user data, which we are going to represent with the user model right there, right? So now that we are done, now we are going to be using Riverpod, right, as our state management package, and we're also going to use it as our dependency injection package, right? So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to create a repository provider, right? Auth repository provider, which is going to be equal to provider. Our provider is going to take in a reference or ref right? And then it's going to just simply going to return auth repository. Right, as you can see, we need the local auth repository and we also need the client, right? So inside our local auth repository, let's go back to our local auth repository, right? So let's also create another local auth repository provider, right? Which is going equal to our provider, and then checks in the reference, and then it's simply going to return our local auth repository, right? It's simply going to return our local auth repository right there. Okay, so now that we are done with it, then we need a HTTP client, right? We also need the HTTP client. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to create a folder inside our lib folders. I'm just going to name it providers, right? And then I'm just going to create a file called providers.dat, right? So now I'm simply going to define our HTTP provider, right? Which is going to equal to a provider, and then it's going to take in a reference. So let's make sure that we simply import Flutter Riverpod, right? And then it's going to simply return the initialize our HTTP.client, right? So it's going to just initialize our instance for our HTTP package, right? So now let's just import the HTTP package with our prefix as HTTP, right? So now that we are done with that, now we can move on to our auth repository, right? So our auth repository class, as you can see, our auth repository class has two dependencies that it depends on. It depends on the local auth repository and the HTTP client, right? So what we simply need to do is we need to inject these dependencies inside here, right? So what do we do with our local auth repository, right? As you can see, this is our local auth repository. For us to inject an instance of our local auth repository class inside our auth repository, as you can see, we already have the auth repository provider, right? Local auth repository provider, right? So what we can simply do is we simply have to use reference.watch from Riverpod reference.watch, and then we simply call out our local auth repository provider, right? And then we do the same for our HTTP reference.watch there, and then HTTP provider, right? HTTP provider, right? And then we simply return our HTTP provider right there, right? So now that we now have our auth repository provider and we have injected these dependencies right here, now it's time we move on to our controller, right? So if you still remember, I said the controller class is responsible for mediating between the repository class and our user interface, right? So what I'm simply going to do here, I'm simply going to create a class called auth controller, right? Auth controller.dat, right? So what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to create a class called auth controller. So I'm simply going to create a class called class auth controller. And then this class is going to extend, we are simply going to extend Riverpod async notify. Right, we are simply going to extend async notify, which is going to take in an async value of type void. Right. So let's make sure that we import Flutter Riverpod, right? Let's import Flutter Riverpod, right? So this is the async notifier class. If you still remember, we used to use the state notifier, but now it's been deprecated, right? Now we are using the async notifier class. So think of this as a view model class, right? Which is a class that allow us to, it watches states, right? State changes from our user interface. And then from those state changes, then make sure that it updates the data. It updates our user interface according to the state change, right? And according to the data from our API, right? So this is the async notifier class right there. So if you don't understand about Riverpod, I have a separate video where I talked about Riverpod providers and these classes, right? So now what we need to do on the async notifier, the first thing that we need to do is we need to create an override function, right? We need to create an override function, right? And then after creating an override function, we need to create an async value of type void, right? An async value of type, a method, a build method of type async value, right? And then in that build method, that's when we can like initialize all our variables, right? So here we have two dependencies that we need. We also need the auth repository, right? We need the auth repository, going to be our auth repository class, right? So we are simply going to initialize the auth repository inside our build function, right? Then we are simply going to watch what the auth repository provider right there, right? Okay, so now that we are done with our build function, right? Now we need to make sure that it returns, we return an async value data. Right? So the data is simply going to be null there. Right, and then what we need to do here is we need to create a method future void, and the method is going to be login with email and password, right? And then it's going to be an async method, right? The method is going to check in string type email string password. And then build context, and then context, right? And then what we simply need to do is we need to create a variable user, which is going to be equal to auth repository dot login with email and password, right? And then since we defined, we used either from our previous functions that we created, login function, and also the sign in with user and password function, what we can simply do is we can simply create a switch statement which takes in the user, right? And then what it's simply going to do is, so here just make sure that we have an await function right there, switch user, and then when it's going to return, which is going to return left, right? So left, remember, we use the left when we get an error from our API, right? So we are going to set that value to, if there's an error, what we're simply going to do is we need to just show a snake bar. Show snake bar. And then we pass in the context, then the message like this. Okay. So now that we are done, now that we need to create a show snake bar function, right? So let's go inside our utils folder, right? Let's create a file called util.dat, right? So this file is going to be show show snake bar, text in build context, and then it's going to take in the text. And then the snake bar is going to come from scaffold messenger. And then we need to pass in the context. And then we need to hide the current snake bar. And then after that, we need to show the snake bar. And then we are going to pass in the snake bar. And then the content is going to be of type text. And then we pass in the text, and then the color is going to be, the background color is going to, let's make sure that it's orange. All right. So now we are done with now that we are done with this snake bar, right? Let's go inside our auth repository, and then let's make sure that we just import the snake bar, right? So inside our auth control, right? And then the next thing that we simply need to do here, so this is supposed to be an arrow function, right? And then the next thing that we need to do here is we need to return a right, and then value, and then we assign it to R, and then simply going to navigator dot push named, right? And then we are simply going to redirect the user to our main screen. Okay. All right. So we are done with this. Now let's move on to, let's also move on to register with email and password, right? So we are simply going to sign in with email and sign up with email and password. We are simply going to do the same thing. So I'm just going to change the function name, right? And then here it's going to take in a username, right? And then sign up with email and password, and then we need to pass in the username, right? And then after this successful, we want to redirect the user to our sign in screen. Okay, so now basically we are done with our auth controller, right? So what we simply need to do is we simply need to create a auth controller provider, right? So that we'll be able to access the auth controller inside our user interface, right? Auth controller provider, which is equal to async notifier provider, right? Async notifier provider, which is going to take in auth controller, and then an async value type void, and then simply have to return auth controller .new, the instance of the auth controller, right? So now we are done with auth controller. Now we need to move on to our user interface and make sure that we implement our user interface from Figma. Okay, so now we are moving on to our user interface, right? So if we go back to our Figma, as you can see, this is going to be our welcomes, our sign up screen, and then this is going to be our login screen, right? So if I also pull out like our mobile application, let me just log out. As you can see, we have this rounded border here, rounded border on the text input. On our text input field, right, we have this rounded border here. So let's take care of it, right? So what we simply have to do is, let's go inside our utils folder, right? Inside our utils folder, I'm just going to create a file called custom text field, right? Custom text field dot that, right? And then it's going to be a setless widget, which I'm going to call custom text field. Okay. Right, so basically it's going to take in, we're going to have two input parameters. First is going to be the hint text, right? And then the second one is going to be the label, which is going to be of type widget. And then label. Okay. So now let's pass it inside our constructor. Okay, so now what we need to do here is we need to return a text form field. Right, so we need to return a text form field, and then the first thing that we need to do is we need to pass in a controller, right? So we forgot also a controller, right? So text editing controller. So we need to pass it inside our constructor here. So it must be required, right? It's a requirement. So just make sure that it's required, right? So on the controller, we just pass in the controller that we defined above, right? And then the next thing is we need to decorate our text form field, right? So to decorate it, we use the input decoration, right? And then the first thing is we need a fill color, right? So the fill color is going to be colors.white. So as you can see, this is the fill color. So if I pull out my emulator here, this is the fill color, right? So let's make sure that the fill color is white. And then we also need the hover color. So the hover color is going to be colors.black, right? The hover color is going to be color.black. And then field parameter, just make sure that we set this to true. And then the hint text will simply pass the hint that we defined. Hint text. Okay. And then now we also need content padding there, right? We need to apply padding to our text form field, right? So to do that, we just make sure that we use edge insets dot symmetric, right? Dot symmetric. So one padding from the vertical axis, right? That means from the top, 25 from the top, and then from the edges or horizontal, we want it to be 8, right? So now we are done with content padding, right? Now what we need is the hint style, right? We need to define the hint style, right? So define the hint style, it's going to be text style, right? Text style, and then what we need is we need to pass in the color. The color is going to be colors.black, right? And then also the font weight, right? Which is going to be font weight.bold, right? And then the font size, which is going to be 20, right? And then now that we are done with this, now we need to define the border, right? So the border is going to be input border.none. Input border.none, right? Now that we are done with the input border, now we need to define the enabled border, right? So the enabled border is the one that now we need to define, right? So that this shows a border when our text form field is enabled. That means if a user is typing in something, right? So it's going to be an outline border, outline input border, right? And then we need to define the border side, right? We need to find the border side, and then the color is going to be black. And then we need to find the width, which is going to be 3, right? And then we also need to define the border radius. So the border radius is going to be border radius to circular, right? And then we'll make sure that it's 20, right? Well, we'll make sure that it's 10, right? And then the other thing that we need is the focus border, so that when user is focused on the on our text form field, right? So the focus border is going to also be an outline input border, right? And then we need to make sure that we give it a border side, right? And then border side, and then we need to make sure that the color is not black. And then width, we need to make sure that the width is 3, right? And then we also need to also give it like a border radius, right? And then so our border radius is going to be border radius dot circular, and then also need to make sure that it's 10, right? So now we are done with our text form field, right? So this is going to be our text form field, right? So now basically what we are going to do now is let's go inside our auth folder, inside our screen, and then let's define our sign in screen, right? So let's make sure that it's a stateful widget, and then make sure it's going to be sign in screen, right? And then what we need to do here is we need to find an email controller. Which is going to be a text editing controller. And then we also need to also define a password control. And then it's also going to be a text editing controller. Okay, right. And then the other thing is we need to define a boolean for n is check if a process is an async process, right? Is async core process. Which is going to be equal to false. Right, and then the next thing that we need to do is we need to define our form key, right? So let's make sure that static final. Let's define the global key. which is going to be of type form state, right? So this is going to just watch any state changes in our form. Which is equal to a global key, right? And then we simply like this, right? And then the next thing that we need to do here is we need to define a function for validating our data, right? So to do that, we'll create a Boolean function called validate and save, right? And then we need to define the form. In this case, the form is going to be equal to our form key dot current state, right? So we need to make sure that it's equal to the current state, right? Like this, right? And then we are going to check if the form, which is equal to the form state dot validate, right? We are going to check, we are going to validate, right? So that means that it's valid. We are going to save any changes, right? And then we are just simply going to return true. Else we are just going to return false. Okay, so now that we are done with this, now what we need to do is when we are dealing with controllers, right, you need to make sure that you dispose them once they are no longer used, right? So that it doesn't cause our UI to crash, right? So now what we can simply do is define the email controller dot dispose, right? Once we are done with it, we just dispose it. Same goes with the password controller, right? Dispose, right? Like this, right? So now what you're simply going to do is, as you can see from our app, from let me pull Figma, you can see that we have this background color right here, right? So basically what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to create a color inside our utils class. So let's create a file called color.dat. And then let's paste it inside, right? So let's paste the background color. This is background color for our application right there, right? This is the background color for our application. So what we are simply going to do is that if we go inside our main.dat file, right? So inside our theme data, right? So let's just get rid of this, right? So let's change the color scheme, right, to color scheme dot light, right? And then we define the surface, which is going to be the app colors dot background color, right? So that we don't have to manually put the background color of every screen in our application, right? So now that we are done, let's go back to our sign-in screen, and then let's start building, right? So the first thing is we need to return a scaffold, right? A scaffold, and then we need an app bar, and then an app bar. So we are getting an error because our scaffold is still constant, right? So basically what we need an elevation of 0, and then automatically leading implying we'll set it to false. So this means that if you click a back button, it will show us a back button, but we don't want to show a back button on this user interface. So we just make sure that we set automatically imply leading to false, right? And then let's define the body of our screen, right? In this case, the body of our screen is going to be a single child scroll view. It's going to be a single child scroll view, and then the child is going to be a column. And then let's define the children, right? And then let's create a center widget with the child. The child is going to be of type text. And then let's set it to welcome. sign in, right? And then let's set the style to, okay, so we need to style this text, right? So let's style it using text style. And then if we go to our Figma, you can see this is the text right here. You can see that font size is 32 and then also bold, right? The font weight is bold. So let's go back. So let's make sure that the font size, let's make sure that the font size is 32 and then the font weight is bold. Okay, so font weight dot bold, right? So now that we are done with this, we need also the we need a spacing, right? As you can see from our Figma, if we go to our Figma design right here, you can see like we have this spacing right here. So I'm not going to include this. Let's find a dream job. We are just going to skip it and then we are going to put our text form field there. Okay, so let's go back to our VS Code, right? So size box, let's just make sure that the height is something like 50, right? The height is something like 50. And then after this, what we need is a form, right? So this form, we need to provide a key. So this key is going to be our form key, right? Our form key. So it's just going to monitor the state of our form, right? And then the child is going to be a column. Let's make sure it's a column widget, right? So a column widget has multiple child. So we use a children widget to make sure that there are multiple child, right? And then what we need is now we need our custom text view that we created. If you still remember, if we go into our utils folder, we created a custom text view, right? So let's just go there and then let's rename it. So it's custom text field, right? All right, so here it's going to be custom text field, right? And then let's make sure that we wrap this custom text field with a padding widget, right? So let's make sure that we wrap it with a padding widget. In this case, the controller in our case is going to be an email controller, right? It's going to be an email controller, and then the hint text is going to be enter email. Okay, so we also need a spacing between these text form fields, right? So we're also going to use the size box. So let's make sure that the height here is 15, right? So now that we are done with this one, let's just copy this text form field here and then let's just paste it below, right? And then let's change this to enter your password. Okay, so this is supposed to be a password controller. So let's change it to password controller, right? And then now we need to work on the elevated button, right? We need to work on the button, this button right here. So if we go to this button here, the login button right there. Okay, so basically what we are going to do is let's go here below our text form field, and then what we need is an elevated button, right? So an elevated button. So on pressed, it takes in a method that will display, that will process like when we press, and then the text for this is going to be login, right? So let's make sure the text is login, right? So the text is supposed to be sign in, okay? Okay, like this, right? And then let's make sure that we style it also. Check style, and then make sure that the color is white. And then the font size is 20. and then also the font weight. The font weight, make sure that the font weight is font weight.bold, right? All right, so now that we are done with this, okay. Now that we are done with this, we need to style this. We need to style this elevated button, right? So basically what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to use a style property, right? And then we just use an elevated button. Elevated button dot style from, right? And then the background color is going to be black. And then let's make sure that we give it a shape, right? So the shape is going to be rounded rectangular box. A rounded rectangular border, right? And then we give it like a border radius. And then the border radius is going to be border radius. And border radius dot circular, and then make sure it's 20, right? Like this, right? So now that we are done with this, so what we simply have to do is make sure that we need to consume our Riverpod provider. So here, for you to consume Riverpod providers, right, inside the stateful widget, we'll just use we just change this from a stateful widget to consumer stateful widget, and then make sure you change this from state to consumer state, right? And then also make sure you also change this to consumer state, right? And then after this, what you basically need to do is import Flutter Riverpod, right? So once you've done that, what we simply need to do, if we are creating Riverpod providers inside buttons, right? What you basically need to do is if we are going to check if validated and save, right? If validated and save, what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to hit our auth controller provider dot notify, right? And then we are simply going to dot login with email and password. And then the email is going to be email controller dot text. And then the password is going to be password controller dot text. Text, right? And then after this, we are simply done with our login screen, right? And then for the sign up screen, or the register screen, it's almost similar. So what we simply need to do here is I'm simply going to copy everything here. Right, so let me copy everything here, and then inside our screens, let's create another called register screen. So we are supposed to create a file. It's supposed to be register screen.dat, like this, right? Register screen.dat, and then I'm simply going to paste it here, and then I'm simply going to change this to register screen, right? And then I'm simply going to change this again to register screen, right? And then simply going to change this again. And then let's change this also to register. And then let's change all right, so that we are done with this. Now what we need here is another controller. So I'm simply going to copy this here, right here, and then I'm simply going to paste it here, and then I'm going to change it to username controller, right? Username controller, and then inside our dispose function, we are simply going to dispose it. Username controller dot dispose, right? All right, so now that we are done, And then we also need the username text form field. So I'm simply going to copy this right here, copy. And then I'm simply going to paste it here. And then you enter your username, right? And then let's change this from password to username control. All right, so let's go inside our elevated button and let's change the text from sign in to register. And then here, what we simply need to do here is okay, dot sign up with email and password, right? And then email controller dot text, and then username controller dot text. And then password controller dot text. All right, so now we are done with this. Well, there's one thing that we forgot to do is we need a text, right, after this elevated button, right? So I'll simply copy this size box right here after this elevated button. So after our elevated button right here, I'm simply going to paste our size box because we need some spacing. And then we already this text here, which are going to say like already have an account. Already have an account, and then sign in, right? And then style, then text style, and then make sure that the color is black. And then the font size is 20. And then make sure that the font weight is 200. Okay, so let's make sure the font weight is 600, like this, right? All right, so now that we are done with this, it's supposed to also, let's make sure that it's centered, right? So I'm just going to wrap it with the center widget. And also we need to wrap it with a gesture detector, right? So that when the user clicks on this text, it's supposed to respond to the gesture, right? So on the gesture detector widget, once our text is, the user taps on our text, what we want to do is we want to take them back to our sign-in screen, right? So I'll just use navigator dot push named, right? Navigator dot push named, and then the route is going to be, we're just going to redirect them to our initial route, right? So basically now what I'll simply do is I'll simply copy the size box and our gesture detector, right? The size box and our gesture detector, because we didn't do it right in our sign-in screen, right? So yeah, after our elevated button, let's just paste it there, and then so here we just have to change it like from already have an account to don't have an account register, right? Right, and then it's supposed to direct out to our register screen, right? Supposed to direct us to our register screen, right? Now that we are done with this. So now that we have taken care of the register and then sign-in screen, now the main task now lies in our main.dat file, right? Because inside our main.dat file, we need to make some modifications there so that we need to write a logic so that when the user logs in, it will take us to our main screen, right? So the first thing that we need to do is we need to create a widget, right? Which we are going to call default home, right? So default home. So the default home at first is going to be the sign-in screen, right? Right. So inside our here, we need to change our main method into an async main method, right? And then the first thing that we need to do here is we need to initialize widgets Flutter binding, right? So what this does is that it binds for application based on widgets framework, right? So it binds the framework to the Flutter engine, right? Something like that, right? And then after this, we need a container for providers, right? So let's define a container for providers, which is equal to provider container, right? Which is equal to provider container from our Riverpod, right? So this is just an object that stores the state of providers, right? And allows us to modify the behavior of a specific provider, right? And then what we need to do is for our application to work, we need to wrap the root widget of our application, that is my app, right? We need to wrap it with a widget, right? In this case, the widget is going to be uncontrolled provider scope, right? We need to wrap it with an uncontrolled provider scope, and then uncontrolled provider scope also needs to take in a container, right? And then the container is going to be our container provider that we defined, right? And then after this, what we need to do is from our container provider, right? We need to read a provider that we want to read, right? In this case, we want to read the local auth repository provider, right? That is the provider that we are going to read, and then we are going to initialize it, right? If you still remember, we have the init function, right? So the init function, what basically does, it initializes our shared preferences, because you need to initialize the shared preferences inside our root, inside our main function, right? So that's basically what we are doing here, right? And then now what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to create a variable called result, right? This result is goes to container, right? Dot read. We are going to read also the local auth repository, right? And then local auth repository provider dot, and then we want to get the user token, right? We want to get the user token, right? From our local auth repository, right? Since we have gotten now the auth token from our local auth repository, what we simply need to do is we need to write some logic, right? So the first logic that we're going to write is we are going to check if the result is not equal to null, right? So we are going to check if our user has a user token, right? That means if they have a user token, that means that they are logged into our application, right? But if they don't, that means that they are not logged into our application, right? Since we have a JWT token, what we are going to check if that token is not now the JWT token. If that token is not now, that means that our user is logged into our application. And then we'll now set the default one. The default one, we will now set it to what? To the main screen instead of what? Of the sign-in screen. So we'll now redirect the user to the main screen. That means that they are logged in, right? So we haven't defined the main screen yet. So inside our features, right, we have the auth. So here, what I'm simply going to do is I'm going to define the main, right? So inside our main, let's create another folder, another subfolder called screen. And then in that screen folder, let's then define the main screen, right? Main screen dot. So it's not supposed to be a folder, it's supposed to be a file, right? So let's define the file main main screen data, right? Then let's create it like so. It's going to be a setless widget, right? Then we just define its main screen right there, right? So now that we are done, let's import it, right? So now that we are done with this, so now we are now here. I'm just going to clear this title here, right here. And then another thing is we don't want to show the debug banner, so we just set it to false, right? And then what we need here is we need to remove the home screen, right? Instead of home screen, we are going to use routes, right? So for our routes, right? So our initial route, we are going to represent it with a /, right? And then we define the context, and then it's going to be, we are going to set it to our main screen, right? Main screen, right? And then define also the route for the sign in, which is going to be sign in screen. And then we are simply going to redirect to the sign in screen, right? So we forgot a comma. And then we also need a register screen, right? So just define a register screen, right? Takes in an arrow function, we takes in a context, and then we'll return our register screen. All right, so now that we are done with our application now, since we are done with our application, so first of all, we define this widget, right, which is going to the default home screen. At first, since the user is not logged in, it will redirect to our sign-in screen, right? And then we then define a container provider that's just think of it like as a container for providers, right? It stores other providers, right? And then from this container, we are going to read the local auth repository, and then we are going to initialize the local auth repository. And then we are going to get the user token, right? And then we are going to check if the user token is not equal to now, right? And then we'll then redirect the user to the main screen, right? And then for Riverpod to work, we need to make sure that we wrap our parent widget, right, with the root widget with our uncontrolled provider scopes, which takes in a container, which is our container right here, and then the child, which is going to be our root widget, right? And then we then define the routes for our application right here, right? So now, since now we are done with our application, let's run our application and then let's see the results, right? So let's run it and then let's see the results. So I'm just going to simply stop the application and then I'm just going to run it again. So let me try to run it on iOS, right? Okay, so we kind of getting an error. I think it has to do with shared preferences or something like that. So I think what we can simply do is let's just try to remove the application at first. Let's delete it, right? And then let's try to reinstall it again. So I think we are currently getting an error with the local auth repository. Let me check what's causing this error. I see what's the main problem here. So this right here is supposed to be a function, right? Widget.ensure initialized, right? This one, it's supposed to be a function, right? So let's reload it. Now, as you can see now, our application is now working, but you can see now we have been redirected to our main screen, right? So let's try to remove it. Then let's see. Okay, so I think we made a typo here. Here it's supposed to be, our initial route is supposed to be default home, right? Not main screen. It's supposed to be default home, right? Since we need to validate that logic that we wrote there. And then after this, that's when we need to define main/main, right? And then it's going to take in, this function is going to take in a context, and then it's going to be main screen like this, right? All right, so now if I reload the page, you can see now it's showing us our sign-in screen. Oh, as you can see, our button is not similar to the one that we wrote. You see Figma right here. It's not similar. So, but basically what we need to do is let's go to our sign-in screen. And then we need to just wrap it with a size box, right? So let's go here to elevated button right here. We need to wrap it with the size box widget, and then we give it like a width of double dot infinite. So that means we want it to fill the whole width, and then the height is going to be like 70, right? And then we wrap it with a padding widget. We do the same for the other one, right? Yeah. So we are simply going to wrap it with a size box. Width is going to be double dot infinity, and then the height is going to be 70, right? Like this. Now, and then let's repeat it with the padding widget. So let's make sure I do the same thing. So if I reload now, you can see register. As you can see, let's try 100 gmail.com, and then I'll just put my name, and then let's just put a dummy password. It's saying user not found. So basically we made a typo here. Sign up with email and password. So let's go to our auth controller. I think we made a typo somewhere. Let's go to our auth controller and then log in with email, sign up with email and password, email, username. Let's go to our auth repository. So the reason being is we forgot to change this to register URL. So let's change it to register URL. That's why we're getting that error. So now let's try to register. Saying duplicate error. So I think we already have another username, and then let's try this one. Also now it's saying too many login attempts. I think it's because now of the rate limiting. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to change the rules on my backend, because remember the last time we had implemented rate limiting. So I'm simply going to remove it for now. Okay, and then let's do it again. So now let's try to log in. Let's share. It's 100 at gmail.com, and then share. And then I'll just put a dummy password. Show me is 100. So let me just complete it with my name here. unesu100 at gmail.com, right? Share, and then let's try it, and then okay, I think there's something wrong with our, go inside our register screen. Let's check sign up with email and password. All right, so let's try again. And then let's input our password. Say email already exists. So let's try 200. Okay, it's because the username also already exists. Let's try 200 again. So it's because something is going on with we have a duplicate key. I think something has to go. It's something in, we have a problem with our form key, right? So let me check what's going on. So it's saying that global key was detected inside our, all right, so we have duplicate, we made an error here. This is not supposed to be a global key, right? This is supposed to be a form key. So this is supposed to be a global key and then form key, and then we need to make sure here it's of type form state, right? So that we don't keep on getting those errors. Let's go back to our sign in again. Let's make sure that it's of type form state, right? All right. So now let's reload our application and then let's retry it again. So I'll just say Clonesu 300 at gmail.com. Right, so now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is our password. Okay, saying too many attempts, I think I forgot again to remove the rate limiting on the register route. So let me remove rate limit. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so let's try to sign in again. So what's going on? So the global key was, this key was, okay, so what we can simply do is, let's just copy this, right? This error right here. And then let's open ChatGPT. And then let's okay, it's because we define these global keys that are same, right? So here we'll just say register. We just say sign in key. And then let's make sure that we change here to sign in key. And then also here also. Right, so now let's reload our application and then let's try to register. Right, so we're simply going to use another dummy email again. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what's going on? Duplicate key in a widget tree. Okay, so for now I'll just disable it and then we will take care of it later. Okay. gmail.com, and then shown it so 500. Okay, now let's log in. And then let's try to log in. Okay, so let's go back to our, I think now the problem is our main dot. This one is supposed to be set to to our default home, and then if to redirect us, if this is not equal, now it must redirect us to the home screen, right? So it's saying cannot find generator for route settings main screen, right? So here we must change it to main screen, right? It's supposed to be main screen, not main. And then let's go back now. As you can see, now we are now logged in because our token is not equal to now, right? So that was it, guys, on implementing like authentication on our application. In the next video, what we are simply going to do is we are simply now going to take care working on the home page, right? We are going to be working on the home page, and then we'll start implementing other features. Thanks for watching, guys. Peace. And then now we'll then update our list now, right? So we'll then update our list to the new vacancies that we got from our API, right? And then we'll then update our state, right? So now the new state is goes to pagination state, right? And then our data is going to be our vacancies that we got. And then is loading, we are going to set is loading to false. And then we are going to check if we still have items from our API. So make sure that the vacancies.length compare it to the to the limit. So that means that if we have more 10 items on page 1, that means that we still have more vacancies, right? That means that has next will be true. If not, has next will be false, right? And then we then set the current page to a current page, which is 1, right? And then now we then update the state. We now update the state using the async data, and then we'll then set it to new state, like this. Right, now it's time for us to handle any errors, right? So basically what we are simply going to do here is we are simply going to say it's going to be error, and then let's also provide a state trace, right? And then what we're simply going to do is set the state to async error. And then we'll just put in the error and then the stack trace right here, right? And then now we have another model, right? Since if we go back to our vacancies here to get vacancies method, you can see that we are getting vacancies from our API, right? And then we have already put the limit to 10 items, right? But what if we want more items? That means that if the user scrolls up to those 10 items, we don't have a way of getting more items, right? Besides those first 10 items. So we need a way of making sure that we get more items from our API. So that means we want to get vacancies from 11 going downwards, right? So let's go back. Let's create another method below, right? So let's create a method that is going to just load more vacancies from our API. Let's just name it load more. It's an async function as well. So now in this method, what we are simply going to do is we are going to check if the state, right, dot value dot is loading more is equal to true, or if the state dot value dot here's next is equals to false. And then we are simply just going to just return function. So basically what we are doing here is we are going to check if we are going to check this boolean if is loading more is equals to true. That means that if we still have more items, or if as next is equals to false, that means that if we don't have more items from our API, that means that we have exhausted all the job vacancies from our API. If in that case, we are simply going to return, and then we are simply going to exit this if statement, right? And then now what we need to do here is we need to set the state. So the state in this case is going to be the async data, right? And then what we are simply going to do is we need to update the value. So now with async notifier, it's more of like the state is immutable, right? You cannot manipulate the state directly, so you have to use the copy with function, right, to copy more items to update our state, right? So dot value and then dot copy with, and then we are going to set is loading is equal to true. So that means that we still have more items from our API. So we need to update this state to what, to show that is loading is equals to true, so that we can, if we have a circular progress indicator, it will keep on loading, right? And then we also need to update the page, right? Next page. So next page is just equal to page, which is 1, and then we are simply going to add another page, right? And then now what we need to do is we need to get new vacancies, right, from our API. All right, so now this is our loading function, right? So the first step that we do inside our load more function is we are going to check if is loading more is equals to true, right? If we are still loading more items from our database, we are going to check if it's equal to true, or we are going to check if as next is equal to false, right? That means that if we don't have any items from our API, and then we are simply going to return this function, and then we are going to exit this if statement, right? And then at first, now we need, since we are getting new vacancies from our API, we need to set our async data. We need to update the state, right, to make sure that is loading is equals to true. Since we haven't gotten the data, we are still getting it, is loading is equals to true. And then after that, we create a variable for the next page, right, which we are just going to implement our current page, and then we are going to add +1 to our current page, right? And then we are going to get new vacancies, right, from our API. And then from these new vacancies, we are going to set what the page we are going to update it to the next, using the next page here that we created here. And then we are going to check if from our new vacancies, if our new vacancy is not equal to empty, right? That means that we still have more vacancies. If we still have more vacancies, that means that we would then set our page to our next page, right? And then after that, we'll simply update the state, right? And then we'll make sure that we'll update the state, and then we'll make sure that with the data that we have, right, if we had the first 10 vacancies that we got, right, we are going to add another we are going to add another vacancies that we are getting new vacancies from the ones that we already had, right? And then we are going to set is loading is equals to false, and then we are going to check using the has next boolean function if the new vacancies dot length is equals to the limit. That means that has next is equal to false. If it's greater than the limit, that means that we still have more items, right? So that's the function for loading more items, right? So now we are simply going to take care of the getting vacancies by category, right? So to get vacancies by category, what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to copy our get vacancies method, and then below this, I'm simply going to paste it, and then I'm simply going to change the get vacancies by category, right? And then we just change this required parameter to string category ID, right? And then here, what we're simply going to do is let's change this method to get vacancies by category. And then now we are done with this. And then we also need to get the vacancy by ID, right? So we are simply going to do the same thing. I'm simply going to paste it here. And then I'm just going to change this from list to vacancy module. And then I'm just going to rename it to get vacancy by ID. And then I'm simply going to string ID. And then we are simply going to change this method right here to get vacancy by ID, right? And then we need to get rid of this go bracket right here, and then we simply need to pass the ID, right? And then we have to do the same thing for searching vacancies, right? So I'm simply going to paste it here, and then I'm simply going to change it to search vacancies. Right, and then set string to search. And then what you're simply going to do is search vacancies, and then paste in the search right there, right? So now we've taken care of the vacancy controller. Now let's try for us to create the providers, right? So the first provider that we are going to create is the vacancy controller provider. We are going to set to async notifier, provider, right? Then it's going to check in the vacancy controller, and then pagination state. Right, now we need the feature provider for getting vacancies, right? Just going to call it get vacancies provider, right? Which is going to be a future provider. And then when set vacancies, So we're simply going to watch the vacancy controller, and we just use the notifier object, right? And then we'll just have to return vacancies dot get vacancies, right? And then we'll set the page to the first page, right? Since when we get the vacancies, we want to get, at first we want to get the vacancies from the first page, right? And then now what we need to do now is to take care of the search vacancies provider, right? So at first we need to create a search query, right? So we'll create a search query provider, which we are just going to use to update the what? To update the search query, right? So it's going to be a state provider of type string. So we want to update the string, right? So initially we want to set this string to be empty. So let's just set it to empty, right? We want to set this string to be empty, right? And then let's create provider for, which is we're going to create core search vacancies provider. Which is going to be a future provider. Then it's going to be a type of list, since we are getting a list of vacancies, right? A vacancy model. So at first we need to create a variable that we're going to use to get like that we are going to use to watch the vacancy So here I made a mistake. It's supposed to be in reference and then async. And then let's create a variable that we are going to use to watch the vacancy controller. So we just name it vacancies. Just go to reference the watch, and then vacancy controller provider notifier. Right, and then now what we simply have to do is we need to create another variable for our query, which we are just going to watch the changes to our search query provider, right? To our search query provider, right? And then at first we want to check if this query is empty, right? So that means that the user didn't enter anything, right? So I want to check if query is empty. So if the query is empty, then we are simply just going to what? To display the normal vacancies, right? We are just going to display the normal vacancies. So if the query is not empty, that means that the user has typed something, right? Then we want to what? To search the vacancies, right? Await to search vacancies, right? So we are getting, oh, okay, we used angle brackets instead of curly brackets, right? Then we'll simply what? We'll simply search what? We'll simply search our API, right? So provider here, it's supposed to be provider. Let's get rid of this. Yeah. Saying that query isn't defined. just set it with the query, right? And then we also need a feature provider to get vacancy by ID, right? So say get vacancy by ID provider, which is going to be feature provider. Is going to be feature provider dot family. So we use the family if we want to put arguments, right, inside our provider, right? So the arguments is, we have the first argument, which is reference, which we are going to use to watch providers, and then we also have another one, which is ID. Right? First, we simply need to create a variable vacancies to watch our vacancy control, right? Controller provider dot notifier, right? And then we simply return vacancies dot get vacancy by ID, right? Simply use this one, get vacancy by ID, right? And then we also have to get the vacancy by category ID, right? So what I'll simply do is I'll simply copy this get vacancies provider, copy this one, and then I'll paste it below the get vacancy by ID. Then we are going to get vacancies by category. Get vacancies by category provider, right? And then supposed to use the family. And then here, simply pass the argument, which is going to be category ID, right? And then we'll make sure that we just get vacancies by category ID, which we set it, which we just input the category ID as our argument, right? So now that we are done with the vacancies controller, now let's go. It's time for us to implement our user interface, right? It's time for us to display these vacancies right here, right on our home screen, right? So now let's just go to our user interface and start implementing. So now we are working on our user interface, as you can see. So this is going to be our user interface right here. As you can see, we have this nice card here with the job title and then the salary, and then we have these job tags which are going to take care of, and then we have the company, right? So now let's start. Let's go to our widgets, right? Inside vacancies and then widgets. Let's create a vacancy item widget, right? So basically what we are simply going to do is it's going to be like a stateless widget, right? So it's going to be a vacancy item widget, vacancy item widget. So we are going to change in order for us to consume providers in our user interface, we need to change this from stateless widget to consumer widget. And then we need to modify our build function, right, to include widget reference. So this widget reference will allow us to read or watch providers, right, to consume providers, right? So now that we are done, the first thing that we need to do is, in this case, what we are simply going to do is we are not to consume other providers later, but in this case, what we simply need to do is vacancy model. We need to create the vacancy, to initialize the vacancy model, right? Which is going to be vacancy model. And then we are simply going to pass it inside our constructor, right? It's a required parameter. So vacancy model, right? And then what we are simply going to do here is we are going to return a card, we are simply going to return a card. So we need to import material that card, and then the elevation is going to be 5, right? And then we need the color. It's going to be white. Right, now what we need to do is we need to create a size box, right? Child, which is going to be a size box, right? So basically we don't need the size box, we just need a column widget. And then we need to set the main axis alignment to main axis alignment dot start. Same with the cross axis alignment to cross axis alignment dot start. Right, so now that we are done, now we need the children property, right? And then we need to display a text, right? So the text is going to be vacancy model dot title dot toString, right? And then just need to apply some text style. And then let's set the font size to 20. And then color to black. Font weight to font weight to W700. Right. And then after this, we need some spacing between our text, so we're simply going to use the size box. So we're simply going to set that size box, the height, we're simply going to give it a height of 10. Right. And then we don't want this, our text to be close to the wall, so I'm just going to wrap it with a padding widget, right? And then after this, also need another text. In this case, this text is going to be our vacancy. It's going to be select.toString. And then also we need the text style property, right? So let me just copy it and let's paste it. So we need to change the text style. We need to change the font to 15. And then font weight to 300, right? Then so need some spacing again. Size box. The height is going to be 10, right? And then also we need to wrap our text with a padding widget, right? So now we need a row widget, right? As you can see here, we have this item. We need a row widget, right? For what? So first we need a vacancy list text, right? We need the vacancy list text, as you can see. So now let's go inside our let's go. So let's rename this to widgets. It's supposed to be widgets. So let's just rename it to widgets. And then let's create another widget, which I'm simply going to name vacancy text. Vacancy text widget. Got that right. So it's going to be a stateless widget. And then vacancy text widget, right? So I'm going to check in. Let's create string parameter. Let's pass it inside our constructor, right? Require this dot tag, right? Then let's just remove these constants since our widget is dynamic, right? Now what we simply need to do here is we are simply going to return padding widget. Simply pass page insets.o, and then the value is going to be 2, and then the child is going to be a chip. I'm going to pass in a chip, and then we need to set the background color. So the background color is going to be white, right? Then we need to the label, just pass in the text widget, then we'll pass in the tag, then pass in the tag, and then for the style you simply have to pass in. So this is the style, and then we need to just style our, and then we'll give it a color of black. Okay, so now that we are done with the vacancy tags widget, right? Okay, so let's rename this capital as a T, right? So now we need to create another widget which we are going to call tags vacancy text list vacancy tag list widget. So vacancy tag list widget. Then simply have here, what you simply have to do is vacancy model, vacancy model, then vacancy model, and then simply pass it inside of construct. Right, vacancy model, and then what we simply need to do here, simply return a size box. Simply return size box. We can give it a height of 50. We give it a height of 50, and then after that, what we are simply going to do is we need a child widget, which is going to be a list view dot builder, right? And then we are going to set the shrink wrap to true. And then the score direction is going to be axis.horizontal, right? And then here we'll simply pass in the context and then index argument, right? And also we need item count. If you don't put the item count, you get an error, right? So the item count is going to be vacancy model dot text dot length, right? And then here what we simply have to do is simply return our vacancy item widget, and then So we simply return our vacancy text widget, right? And then for the text, we just simply input what the vacancy model dot skill text, right? Vacancy model dot text, then what, index, right? And then index. So this can be now, right? So we are done with the vacancy what? We are done with the vacancy list. So inside our vacancy item here, simply have to return the vacancy text list widget, right? The vacancy text list widget, and then now we have to take care of the company. Now we have to take care of the company data, right? If we go to our app, you can see we have this company data with company logo and then company name, right? So let's do it. So it's going to be a raw widget, children. Then we want to separate the items, so we use main and axis alignment. So main axis alignment dot space between, right? So inside the children, what we need is we need to first check, right? We need to first check if vacancy model dot company, right, which can be now dot logo, the company logo. If that logo is not equal to null, right? If that logo is not equal to null, simply display a circle avatar, right? And then we simply display a circle avatar, and then the background color will be colors.white. Colors.white, and then the radius will be 30. And the background image will be a network image, right? Network image, which will set to vacancy dot company dot logo. Else we are simply going to set it to, that means that we don't have the company logo. What we simply have to do now is we'll simply have to set a default image from our asset folder. So let's just copy this circle avatar right here. Copy this circle avatar right here. Let's paste it below. Paste it below, and here set it to the asset image, background image. We'll set it to asset image. Then inside our asset image right here, we are simply going to set it to assets /images, and then we'll just set it to person.png, right, like this. Right, so now that we are done with this, what we simply have to do now is need to display also the company name, right? So we'll simply display text, which is going to be vacancy model dot company dot name dot toString. toString, right? And then we simply have to set the style text font size we'll set it to 20, and then the font weight will be font weight to W600, right? And then we need also to set the color. So the color is going to be black. Right. So now we are done with this vacancy item widget, right? So now this whole item, we don't want it to tell the wall, so we just wrap it to the padding widget, right? So now what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to create a vacancy list widget, right? Vacancy list widget. Right. It's going to be a setless widget, vacancy list widget. So here, what we need to change this to consumer widget, so that we can put Riverpod providers, right? Then now we need to modify our build context. Just pass in the widget reference property, which will allow us to just read or watch providers, right? And then now we'll just create, just watch the vacancies provider, which is go to reference.watch get vacancies provider right there, right? So now we're simply going to return vacancies, and then we're simply going to use the when property. So this property gives us properties that we can use to handle data. We use the data when we get the data from our API, error for error handling, and loading to load the data. That's the nice thing about Riverpod. So just say vacancies, then we'll just return a list builder right here, a list builder, a list view, sorry, just return a list view.builder, right? And then what we need is set the physics. So the physics is going to be never scalable physics. And then we also need to set the item count, right? So the item count is going to be vacancies dot length, right? And then we want also to set shrimp rep to be equal to true. All right, and then also need to set also the item count. So okay, we have taken care of the item count, right? So now let's take care of the item builder, right? So for item builder, it takes in two arguments, which is the context, then index property. Right, so now we'll simply return, what we're simply going to return is a vacancy item widget, which we are going to just pass the vacancies and then pass in the index. All right, then here to handle errors, we'll simply pass in error property and stack trace. Then we'll simply display an error text with error.toString. And then for the loading, we'll simply show a circular purpose indicator. So load down circular purpose indicator like this. All right, now that we are done the vacancy, let's go now to our home screen. Right, so let's go to our home screen. So home screen. So let's check. So after this home screen, what we simply need to do is we simply need to take care of a few things. So below our job categories widget, will simply create a raw widget with children, and then we have a text with let's just call them vacancies, and then we just give the text type property, and then the color colors black, font size, then font size is going to be 20. It's going to be font weight .w600. .w600, right? And then we also need another text, right? So we just copy this, then I'll just paste it below. So I'll just copy this text widget right here, and then I'll just paste it below. Then I'll change it to CO. Let's change the font size to 14. Then the font weight to W300, right? So now after this widget, so now we need to wrap this widget with a padding widget. And then after this, simply have to display a vacancies list widget right there, right? So now that we're done displaying the vacancies list widget, let's just refresh our application, and then let's see. So I say now value use on a now. Okay, so something is wrong with our, so here, also here, the widgets, there must be space between those two widgets. So let's go inside our, and then we want main axis alignment dot space between axis alignment dot space between. All right, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open our Postman. So we made a mistake on the tag. It's supposed to be skill tags, not tag, right? So let's go inside our vacancy model. Let's go inside our vacancy model right here, right? So let's change it to from tags to skill tags. Right, and then let's run that build runner delete conflicting outputs, right? Okay, now that we are done, I think we are going to get a few errors in the skill tags. Skill tags widget, and then tag on the, I think it's going to be skill tag list, right? it's supposed to be skill checks, right? And then let's change it to skill checks. Okay, I think now we are. So let's just refresh and see if now our application is working. Yeah, now you can see now we are getting these vacancies right there, right? We are now getting those vacancies right there, and then you can see they are even limited to 10 vacancies, right? So in the next video, we are going to be displaying all vacancies and then also implementing pagination, right? So if you enjoyed this video, just make sure you click thumbs up and then make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video, we are going to continue with the job board application using Flutter Riverpod for state management and Express.js and MongoDB for our backend, right? So in this video, we are going to be implementing pagination and displaying all the vacancies. So I'm just going to give you a demo. So as you can see, we have all vacancies screen. As you can see, we have this loading linear progress indicator that's showing that we still have more vacancies, right? So if I continue to scroll, you can see that we don't have vacancies, and then you can see that more vacancies are being loaded, right? You can see also another set of vacancies has been loaded, you can see. So we are just going to implement pagination, right? So before we do that, let's go back inside our home screen, and then we should wrap this text, CO text, with a gesture detector, right? So let's just make sure we wrap it with a widget. The widget is just going to be a gesture detector. Right, so want to listen to when a user taps on this gesture detector, right? So basically what we are simply going to do is so if we go inside our main screen, let's go inside our main screen, right? So we want to create a route inside our main screen, inside our main.dat file. So the route is going to be all vacancies screen. Make sure it checks in the context as a parameter, and then it's going to return all vacancies screen. So inside our screen, if we go inside our vacancies screen folder, let's create a file called all vacancies screen. Do that. All right. So it's going to be a stateless widget, right? Okay. So now let's go back inside our main.dat file, and then let's just call the all vacancies screen. All right. So now that we are done, now let's go inside our all vacancies screen, and then let's turn this into a stateful widget, right? So it's going to be a consumer stateful widget. Right, so let's just make sure, and then we also make sure, since the consumer stateful widget, we also need to change the state to consumer state so that we can access our providers. And let's also make sure that this is also a consumer state. And then let's just import Flutter Riverpod. Okay, so now as you can see, we no longer have those red squiggly lines, right? Right, so inside our build folder right here, we want to get the state of our application. So the state of our application is we're simply going to watch the vacancy controller provider for any state changes. All right. So now that Right, so now that we have this state, what we're simply going to do is let's get rid of this placeholder. and then we are simply going to return the state dot and then we are going to use the when method, right? So what this main when method in Riverpod, it allows us to end when you get the data, if we have the error, and if we are still loading. So we just take care of this. So we just call it data. You can even name it to vacancies, right? And then for the error, it takes in an error in the stack trace as a parameter. And then you simply want to return the error text. Then you want to pass error.toString. Then when our data is still loading, we simply want to display a load. Right, okay, so let's just display a load. All right. Okay, so now let's just save. And then here, what we simply want to do is we want to return a notification listener. So we want to return a notification listener. So this notification listener widget is just listens for notifications, right? But we want to turn it into a type of scroll notification. So we want to listen to any changes when the user scrolls our application, right? So scroll notification, right? Type scroll notification, right? And then here, what we're simply going to do is we have an object called on notification, right? Which is a boolean, right? So on notification, which we are just going to return a function with our scroll information. So now in this method, right, that we have with our scroll information, what we want to do is we want to check if the scroll information dot metrics, right, dot pixels, right? Remember, when we are dealing with screen sizes, we deal with pixels, right? So basically what we're just doing here is we are just checking if the scroll information dot pixels, if the pixels is equal to the max scroll extent, right? So that means that the user is scrolled to the bottom of our screen. So want to enter that if the user scrolls to the bottom of our screen, right, that means that they've reached the bottom of our screen. We want to load more vacancies if we still have more vacancies in our database, right? So to do that, we'll simply use let's create another let's just create a variable called vacancy that's going to watch any state changes in our vacancy controller, right? Vacancy controller dot notify, right? So what we are simply doing here is we want to be, if we go back inside our vacancy controller, we want to be able to access this method right here, the load more method, right? This method for loading more vacancies from our database, right? So to do that, what we simply did here is we simply use the reference.watch, and then we just use vacancy controller provider.notify. So this notifier allows us to access methods inside our vacancy controller, right? As you can see, the first one, we just used the vacancy controller provider. We didn't use the notifier because we just want to watch the state changes of our vacancy controller. But when you want to access the methods inside our vacancy controller, you then use the notifier, right? So what we are simply going to do after this, right? If you user scroll to the bottom of our screen, now we just want to we just want to load more vacancies, right? Vacancy.load more. We just want to load more vacancies, right? So else, if we don't have any, if the user hasn't scrolled to the bottom of our screen, we will just return false. We'll just return false. And then this notification listener also takes in a child. So in this case, the child is going to be a refresh indicator. Right. So it's going to be a refresh indicator. So if we go back to our application, as you can see from our application with all of this all vacancy screen, all these vacancies, right? As you can see, we have this nice refresh indicator appearing at the top there. So that's what we want to appear, this black refresh indicator, right? So the child is going to be a refresh indicator, and then so let's just get rid of these items here. So on refresh, right, we want to handle when a user tricks our screen to refresh, right? When it triggers this refresh indicator, what we simply want to do is want to return vacancies.refresh, right? Refresh, which will just refresh our vacancies. And then for the child now, want to handle for the child, we simply return the scaffold widget, right? We simply return the scaffold widget, and then we have an upper, and then the title is going to be a text, and then the text is going to be all vacancies. And then we simply have to apply a style to it. Then we'll just give this text a font weight, which is going to be font weight double. And then the color, which is going to be black. Right. And then after the upper, we simply have to return the body. And so the body is just going to be a column widget. Checks in a number of job properties, right? So the first one is going to be a list builder, but this list builder, we are going to put it inside an expanded widget because it expands. So if we don't put it inside an expanded widget, we'll get an error from Flutter, right? So it's going to be a list view dot builder, right? And then we need to apply physics. So physics is going to be bouncing score physics. Then we also need another property, which is item count. So for the item count, it's going to be our data, your data, and then our data.data, which is our vacancy. This data is going to be a list of our vacancy, and then dot length, the length of it, right? And then we also want shrink rep to be equal to true. All right. So for the build method, we need to create a build method which takes in a context and an index. And then we are simply going to return we're simply going to return a vacancy item widget. Vacancy item widget that we created. If you still remember, we created this widget here, vacancy item widget. It's the same as this one. It's the same as this one, this widget here. So what we are simply doing is we are simply reusing it, right? We are simply reusing it, right? So let's go into our vacancy, and then here we'll just pass in our data, the data, and then we'll pass in the index. Then now that we are done with this, what we simply need to do is after our expanded widget, right? So let's just put a semicolon here. After our expanded widget here, right here, after our dispute.builder, we need to apply this. If you still remember, we had this, we had the linear progress indicator that was appearing when items were loading, right? So we need to apply that. So to do that, we'll have to check if our state dot value, right? If our state dot value dot as next, right? So that means that if we still have items from our database, if we still have our items from our database, or we are simply going to check another condition. We are simply going to check if state dot is loading, that if we are still loading, and also state dot has value. So that means that if we are still loading and we still have more items in our database, the first condition is we are going to check if we still have more items from our database by right using the as next, and then we are going to check if we're still loading our data and we still have more items from our database. If this condition is correct, right, then we need to display our linear progress indicator, right? So it's going to be linear progress indicator. So this linear progress indicator will just give it a background color of orange. We just give it an orange color of orange, and then also make sure that we just give it some padding because we don't want it to be stuck close, right? So let's wrap it with a padding widget. So what I'm simply going to do here, I'm simply going to cut and then use padding, and then it's going to be edge insets dot all. Just make sure it's 16, and then our child is going to be the circular progress indicator, right? Our child is going to be a linear progress indicator. So right, so now I think we are done with pagination and displaying all our vacancies. So what I'm simply going to do now is I'm simply going to try and run it on our emulator, but still have some errors. So let me check where these errors are coming from. Okay, if we go back inside our home screen here, the route name, we didn't define it, so it's going to be all vacancy screen. Right. So now let's just try to run it on our emulator and let's check if it's working. So just pull the emulator here. All right, so if we go on our CO, you can see we have this linear progress indicator down there, and you can see now of vacancies. Once we reach the limit, that means 10 vacancies, you can see there is a pause there, and then you can see more vacancies have been loaded from our database. As you can see, if we have loaded all items, this linear progress indicator is no longer appearing. So that's how you implement pagination using Flutter and Riverpod as a state management solution. So if you found this video useful, make sure you click the thumbs up button and make sure you share these videos with a friend. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello guys, and welcome back to our other episode on building a job board application using Flutter Riverpod for state management and Express.js as our backend, right? So in this video, we're simply going to implement the search feature, right? So let me just give you an overview of the search feature. For example, if I type in software, right, it should give me like software engineering vacancies, right? Okay, as you can see, we have DevOps, senior machine learning engineer, right? So we are simply going to implement this feature in Flutter, right? So if you still remember these vacancies, as you can see, whilst I'm typing in this text box, right? Whilst I'm typing in this text box, you can clearly see that it's appearing on this list view, right? On this list of, it's modifying this list of our vacancies, right? So to simply do that, we first need to go to our vacancy list widget, right? So let's go inside our vacancy list widget. So inside our vacancy list widget, we need to modify this from get vacancies provider to search vacancies, right? To search vacancies provider, right? So if we go back inside our controller, right? Let's go inside our vacancies controller. So if you go inside our vacancies controller, you can see that the first thing that we had a search query provider, right? A search query provider, which is a state provider. So a state provider is simply a provider for managing mutable state. In this case, our mutable state is going to be a string, which we initialize to be an empty string. That means that we are going to modify it when the user is typing, right? And then if we go inside our search query provider, you can see this is our search query provider right here. This is our search query provider, right? The first thing that we did is we initialized the vacancies, right, from our vacancy controller provider. And then we also initialized our query from our search query provider, this, which I talked about, which is a state provider, which is just a provider for monitoring mutable state, right? And then the first thing that we did we're going to check if this query is empty. So if this query is empty, we are simply going to just return get the vacancies, right? We are simply returning the vacancies from our server. Else, that means that the query is not empty. That means that the user typed something. Then we are going to just query our database for vacancies that the user typed, right? So that's why inside our vacancy list widget, we have modified it from vacancies to search vacancy provider, right? So that's what we simply did there. And then now let's go to our home screen, right? As you can see inside our home screen, we have the vacancy list widget. That's what we modified there. And then what we need to do, we need to take care of we need to take care of the text input field, right? That's what we need to take care of, the text input field, right? So let's start dealing with the text input field. So let's find the text field, right? So we have this card text field right here, and then inside our text field we need another method. We need to create another method, right? So this method is going to be onChanged, right? So let's go inside our text field right here. Let's create a method called onChanged, right? So what this method does simply is just that it monitors state changes to our text field. That means when the user is typing, it will be just monitoring if there are any changes, right? So when the user inserts a text or deletes a text, the onChanged method is the one that is responsible for just monitoring the state changes there, right? So basically it takes in a value, a method, and then takes in a value, and then want it to just, now what we want to do is we want to read, right? So we are going to use reference. So what we need to do inside our home screen, let's just make sure that we modify our widget from stateless widget to consumer widget so that we can just watch Riverpod providers. Okay. All right, so now let's just import Flutter Riverpod like this, right? And then what we simply have to do now is let's read the search query provider.notify, right? And then dot state. So the state, in this case, our state is going to be a string, right? So this state is going to be a string. In this case, if we go back to our vacancy controller, we have this state provider. We initially set this to an empty string, right? So now we want to set it to our value. So the value is going to be what? Is going to be the text that the user types in, right? So that's what we are going to do here. Then we are going to set it inside this this value right there, right? So now that we have done this, what we can simply do is let's go back to our vacancy list widget right here. So what we want to do is we want to check if vacancies dot is empty, so that we want to check if the vacancies are empty, right? So when the user is typing, so and then when the vacancies are empty, what we simply want to do is we just return a text, and then that text is just going to be no vacancies found. No vacancies found. And then what we simply want to do with this text is we simply want to wrap it with the center. We want to simply wrap it with the center widget, right? So let's wrap it with the center widget, right? Okay, child. All right, and then let's just style this text, right? It's going to be a text style, and then we'll give it a font size of 15, then color, give it a color of black. So let's just import material that, and then we'll also give it a font weight of bold. All right, so now that we are done with this, now I think everything is okay. So let's just, now what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to restart our emulator. Then let's try to search for vacancies, right? So it's saying that cast to object ID values search query. Get path ID model for vacancy. All right. So okay. So let's go inside our vacancy repository. I think there might be an error or something. Right, so the reason why we're getting an error is because we used URI.http instead URI.pass, right? So we need to use URI.pass, and then we then pass in our URL right inside the pass method. because now, because we had used HTTP, it will make this, it will think that this is an ID, right? That's why we're getting that error, right? So now that we are done, but we need to fix a few things. So if I go back to if I go to our emulator right here, so I'll just try to search for more mobile. So as you can see that when we type a simulator, it then makes a request to our database. We don't want it to do that because we'll end up overwhelming our database by sending each request by each character that the user types, right? So to fix this, we need to introduce some form of delay inside our, when we are making a request to our database. So if we go inside our vacancy controller, right, stage vacancies, right, and then go to stage vacancy, right, what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to introduce a delay. So we use the await.future .delay, right, and then we'll just pass in a duration. So the duration is going to be in milliseconds, it's going to be 3000, right? So that's going to be like a delay of 3 seconds, right? So now if I refresh our application, right, as you can see now, and then if I type in mobile, you can see that we are not longer making a request as the user types each character, right? We are waiting for about 3 seconds, then we will make a request. In this way, we'll minimize the number of unnecessary requests to our database so that we don't overwhelm our database. So if you found this video, just make sure you click a thumbs up button and make sure you share the video. Thanks for watching, guys. See you in the next episode. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video, we are going to continue with our job board application using Flutter, and then we are going to be integrating our backend that we created using Express.js and MongoDB. So in this video, we are going to be working on displaying vacancies by category, right? By their category, right? As you can see, if I go into the software engineering category, you can see that we are going to load software engineering vacancies, right? If there is no vacancy in this category, we'll just display no vacancies, right? So yeah, so basically that's what we are going to be doing, right? And then if you have not watched this playlist, the job board backend playlist with Express.js and MongoDB, please make sure you watch this playlist before continuing with this Flutter course, right? So so without wasting much time, let's dive deep into and start writing code, right? So the first thing that we want to do is we want to go inside our job categories, right? So if you go to our categories widgets, categories widget, right? So we want to wrap this column widget, we want to wrap it with the gesture detector, right? So we just want to wrap it with the gesture detector, right? So when the user taps on this column widget, what we simply want to do is we want to redirect to another redirect to another screen, which we are just going to create a new file here. So the screen is going to be called vacancy category screen. Vacancy by category screen dot dat, right, like this. And then let's make sure it's a stateless widget, right? Alright, so okay, so now that we are done, let's go back inside our categories widget, right? So what we are simply going to do here is we are simply going to make sure that it's going to be, we are going to use navigator class, and then we're going to use the push named, right? And then we want to pass in the route, right? So for the route name, what we are simply going to do is, if you still remember from we used to have these routes here, right? And then we have like the default route, the main screen, right? So what I'm simply going to do is, we don't want to do this. We simply going to create a class. If we go inside our utils folder, let's create another file called the route.dat, right? So let's create a class called routes, right? So in this class, we're just going to make sure that it's going to be static constant as string, which is going to be string, which are going to name main screen. So this main screen is going to be equal to this route name here. So let's copy it and then let's paste it here. All right. Okay, which is going to be main screen, right? Okay. So now we want to check another one, which is going to be the sign-in screen. So let's just copy it here. Then let's just paste it below, right? All right, so let's change this to sign-in screen. Sign-in screen, and then if we go back to our route, we are simply going to copy this route here, and then we are simply going to paste it. And then also if we go back, we have also the register screen, right? So let's go back inside our route folder. Let's change this to register. So let's paste it here, and then also have our all vacancy screen. All vacancy screen. So let's just grab this route name here, and then let's go back and then let's change this to all vacancy screen. Right, so now we need to change this. Let's change this to vacancies by category screen, and then let's change the route name to vacancies by category. Screen. Okay, so now that we are done with this, now let's go back inside our main.dat file, right? So inside our main.dat file, what we are simply going to do, right, we are going to change this to routes dot. So let's import the routes class, right, to routes dot main screen, and then we are also going to change this to routes dot sign in screen, and then we are going to change this to routes dot register screen, and then also this to routes dot all vacancies, right? Routes dot all vacancies, and then let's grab this also, let's paste it below, and then we are going to change this to routes dot vacancies by category screen. So now, as you can see, now this is neat. Also, this allows us to, instead of typing the route name here, which are prone to making errors, which can introduce bugs into our code, what we can simply do is we can simply call our routes class, right? Routes dot vacancy by category screen, and then we pass in the arguments, right? So the arguments is going to be data index, right? So now that we are done, so basically what we can simply do here is if we can just reload our emulator, you can see now So I think we made an error. Vacancies by category. Dot category. Vacancies by category screen. So let's go back to our main.dat file. Okay, we need to change here to vacancies by category screen like this, right? So now if I reload our emulator, you can see now, yeah, you can see now we are having like, now let's start working on our vacancies by category screen, right? So for our vacancies by category screen, what we can simply do is let's go inside our all vacancies screen here, right? All vacancies screen here. And then what we can simply do is what we can simply do is let's just copy, or let's just leave it like that, and then let's just copy from this inside the build function, right? So let's just copy this piece of code, and then let's go inside, and then let's just paste it here. All right, so let's just import the error text, and then let's just import the loader right here, and then the vacants item widget, let's just import it. All right, now what we need to do here is let's just get rid of this, and then the vacancy. So what we need to do here is we need to change it from stateless widget to consumer widget, right? By now we should know that we use consumer widget to consume Riverpod providers, right? For us to be able to consume providers, we need to wrap this with the consumer widget, and then inside our build function we need to pass in the reference parameter which will allow us to watch or read providers, right? And then here we are just going to get so if we go inside our vacancy controller right here, what we need inside our vacancy controller, we need the get vacancies by category provider, this one, right? So let's grab it, and then let's just paste it there, and then I think it takes in a parameter, so let's just import. It takes in a parameter which is going to be the category ID, right? So for us, what we need here is we need to access that those arguments that we passed in when we this argument right here, the arguments inside our data index when you use the navigator.push name to our vacancy by category screen. So we need to get those arguments. To get it, we just create a variable called category, then we just use the model route. Then which can be now, and then we just from settings, and then from the arguments, settings, and then arguments, and then as category. Okay, like this. Now let's just make sure that we import the category model, right? So I think it's supposed to be category model, yeah, like this. And then here we'll simply pass in the category ID, right? and then we just turn it to a string, right? Okay, so now that we're done, now we need to change this from state to just vacancy, right? So since we are not applying pagination here, what we can simply do is let's just get rid of this right there, and then let's also get rid of the refresh indicator, right? Then let's just make sure we just put a return function that's going to return a scaffold, right? And then what we are simply going to do is we are going to pass in the data, then the index right here, right? And then let's get rid of this item, this linear progress indicator. Let's just get rid of it, right? Okay. So I think we still have one more error. So it's supposed to be data.length, not data.data.length, right? So now that we are done with this, now let's just refresh our application and then let's see if it's working. Everything is working, right? Saying what is this saying? It's not saying that string is not a subtype of index. Category ID. So we are getting an error. Let me check what's causing this error. Okay, let's reload. Let's see what's going on. Let's try the other software engineering vacancies, right? Okay, we are also getting the same error, but we're getting the icons, right? So I don't know what's causing this. Okay, so let me check what's causing the error. So now I've found the error. So here, if you go back, we had put in the square brackets and then it was vacancies, right? Then we're getting the vacancies. This was causing me an error. So what you simply need to do is just pass in the decoded JSON data here, and then you just move the curly brackets with the vacancies, right? So now when I load our application, let's just load it, and then you can see it displays in the cache here, no vacancies, software engineering. You can see we have vacancies right there, but what I want to do is I want to display if there are no vacancies. So what I'm simply going to do here is I'm going to create an if statement if data dot is empty, right? So that means that if we don't have any vacancies in the category, what we're simply going to do is we are going to simply return a text that is centered with child. So the text is going to be just no vacancies, no vacancies. in this category. No vacancies in this category, right? So now if I refresh the application like this, right, you can see now saying no vacancies in this category, right? It's now displaying no vacancies in this category. So what we can simply do here is so let's just copy this, and then let's change it. I want to paste it inside our column, right? So inside our column, so if there are no vacancies, we want to display this now. If then else what we simply want to do now is else, that means that there are vacancies, we will just display them, right? Because I don't want this black text here, it doesn't look okay, right? So now let's see. So you can see, hello guys and welcome back to my YouTube video. So in this video we're going to continue with our job board application using Flutter and then Riverpod for state management, and then we are going to use Express.js and MongoDB as our database, right? So in this video, what we are simply going to work on, we are simply going to implement the vacancy details page, right? Vacancy details screen. That's what we are going to work on, right? As you can see, we have this rounded circle item, and then we have this big icon here. So now, without wasting much of the time, let's dive into Visual Studio Code and let's start coding our application, right? So inside our vacancies, right here under vacancies, under screen, we can just create the vacancy details screen .dat. Okay, so basically now what we need to do is we need to go to our main.dat file, right? So we need to go to our route.dat file, right? So inside the route.dat file here, what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to copy this route here, and then I'm simply going to paste it here, and then I'm going to change it to vacancy details screen. So let's also make sure we change it to vacancy details screen. Okay, so now if we go inside our main.dat file, we are simply under routes. What we are simply going to do here is we are simply going to call routes.vacancy details screen, then text in a context, and then we are just going to return our vacancy details screen page, right? Vacancy okay, so if we go inside our vacancy details screen, let's just create a stateless widget, and then let's rename it to vacancy details screen. And then if we go back to our main.dat file, we're going to get the vacancy details screen right there, right? So now that we are done with this one, now we can start working on our vacancy details screen, right? We can start working on our vacancy details screen. As you can see from our vacancy details screen, the first thing that we have is the first thing that we have, if we go to our Figma, right here, you can see we have this rounded circle white item, and then we have this big item right there, right? So what we're simply going to do is let's go inside our utils folder, and then let's create a custom circle icon widget. Okay, so I made a typo. It's supposed to be .dat. All right, so it's going to be a stateless widget. We're going to change it to Seco icon widget, and then it's going to take in a widget, right? Because we'll need to pass in a widget, which is going to be an icon, right? Since this is dynamic, we need to get rid of the constant, right? And we just make sure that it's going to be required this dot icon widget, because we need that icon widget right here, right? And then here what we're simply going to do is we are simply going to retain a container. We are simply going to retain a container. We are going to give it a height of 30, and then we also give it a width of 30. All right, so now the other thing is we need to decorate this container using the box decoration, right? And then the shape of the container, we want it to be a circle, right? So it's going to be box. We're going to use the box shape class, and then it's going to be a circle, and then the color is going to be white, right? So it's going to be colors dot white. All right, so now we are done with this. So now let's go inside our assets folder. So we have the favorite icon here. We have the favorite icon, this one, and then we have the back icon. Okay, we also have the back icon. All right, so basically what we need to do inside our vacancy details screen, right? We just need to return a scaffold widget, right? Just need to return a scaffold widget, and then body, and then we'll just give it a safe area so that it doesn't protrude to the notification area, right? And then we just want to return a single child scroll view, right? A single child scroll view, and then inside this single child scroll view, we just want a column of widgets, right? And then children right here. Okay, so if we go back to our Figma, right? So this is our Figma. You can see that we have this rounded back icon, and then we also want our favorite icon on the right, right? So basically what can we do here? So we'll use a row column, and then give it a children, and then what we are simply going to do is we are going to use a custom Seco icon widget, and then the icon is going to be an image asset, right? Right, so let's get rid of a constant here, right? So what we need here is under assets folder /icons, right? So if we go under our assets /images, sorry, images, and then we need the back icon.png, right? Back icon.png, right? So now I'm simply going to copy this custom Seco icon widget also. I'm also going to paste it here, and then we are going to change this one to our favorite icon, right? So let's just change it to favorite.png, right? So what I'm simply going to do here, I'm going to change this main axis alignment to main axis alignment dot space between. Was one space between the row children, right? Space between, right? And then what I'm simply going to do here is I'm simply going to our if we go back to our widgets, right? Vacancy item widget, right? Inside our vacancy item widget right here, this card right here, right? So this card right here, if we go to our vacancy item widget, we want to wrap this card with our gesture detector, right? So if we go back, no, it's not supposed to be vacancy, it's vacancy list. So the vacancy list widget, right here. So what we are simply going to do right here is we are simply going to wrap this vacancy item widget right here. We are going to wrap it with a gesture detector, right? Gesture detector, and then what we want to do is if the user taps on this vacancy item widget, right, we want to navigate to the vacancy details page, right? So the first thing that we need to do is we use navigator push named, right? Push named, right? If you still remember, from the route name is going to come from our routes class, right? It's going to come from our route class dot so let me check what we named this our class is. So our class is routes, right? So let's go inside our vacancy list. It's going to be, so let's import the class right here, vacancy details screen, and then we also need to pass some parameters, right? We need to pass the argument, right? We need to pass the argument. So the argument is simply going to be the data then of type index, right? So if we go here, it's okay, it's going to be vacancies, right? It's not data, it's going to be vacancies, and then index. And then what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to receive these arguments inside our vacancy details page. So if we go back inside our vacancy details page, details screen, right? So what we simply need to do here inside our build folder, we'll just create a vacancy variable, right, which is going to get our parameters from the modal route, right, of context. And then from our settings, and then arguments, right, and then as vacancy model, right? So now that we are done, with this one, what you can simply do is, or simply reload our application, right? Then let's see what happens when you click on this item. As you can see, now we are navigating to our vacancy details page, right? But it seems as if these icons are not appearing. I think it's because they have the same color, right? So let's go inside our favorite icon. Let's see what's the color of this favorite icon. As you can see, I think it's white, or it has a white background. So this one is PNG assets images. So let's go inside our pubspec.yaml file, assets images. So let's try to stop the emulator, and then let's try to run it, and then let's see if it appears. Okay, now as you can see, I think it's not appearing. I don't know why these icons are not appearing. Let's check. Let me try to change the okay, I see why, because we forgot the child. So the child is simply going to be our icon, right? So the child is simply going to be our icon, right? So now if we reload, these icons should now appear now. Yeah, now as you can see, they appear, but as you can see, they are close to the edges. So what we simply need to do is we just need to add some padding, right? So here, let's just add our padding to our row widget, right? So now if what reload, you can see now they are appearing now. So now we want to wrap this custom icon widget for our back button. We just want to wrap it with a gesture detector. And then what we want to do is when the user taps on it, we want to go back to our main screen, right, to the previous page. So what we simply do is we just use the navigator class, and then we use the pop function, right? Then we use the pop function, and then now if I watch reload, and then you can see now we can go back. Okay, so now that we are done with this part, now we want to see what comes after. So now we have this text right here, which is also going to be bold, which is going to be of type bold, right? This text here is going to be the job title, and then it is bold, and then font size of 20, right? So now let's go back, and then after this padding, what we are simply going to do, is we are just going to input a text. The text is going to be vacancy title, and then toString, right? toString, then we need to style it, and then style is going to be text style. The color is going to be black, and then the font size is going to be 20, and then the font weight is going to be bold, right? Font weight bold, right? So now what you can simply do, if we watch reload, you can see cross-platform mobile developer right here. It's appearing, right? And then what you can simply do is we want to also wrap it with a padding widget right there, right? And then let's see now how it appears, right? Okay, and then what follows next, let's go back to our Figma. If we go back to our Figma, now we have the salary here at the top, and then height is 18. This one, it is a height of 24, right? So if we go back to our application right here, we can put the height under text type, right? So the height is 24. Okay, so now if we to load our application, okay, so now let's just get rid of the height, right? So let's get rid of the height. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to copy this padding right here, copy it, and then I'm simply going to paste it below. And then I'm going to change this from salary to, I'm going to change this from vacancy title to salary. I'm going to change it to salary, and then right here we need some spacing, so I'm just going to use size box, and then we'll give it just a height of 10, right? And then go back to our Figma, was implementing the UI from Figma. We'll go back to our Figma. Right here it says semi-bold, right? And then font size is 15. So let's go back, let's change the font size to 15. And then let's change from bold to W800. Let's try W800. Then let's see on our emulator, right? So as you can see, it's coming up from, what you can simply do, right, is under our, if we go under our column, right, column widget, we need to set some properties. We need to make sure that the main axis alignment is main axis alignment dot start. Then also the cross axis alignment is also cross-axis alignment dot start, right? So now if I hot reload the application now you can see now they are now closed here. So now what we are simply doing here is I'm simply going to wrap this. We have already wrapped it with a padding widget, right? And then what follows next, if we go to our Figma, what follows next is the salary, right? It's the salary. So if we go back to our application right here, we just have to copy here, copy and then paste it below. And then let's just make sure it's a spacing 10. Let's just copy, paste it below. And then let's change this from salary to vacancy dot salary and then dot toString, right? Because we need to convert it to a string. So let's go back and check. And then as you can see, the salary is like, the font size is 13, right? And then font size is 13. Font size is 13. And then also the font weight. The font weight is W300, right? So the font weight is W300, right? So what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to copy all this from the salary, right? I'm simply going to copy this from the size box to our salary, right? I'm simply going to copy this piece of code. And then what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to paste it here, below here. And then I'm going to change it from salary to job description, because it's almost the same, right? Job description, and then I'm going to change this from salary to description, right? So now what I'm simply going to do is, if we would watch reload our application, you can see now we now have a job description, and then we have this right here, right? And then the next thing that we also need, if we go back to our here on our Figma, we forgot the job experience, right? So we forgot the job experience, but okay, we'll simply copy it. We'll simply do the same thing here. So after this padding, I'm simply going to paste here, and then I'm going to change this to experience. And then I'm simply going to change this to also experience, right? So if we want to reload our application, you can see now experience. So it's because we didn't set the experience in our database, right? So make sure that when you are making, make sure that there is also experience, right? Because we don't have experience here. Forgot to edit, right? So now what the next thing that follows is we also want this apply button right here. As you can see, this button is something like 378 and then 75 height, right? Black button, right? So it's going to be an elevated button, right? So what I'm simply going to do here is saying also need a spacing. So we'll use size box, give it a height. We'll give it a height of 10. And then, okay, so let's check here what else is required here. Okay, I think we forgot also to add requirements. I didn't add it in our Figma. Right, so basically what I'm simply going to do before we add our button, right? Also need job requirements, right? we'll simply change this from salary to requirements, right? So now let's see how it's appearing. As you can see, 3 years of experience, and then now we can add our button, right? So after this padding line, we just need a spacing. So just use size box, give it a height of 10, and then we're going to use it's going to be an elevated button, right? Then we have on pressed, and then we have a child. And then we also need to apply a style to this button, right? So the style is going to be elevated button. So let's just get rid of this elevated button dot style from, right? As you can see from our Figma, get a color, get a background color of black. Did a background color of black, and then what else do we have? If we go back to our Figma, you can see that we have these rounded edges right there, right? We have these rounded edges right there. So that's like 10. So we need to add those rounded edges right there. So we use the shape, right, which is going to be a rounded rectangular border. Rounded rectangular border, then the border radius, and then we use border radius dot circular, and then we just input 10 here. And then the text for text, the text is going to be apply. So this is going to be our apply button right there. And then we need to style the text. So we'll give it a color of white. Give it a color of white, and then we also need font size. So give it a font size of 18, and then also font weight, which is font weight. Want the weight to be bold, right? Font weight to bold, right? So now if I reload, if we go to our vacancy details page, right, you can see that our button still is not similar to the one that we have in Figma, right? So basically what we need to do is we need to wrap our button with a sized box, right, so that we can give it a height and a width. So it's going to be size box, right? If we go back to our Figma, let's go back to our Figma, and then we check it's 378 for our width, right? The width is going to be 378, and then the height is going to be 75. Height is going to be 75. Okay, right. So now that we are done, we'll just center this size box, right? Just make sure that it's centered, right? And so now if I hot reload, now we can see we now have this apply button right here. So now our UI is almost complete. Basically now what we need is the tags, right? The tags widget, right? So basically what we are going to do is we already created the tags list widget, right? So what I'm simply going to do is after this button, right, after this size box, right, after this center widget, what we are simply going to do is we need some space, size box, we give it a height of 10, and then what we need to do here is we need to return the vacancy text list, right? Vacancy text list widget, and then we need to pass in the vacancy, right? We need to pass in the vacancy, right there. And then the next thing that we have is we also have the company listing below, right? So if we load now, you can see now we now have those tags right there. They're appearing right there, the tags, right? We now have those tags right there, and then we need the vacancy listed by. So what I'm simply going to do here is this is going to be a text, then semi-bold, and then 15. All right, so what we can simply do is let's copy this text right here. Let's copy this text right here. And then after this, we simply wrap it with a padding widget, right? We don't want it to be stuck close to the edge of our screen. So I'm simply going to paste this, and then I'm simply going to type in vacancy listed by. Vacancy listed by, and then it was 15, and then semi-bold, so give it like W800. All right, so now let's wrap it with a padding widget. We don't want it to be stuck close to our screen edges. And then now we need to display the company profile widget, right? So we need to display the company profile widget. So let's go back and check what did we name the company profile widget, right? Okay, model. Do we even have the company here? Atom Technologies. Okay, so what did we list? I want to see. So under, let's go under vacancy item widget right here, right? So what you simply do here is let's copy this, and then under vacancies, let's create a company profile widget. Company profile widget dot dat, right? So let's create, it's going to be a stateless widget, company profile widget. So here under return, we are simply going to return this, and then here we need to pass in the vacancy model, then vacancy model, and then let's get rid of this constant since this is dynamic, right? Required, simply under required. So let's put a semicolon here. It's going to be vacancy. So it's going to be required this dot vacancy model, right? This dot vacancy model right there. Then so I don't know why we are getting an error. So let's just check what's going on here. expected to find semicolon. Okay, since this is a raw item widget, this is a raw widget, so we need that boxed item. Right, so now we are done with this. So let's go back to our vacancy here, and then what we simply need to do is what we simply need to do is we need to return our company profile. So let's get rid of this, and then company profile widget, and then let's import it, add required argument, and then we will pass in the vacancy model right there. Right, so same here, so vacancy profile widget, then here we're simply going to pass in the vacancy, which is of type vacancy model. Right, and then let's make sure that we wrap it. Oh, it's already wrapped with the padding widget. So now if we restart our application, saying something is wrong. Expected before, where is it? Okay. Now, as you can see, now we have even the vacancy item here. So now let's go back and change the color at the top from white to black. All right, so now we are done with our vacancy details page, right? So we have implemented this UI from Figma. So if you have enjoyed this series, make sure you click the like button, and also make sure you subscribe so that you do not miss any of the videos that I'm going to be posting, right? In the next video, we are going to be working on the favorite feature, right? Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello guys, and welcome back to my YouTube video. So in this video, we are going to be continuing with our food delivery application using Firebase as our backend and Stripe as our payment gateway. And then we are going to be using Riverpod as our state management package. So in this video, in this episode, we are going to work on the favorites feature, right? Whereby we will be adding menu items to favorites, right? So basically what we do, we'll be using a database that is called Hive, right? In Flutter. So Hive allows you to store key value pairs, right? In the form of boxes, right? Think of it as we are going to store all the favorite menus that the user adds to the favorite into a box that is going to be called what? The favorite box, right? So for example, let's just add these items to favorites, right? Let's just add these items to favorites, right? And then as you can see, if I go to our favorites, now we have the favorites, right? So we can also delete these particular items, right? So now, without wasting much of that time, let's start building the application, right? So now let's go into our features folder, right? Inside our features folder, let's create another folder called the favorite, right? Favorite folder, right? So basically create another folder for the model, and then create another folder for the controller, right? Create another folder for the controller, and then we need to create another folder for the repository, right? So our repository is going to be communicating with our database, right? And then we need also to create another folder for our screen, right? Screen. Okay, so right, so I think we had created this folder, the favorite folder right there, right? We already have controller, repository, screen, and then widgets, right? So now let's go inside our repository. Let's create a file called favorite repository, dot, right? So basically what we are going to do, we are just going to create a class called the favorite repository, right? We need to create this class called the favorite repository, right? And then we need to create a box, right? So as I mentioned earlier, this box is, we are going to store our particular favorite menus inside a box, right? So we are going to create a box, right? And then, so now it's saying that there is no method. So what we basically need to do inside our pubspec.yaml file, right? Inside our pubspec.yaml file, you need to import the Hive Flutter and then the Hive package, right? This package right there, you get them inside our repository, right? So a box which is going to be of type dynamic, right? So dynamic, that means it can be of any data type, right? So we are just going to call this box menu item box, right? Menu item box, right? And then what we need to do here is we need to import Flutter Hive, right? So let's import Flutter Hive, right? Now the next thing that we need to do now is we need to create a constructor, right? So the favorite repository, we need to create a constructor. And then we need to point to this short menu box right there, right? And then the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a method for adding our menu to that box, right? It's more like we're adding the menu to the box. So let's just call it add menu item. Add menu item, and then takes in a menu model, and then menu, and then it's going to be an async function, right? It's going to be an async function. So let's make sure that we just import this menu model right there, right? And then what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to await, and then menu item box dot add. So this method will allow us to add what? To add our menu to our what? To our favorite box, right? Now we are done with the method for adding our menu to our box, right? Now let's create another method for deleting menu for our box, right? Just in case we want to delete items from the favorites, right? So we need that particular items index, right? So it's going to be an integer of type index, right? And then it's going to be an async function, right? It's going to be an async function. And then what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to await the menu item box. And then we are going to delete that item at that particular index, right? We are going to delete that item at that particular index, right? And then now the next method that we are going to create is a method for getting all the favorite items in our box, right? So it's going to be a list of type menu model, since we want to get all the menus that are in our favorite box, right? And then what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to return the menu item box, with its values, and then we are simply going to loop through all the values that are in our menu item box, right? And then we are simply going to get each and every item, and then we are going to cast that item into our menu model, right? Menu model dot from JSON, right? And then from JSON, and then we pass in each particular item, right? And then we are simply going to convert this to a list, right? Okay, so now these are our three methods now for creating favorite menu items, right? So now what we simply need to do now is we need to create a favorite repository provider, right? Favorite repository provider, which is going to be of type provider, And then the provider is going to be of type favorite repository. And then it's going to take in reference. So make sure that you import Flutter Riverpod, because we are going to use that as our state management package. Right, Flutter Riverpod. And then here what we are simply going to do is we are going to create a box. So we are going to create a box. Right, in this case, our box is going to be a hive.box, right? And then we need to give our box a name that's going to be menu favorites. That's the name of our box, right? And then we'll just return favorite repository, and then we cast in this box, right, inside our construct, right? So now that we are done with the menu repository, right, now we need to move on to the we need to take care of the menu model, right? We need to take care of the menu model. So if you go inside our menu, we have our menu model right here, right? So the first thing that we need to do is we need to annotate our menu model class with the hive type, right? So this is going to just tell it that this menu model is going to be of type hive, right? And then we paste in this ID. So this ID, type ID, which is going to be 0, right? And then now the first thing that we need to do here is all the fields inside our menu model right there. All the fields inside our menu model, what we are simply going to do is we are going to annotate them with the hive field, right? So that's what it's just going to do is it's just going to convert this string type of image into a hive field, right? And then the index is going to be 0 here. And then for the title, we do the same, right? Hive field is going to be 1. We do the same for the description, which is going to be 2. We do the same also for the price, right? Hive field right there. The index is going to be 3, right? And then we do the same for the quantity, right? Index is going to be 4. And then for the menu ID, right? And then also for the ingredients, right? And then for the category ID, right? And then it's just going to be at hive field. And then the index is going to be 7, like this, right? So this is just going to convert all these our string methods into hive fields, right? Type, right? And then if we go inside our pubspec.yaml file for hive, for it to work, right? Go into pubspec.yaml file. Inside our pubspec.yaml file under dependencies, right? Make sure you have the build runner command, right? That is used to generate classes, build runner, and then hive generator that's going to generate hive classes, and also the JSON serializable, right? So here I'm just going to run a command that's going to generate like a hive class for us, right? So let's run this dat run build runner, delete conflicting outputs, right? Okay, so now that we are done, right, let's go inside our main.dat file, right? Inside our main.dat file, under the widgets Flutter binding, right? What we need to do here, right here, is that we need to initialize hive, right? So what we simply do is await hive.init flutter, right? So we're initializing it. And then what we are going to do is await we want a scenario whereby when our application runs, right, we want to open our box. So our box name is menu favorites, right? So hive dot open box, right? And then make sure that the name of the box corresponds with the name that we used inside our menu favorites, right? Inside our favorite repository. So this right here. And then let's go inside here, and then I will just paste it inside. Okay. Okay, menu favorites right here. And then what we also need to do is we need to register and adapt, right? Hive dot register an adapter, right? And then the adapter is going to be menu model adapter, right? So if you don't see this menu model adapter, just know that you did something wrong here inside our menu model, or you didn't include the Hive generator build run and the JSON serializer. Make sure you have them under the dev dependencies, because you need them to generate that adapter, because if you don't, it will not work, right? Right, so now we are done with setting the Hive part, right? So let's go back to our favorite repository, and then let's go inside the controller, right? So inside the controller, what we need to do is we need to create a favorite controller dot dat, right? So let's go under controller, and then under the favorites controller, right? So let's create a class, favorite controller, which is going to extend our async notifier, which is going to be of type list menu model, right? And then let's make sure that here we import Flutter Hive, right? So first let's import the menu model, and then let's import Flutter Hive, right? And then we need to create an override function, right? So let's get rid of this, right? So let's create a future, which is going to be of type list menu model, and then we create the build function right here, which is going to be an async function, right? And then what we need to do is let's create favorite repository here, which we are going to initialize inside our build function right there. So favorite repository, this goes to reference.watch, right? And then favorites repository provider, right? And then what we are simply going to do is we are going to return we are simply going to return the get menu item right there, right? So now let's go inside let's create a function for a feature function, right? For adding our items to our main, right? For it. So it's going to take in a menu model of type menu, and then we need a build context, right? So that we can display a snack bar, right? Build context. Then let's make sure this is an async function, right? So at the beginning, our state, since we are getting data from the database, at first we need to load, right? So at the beginning, our state is going to be async loading, right? After we are done loading, let's create a try catch block, right? we are going to await and then we get items from our, and then we are going to await add items into our favorites, right? And then after that, what we are simply going to do, we are going to assign our state, right, to an async value dot data, right? At first, what we have is we have the values that are in our favorite box, right? So these are the values that are present in our favorite box, right? So that means if in our favorite box we already have like menu items inside there, right? What we are simply going to do is we are going to add a new menu item that the user will add to that box, right? So that's what we do with this menu item here. We will simply add this menu item to what? To these existing values that are already there inside our favorite box, right? So after that, what we are simply going to do now is we are simply going to show a snake bar, right? Show snake bar. So what we simply need to do is, if we go inside our utils folder, right? If you go inside our utils folder, right? So we don't get choose. So I'll just create I'll simply create a file called util.dat, right? So what I'm simply going to do is I'm going to paste this function right here that's going to display a snake bar, right? So this function right here, which is just simply going to show a snake bar, right? So if we go here, let's import that function inside our, and then what we are simply going to display in that function is we need to pass in the context, right? And then we are simply going to say menu item added to favorites, right? Like this, right? And then now what if there is an error while we are trying to add an item to our if there's an error while we're trying to add our item to our hive box, right? We'll simply a state, right? Assign a state to async value dot error, right? And then we pass in the e, and then here we'll just pass in a state trace. Like this. So we are done with the method for adding our items to our favorites. Now we need to deal with the deletion part, right? Deleting the item from our. So what we simply have to do is let's create a method of type future. It's not going to return anything. So we're going to delete a menu item. So to delete a menu item, what do we need? We need an index, right, of that particular item inside our box. And then also need a build context just to display snake bar. If we so async right here, what state is called to constant async value. So first we want to load, right? Async value dot loading. First we're just loading the items, right? And then let's create a try catch block right here. So a try catch block, and then what we're simply going to do is await favorite repository dot delete menu item, right? So we're going to delete an item at a particular index, right? And then now we need updated menu items, right? Updated menu items, which is going to be type list, and then menu model, right? And then so that updated list, that means that we are getting the updated list of items that are in our what, in our box, right? Which are going to be a state dot value. So this particular state is this. It's a list of menu items, right there. It's a list of menu items. That's our state there, right? And then what we are simply going to do is that from our updated menu items, right, we are just going to remove that particular menu item at that particular index, right? And then once we are done, we need to update our state, right? So to update our state, we simply say async value dot data. And then what's the data now? The data now is our updated menu items, right? Since here we got all the menu items inside our favorite box, remove that item at a particular index, right? And then we'll then assign this state, update this state to that updated menu item state. So now we have just re-updated our state, right? And then we'll simply show a snake bar, right? Context, and then the text is going to be deleted, and then index what, on favorites, right? And then if somehow we have an error, we simply have to what? We simply have to catch that error right there, right? You simply have to catch that error, right? So now this is I will catch that error, right? So now let's go the top of our favorites, right? And then what we need to do is let's create a favorites controller provider. Favorite controller provider, right? Favorite controller provider, which is going to be of type async notifier provider, right? Which is going to be of async notifier provider. And then it's going to take in favor the favorite controller right there, and then a list menu model. And then what we simply do, favorite controller dot new, right? So we are done with our favorites. Now we need to make sure that we move to the UI section, right? We need to make sure that we move to the what? To the UI section, right? So let's go inside our favorite screen, right? So here we have the favorite screen, right? So we need to make sure that we convert this to a consumer widget, right? So you know that if we are to consume Riverpod providers, right, we need to make sure that we change from extend stateless widget to a consumer widget. And then in our build context, we need to pass in the widget reference, right? So the widget reference will allow us to just be able to read providers or to watch providers, right? So what I'm just going to do is say find our favorites, right? Favorite is equal to reference.watch, right? So what are we going to watch? We are going to watch a favorite controller provider right there, right? And then let's get rid of this constant right here, right? And then what we are simply going to do is we need to set our background. So our background is going to be up color dot primary color, right? Like this. And then we have the body, right? And then we have the body, and then the body is going to be favorite dot when, right? Then we pass in the data here, and then error, and then stack trace, and then it's going to be error text, and then it's going to be error.toString, right? And then for the loading, we'll simply have to show a circular progress indicator, right? So it's just loader. We created this, earlier on when we started this series, right? So what we simply need to do here is we need to return a size box, right? So let's go here. Let's use arrow function, right? And then we need to return a sized box, right? And then the height is going to be media query. So let's just get rid of this. It's supposed to be media query dot of context dot size dot height. So this simply means that it's going to take in the height of the entire screen, right? And then we need to pass in the child, right? And then we need to pass in the child, right? So the child is going to be a safe area, and then it also takes another child, which is going to be a single child score view, right? Single child score view right there. And then what we are simply going to do with the single child score view is it takes another child, right? And for that child, we are just going to use the column widget, then children, right? And then what we are simply going to do is okay, so what we are simply going to do is let's create a row, and then children, and then let's create a container. The container, the height is going to be 43, and then the width is going also to be 43. And then what we need is we need to decorate it, right? And then the box decoration, box decoration, and then the color is going to be colors.white. And then we also need the shape, which is box shape dot circle, right? And then we also need to give this container a child. So the child is going to be image.asset, right? And then we go by assets, we direct to assets, and then icons, and then back arrow .png, right? And then the height is going to be 50, and the width is going to be 50. Okay, so let's make sure that box declaration is, then let's wrap this container with a gesture detector here. Let's wrap it with the gesture detector, and then on tape, let's create an on tape function so that when the user clicks on this, and then we are simply going to use the navigator to push context, and then material page route, and then builder going to take in a context, and then that context is going to feed it to the main screen. Get right? And then we also, after this container, after this gesture detector, let's create a size box widget, right? Let's give a width of 120, and then we also need to create a text. So the text is going to be favorites. And then let's create a style, text style. And then here, the font size, let's give it a font size of 20. And then the font weight is going to be font weight dot bold, right? And then let's just repeat the constant, right, to make sure that the constant, right? And then now after this, right, after this column, what we are simply going to do is let's create a size box. The size box, right? So the height of this size box is going to be media query dot of context, and then dot size dot height, and then times 0.9. So want this size box to occupy 0.9 space of the entire height, right? And then now the child for this particular is going to be a list view dot builder, right? List view dot builder. So it's going to take in a context and an index, right? A context and an index right there. And then we also need an item count, right? We also need an item count, and then the item count is going to be data.length. Item count is going to be data.length, right? Shrimp rep, let's change it to false, right there. And then we also need the list view physics. So the physics is going to be bouncing scrolling physics, right? Bouncing scrolling physics right there, right? Okay. So now what we simply need to do is we are simply going to return a column widget. We're simply going to return a column widget, and then we want s and then children, right? And then what we simply need to do with this column widget is we need spacing, right? So I'm just going to use size box, and then we'll give it a height of 12, right? We'll give it a height of 12, right? And then we are simply going to create a container, right? We are simply going to create a container, and then let's just add a padding to the container because we don't want it to be stuck to the walls, right? And then the width of this container is going to be double dot infinity, so we want it to maximize the wall width, right? And then the height is going to be 107, right? Let's give it a height of 107. And then we also need to give it like a decoration, right? Box decoration, right? We need also to use a box decoration, and then we'll give it a color. The color is going to be colors with white, right? We want to give it a white color right there. And then the other thing that we need to give it like a border radius, right? So we need to give it a border radius. So border radius dot circular, and then yeah, and then going to take in a child, and then let's give it a row, and then children right there, right? And then what we need for the children is main axis alignment, and then main axis alignment dot space between, right? Because we want the space between the row widget child, right? Children, right? And then inside that space, inside our row widget, we need to create another row. We need to create another row widget. It's going to check in children, right? Then inside that children, let's use a cliplet, right? Because we want to give a nice border radius to our image, right? This cliplet is going to take in a child, right? And then image, right? Image dot network, right? And then we are simply going to data, and then we just provide an index, and then the image the toString, right? And then the width is going to be 136, and then let's give it a height. The height is going to be 87, and then let's use the feet. Let's use the feet, right? So the feet is going to be box feet dot fill, right? Right there. And then after this clip rect, what we are simply going to do is we also need a column, right? A column. So let's create a column widget, right? And then that column widget, let's wrap it with some padding, because we don't want it to be stuck close to our image, right? And then cross-axis alignment. So let's say cross-axis alignment, and then cross-axis alignment dot start, and then okay, let's give it children. So then we need a height from the top, constant sized box, and then let's give it a height of 20, right? Because this is our, if you can check from our, let me pull our emulator, and then let me just show you from the simulator right here, right? You can see, right? This is the title, it's 20 from the top, right there, right? So this is, you see, this is going to be a title, and then price, and then we'll have the delete button right there. Okay, so let's go inside there. Inside our column, what we are simply going to do is we are going to display a text. So text widget, and then it's going to take in data type index dot title, and then dot toString, and then dot toString, and then style, and then text style, and then color, going to be colors dot black, right there. And then font size, our font size is going to be 12, and then our font weight is let's give it a weighting of W700, right? That's for our title right there. And then we also need, as you can see, separation. We use a sized box, and then the height is going to be 40. So if you can see from here, there's difference between the title and the price, right? And then what we simply have to do here is let's give an expanded And then title is going to be of type text. And then inside our text is going to be $$, and then data index dot price, right? And then for this price, we're just going to give it a color, style, text style, and then color, and then colors dot gray 700. Right, so let's remove the constant. And then the font size is going to be 12. And then the font weight is going to be font weight to W500, like this, right? So we are done. So we are done with the middle part, right? So after this row widget right here, right? We have this row. We have this row right here, and then we have another row. So in this row, what we are simply going to do is let's create an image dot asset, right? So let's create an image dot asset, and then we need this delete icon right here. So we need this delete icon right here, right? So to use this delete icon, we are simply going to get it from Figma, right? If you remember, I showed these designs on Figma that we made on our food delivery application, right? Figma, right here. So this is our application right here. This is our application right here, right? So we need this icon right here, this icon. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to download, to export this icon, right? Export delete. And then let's get it inside our download folder right here. So I'm simply going to copy it, and then so you get it from my GitHub repository. So review and finder. And then I'm simply going to paste it. Okay, so I'm simply going to paste it. So it's under assets, icons, and then delete the PNG, right? So let's give this image a height of 20 and a width of 20 right here, right? And then let's wrap this with a gesture detector, right? So let's wrap it with a gesture detector, and then let's wrap this with our padding, right? So in this gesture detector, we need an on tape, right? On tape, and then in this on tape function, what we are simply going to do, we are going to reference dot read, and then favorites controller provider dot notifier, and then we are simply going to delete this item, this particular index, and then we provide our context, right? So now we are done with the favorites item, right? We are done with our favorites item, but now what we simply need to do is we need to implement this when we go inside our home screen. So let's go inside our home screen, right? So we have this all menu widget right here, right? We have this all menu widget that's going to show all our menu items or our menu item widgets, right? Then in this all menu widget, we have the menu item widget, right? So if you remember, I worked on this on our all menu item widget, right? And then we have this favorite icon right here. So let's make sure that we wrap this favorite icon with our gesture detector, right? So let's wrap it with our gesture detector here. And then want that when the user clicks on this, we want to add our items to favorites, right? So what we simply need to do is to remember, change this to consumer widget. Change this to consumer widget. And then here, we are simply going to pass in the widget reference. Widget ref, and then reference, you get. And then let's get a final. It's supposed to reference the watch. And then we are simply going to watch the favorite controller provider. So now inside our gesture detector, where is our gesture detector? Inside our gesture detector, what we are simply going to do is favorites dot. Okay, we simply say reference dot read favorites favorite controller provider dot notifier dot add. So we are simply going to add this menu model. So it's supposed to be menu model. Right, simply going to add this menu model. So now if we go also want to do, if you go inside our menu details screen, we also have a favorite icon. So we are simply going to do the same thing. We're happy with the gesture detector widget. Gesture detector, and then it's going to be simply going to use an onTap function. And yeah, then here what we simply consumer stateful widget. So yeah, you already have. So what we are simply going to do now is on that, we'll just simply say reference dot read favorites controller provider dot notifier dot add to favorites, right? Like this, right? And then now that we are done, I'm simply going to refresh our emulator, right? Right, so I'm just going to pull out our emulator here. Okay, so the reason why this is not displaying images is I'm using another project, and then that other project I did not configure my credit card for Firebase storage, right? So on your project you can just configure a credit card and everything will be working well. Okay, so let's add items to favorites, right? So let's try to add items to favorites. So I think it's not adding. Let's go to our favorite screen or menu item widget. So let's see what's going on here. Okay, so if we go, let's go inside our all menu items favorites right here, right? So what we simply need to do is we have this menu item widget, right? this menu item widget. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm just going to copy everything from the menu item widget, right? From the padding, right? Copy. And then if you go inside our all menu item widget here, you simply have to change this to, and then let's paste it there, right? And then let's import. And then here we're simply going to pass in the data, that the particular item index, right? Index, right? And then let's go, let's change this to data index the price, right? And then let's do the same thing here. Then let's do the same thing also here. Okay, so I think everything is now okay. Let's try and do what review and restart our application, right? Let's see now if we are now adding items to favorites. So it seems as if we did not configure the favorites button. Let's check. So we configured it, but somehow it's not working. So let's see. Okay, so I think because we used Hive, we configured Hive, we need to stop our emulator. And then I think we need to rerun it again from scratch. So let's wait for it to just finish. Okay, so now that our application is running, let's see if we can, if now it's working. So let's see. So it's saying that we forgot to register the adapter. So let's see. We configured the adapter, but somehow it's giving us an error. So let's go back to our main.dat file. Main.dat file, Hive.register adapter. We have the adapter here. So what's causing this error? So guys, so what was causing the error was because if we go inside our, let's go inside our menu model, right? If you go inside our menu model, you can see that we have this nested ingredients model, right? But this ingredients model is not registered as an adapter in our Hive database. And also we have not defined it as a type that can be stored in Hive database. So let's go under ingredients, right? And then models, right? And then here we need to annotate with get Hive. You need to annotate with the Hive type, and then the type is going to be 1 since our menu item, since our menu item is 0, this type ID is going to be 1, right? And then we need to annotate the fields as well, right? So Hive field, and then the index here is 0. And then we also need to annotate also here Hive field, and then the field is 1, right? So now that we are done annotating the ingredients, and also what we need to do is let's just run that run build runner command, right? So that we can generate our ingredient adapter, right? Okay, so now that we are done, let's go inside our main.dat file, right? So inside our main.dat file, if you still remember, we had registered the menu model adapter. Let's also register the ingredient, right? Ingredient model adapter, right? Ingredient model adapter, right? Like this, right? And then what I'm simply going to do here is I'm simply going to open emulator right here. And then I'm going to remove this application. I'm going to delete it. And then I'm simply going to run it, right? So let's run it. And then let's test our application. Okay, now that our app is running, so let's go inside. And then you can see menu item added to favorites. We can also add this one, menu item added to favorites, menu item added to favorites. Then if we go inside our favorites, you can see these are the items that we have in our favorites. We can also delete them. Yeah. So basically that was it, guys, on adding our items to favorites. So in this video, you learned how to use Hive database, which stores values in key value pairs, and also it stores items in a box, right? And then we also learned that since this menu model is a nested JSON, right? It's a nested JSON with ingredients. We also need to annotate these ingredients with a Hive type. So that's it, guys. Thanks for watching. Make sure you share the video and also make sure you like so that I can continue to make more videos like this. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello, guys, and welcome back to my video, right? So in this video, we're going to fix this error whereby we're getting an error when you click into the vacancy details page, right? So if we go inside our vacancy item widget, let's go inside our vacancy list widget right there, right? Vacancy list widget, navigator pop, it's supposed to be navigator.push named. I made a mistake here. So it's supposed to be push named, right? And then for our routes, right, our argument, we need to pass in our argument. That's why we're getting an error, right? So the argument is going to be data, then what, and then data, and then index, right? So that's our argument, right? Data dot index and then dot what, dot vacancy, right there. So that's the argument that we simply going to pass in. So now if we refresh our application now, as you can see now, go to our favorite model, as then you can see now if we click our favorite, now it takes us to our favorite, to our vacancy detail screen right there. Right. So thanks for watching, guys. See you in the next video. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video we are continuing with our job board mobile application, right? So now what we are doing is we are simply going to work on our settings screen, right? So what I'll simply do here is I'll simply get rid of the placeholder widget, and we are simply going to just return a scaffold widget, right? So we're simply going to return a scaffold widget, and then we'll give it an a bar, right, with an elevation of 0, right? And then after this, now we can work on the body. So the body will be a single child scroll view, and then the child of the single child scroll view will be a column widget, right? A column widget. And then we want to make sure that the main axis alignment is main axis alignment dot start. Same with the cross axis alignment. We want to be cross axis alignment dot start. All right, so now that we're done, the column is a children widget, which is going to be a list of child widgets, right? Okay, so now the first thing that we are going to work on, I'll simply pull out my emulator, right? So what we are simply going to work on here is so we need to display the profile image with this camera icon here, and then with the username right there, right? So basically what we are simply going to do here is we are simply going to use a stack widget, right? It's going to be a stack widget. So this stack widget takes in this parameter, and then what we are simply going to do here is we are simply going to pass in an asset image, right? We are simply going to pass in an asset image, right? So the first thing is we need a container. So this container, we are just simply going to give it a height of 150, and also we are going to give it like a width of 150, right? So we are also giving it a width of 150 right there. And then we are simply going to decorate using the box decoration property, right? So we're simply going to decorate using the box decoration property. And then the decoration, we want the shape of the container to be a box shape dot circle, right? A box shape dot circle. And then we also want the border, right? So the border is going to be border.all, right? The border is going to be border.all, and then the color is going to be colors.black. And then we also need the width of our border. The width is going to be 2, right? All right, and then what we need here is inside the decoration. Inside the decoration, what we also need is also need a child widget, right? So inside the decoration also we need to decorate with an image decoration. So we have the image property right there, right? So it's supposed to be inside our so let's just run our emulator first, and then let's see how it's coming out. Okay, so you can see this, that's the our container right there, right? So now what I'm simply going to do is we need an image property, right? So the image property is going to take in a decoration image, right? And then on the decoration image, what we simply need to do is we need to pass in the asset image. All right, let's pass in asset image, right? So under assets, what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to pass in assets / and then images, and then person.png. person.png, right? And then we also need a property for the feet, right? So it's going to be, the feet is going to be boxfeet.cover. So we want you to cover the whole container, right? So now if we refresh our emulator, right, let's go to our, you can see now we have this icon inside. So now we want that camera icon. So basically to work with this camera icon, we go outside our container and then we use a positioned widget, right? So we need a positioned widget. And then as you can see from our emulator right here, you can see here, it's at the bottom, right? It's at the bottom. You can see it's at the bottom. So what we are simply going to do is we're simply going to pass in image.asset. Then under assets, under our assets folder /images, we want the camera.png, right? So basically what I'm simply going to do is let's go to flat icon, right? Let's get a camera icon right there. And then let's download it. And then let's just, okay, so let's copy it. And then let's go inside our folder. And then under images, let's review it and find our Explorer if you are using Windows, right? And then I'll simply paste this icon inside, and then I'll simply rename it to camera. All right, so now that we are done, let's go back to our settings screen, right? And then we can simply go under assets, images, and then it's going to be camera.png, right? And then let's also make sure we use the feet property, right? So the feet is going to be boxfeet.cover. So it's supposed to be caps lock, and then cover, right? And then so we want it from the top, we want it to be from the bottom, we want it to be 5 from the bottom, and then from the right we want it to be 0, right? So now let's refresh and let's see what's going on here. Let's go back to our, you can see that our icon is too large. So what we simply have to do here is let's give our camera a height and width property. I'll give it a height of 40 and also a height of 40 and also a width of 40, right? Okay, so now so it's supposed to be a feet property right there. Right, so now that we are done, what we're simply going to do is let's wrap our image with the container, right? Let's wrap it with the container, and then what we are simply going to do here is let's decorate the container. So our box decoration, and then let's make sure that the shape is box shape dot circle, Okay, and then make sure also the color is colors.white. All right, so and then let's just wrap this container with a card, right? With a card widget, and then let's just give it an elevation of 2. All right, so basically what I'm simply going to do is let's go to load our emulator. As you can see now, it's appearing there. So now what we simply have to do overall is let's go to our container, this container right here, or our stake widget, right? Let's just center it. All right, so once we center it, as you can see, now it's now centered, right? And then the next thing is we just need the username right there. So basically what I'll simply do is we'll just create a placeholder username, because we are going to change it dynamically when we get the data from our user data from our database. So let's just say Shones, that's my name right there. You can use your name. Then style is going to be text style. And then color is going to be colors.black. Right, and then we also need a font size. Let's give it a font size of 20, and then the font weight, let's just make sure that it's bold, right? All right, so now that we are done now, right? Okay, so now that we are done, let's just copy the same text right here. Let's copy it, let's paste it below, and then let's make sure that we center this text right there. And then below, we'll just change this to this text to settings, right? And then after this, what we need is we need to create a container. As you can see here, we have this container right there, right? This container, white container, right, with those circular rounded borders at the top, right? So basically what I'm simply going to do is after this is let's create a container. And then we'll just make sure that the height is going to be of type media query of context, and then we make sure that size and then height, and then we'll just make sure that the height fills the whole screen, right? And then we'll just pass in decoration, and then we are just going to decorate our container, right? And then what we are simply going to do here is let's make sure that we pass in the border radius, right? Border radius, and then border radius, right? So we're going to pass in border radius dot only, right? And then on the top left, we're simply going to pass in our radius dot secular, right? Which is going to be 20, and then we are going to do the same thing for top right, right? So just paste it below, and then let's change it to top right. All right, so now that we are done, the child for this is going to be column widget, right? It's going to take some children of widgets, right? So let's make sure that we give this our container color, which is white, right? So now that we are done, so now what we need to do is we need to create this. You can see we have these items here, right? We have the text, and then we have this icon here. So we don't want to repeat ourselves, so we just create a settings item widget, right? So under widgets, under settings screen widgets, let's create widgets, right? And then let's create a file called settings item widget to that, right? So it's going to be a stateless widget. It's going to be settings item widget, right? So we'll just make sure that we'll pass in the string for the title, and then we'll pass in icon data for our icon, right? So what we're simply going to do is we just need to bind these variables inside our constructor, right? And then we'll pass in icon, right? And then what we're simply going to do here is we're simply going to return a column. And then it's going to take in children. And then it's going to be the first one. We are going to take in a list tile, right? And then leading is going to be like a text, where that's where we are going to put our title right there. And then simply style this a text style, and then we'll simply pass in the color, just colors to black, and then font size 15, and then font weight. It's going to be font weight W500, right? Like this, right? So let's just make sure W400, right? And then for the trailing now, what is simply, we have a trailing property inside our list style. Trailing property is just going to be an icon, and then inside that icon we'll simply pass in the icon, and then we'll just pass in the size, which is going to be 30. And then after that, what we basically need is after this tile, we'll just put in a divider, right? That will divide our screen. We'll just make sure that the thickness is about 3. You can increase or decrease it if you want, and then we just apply some padding there. Okay, there's no need for us to apply padding, so let's just leave it like that. So now that we are done, let's go back to our settings screen. Let's go back to our settings screen. So now what we are basically doing inside our settings screen, right? We'll simply pass in the settings item widget, and then the first title is going to be my profile, and then the icon is going to be icons dot arrow right. All right, so basically now we are simply going to copy this again, this settings item widget, and then we're simply going to paste it below, right? And then here we are going to change it to my resume, right? And then the third one, we are simply going to copy this and then pasting below, and then we will simply change it to logout. All right, so let's just apply padding to each one of these. Let's just apply padding, and then also padding here. All right, so now that we are done, let's just auto reload our emulator, and then let's see if everything has changed. Yeah, as you can see now, we now have our screen right there. It's now appearing, and then let's apply padding to these settings right there. So let's go back. Settings, let's just apply some padding, because we don't want it to be close to the edge of our screen. So now if I just watch reload our emulator, you can see now we now have this nice item, nice looking setting screen, right? So that was it, guys. Thanks for watching. So I'll meet you in the next episode. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. And welcome back to my video. So in this video, I'm going to continue with our job board application using Flutter Riverpod for state management, Express, and MongoDB for our backend. Right. So in this video now, we are going to be working on the resumes, right? So we are going to retrieve the resume. We are going to put the delete function. We are going to implement the delete function where you can delete your resume. And also you can also add another a resume, right? You can pick it in the form of PDF and then you can upload it to our server, right? So if I pull out Postman, you can see this is our Postman right here. So if I send a GET request, you can see that we have the ID and then we have the resume title and then we have the resume itself, the user ID, the date at which the resume was created or the date at which it was updated it, right? All right, so without wasting much time, let's start writing our code. Let's start writing code, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to open Visual Studio. So inside Visual Studio, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another folder inside our features folder, right? Which is going to be resumes, right? And then, so we need the model. Then we also need the controller. And then we also need the repository folder. And then we also need a screen folder. Also need a screen folder. And then we also need a widgets folder, right? Widgets folder, okay. All right, so now what we are basically going to do is we are going to start with the resume model. So you're going to start with the resume model. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm going to go inside our vacancy model, and then I'm simply going to copy everything inside our vacancy model, right? I'm just going to copy this file, and then inside the resumes model folder, let's create a file called resume model. So I'll simply paste in the code, and then what I'm simply going to do here is I'm going to change this to resume model, and then let's do it also here. Let's also change it to resume model, and then for the constructor we're simply going to change it again to resume model. Then let's change this again to resume model, and then resume model also. All right, so now that we are done with this, we also need to change this to resume model. All right, so now that we are done, we also need to change this, the part file, right? So we need to change it to resume. Then also this part again. All right, so inside our vacancy model, what we simply need to do is we need to copy the phrased import statement, right? So let's copy it and let's paste it above there. Okay. All right, so the first thing that we need to do, we need an ID, right? So our ID, if we open Postman, you can see that our ID starts with underscore, right? But with Flutter, we cannot create variables with underscore. All right, so basically what we are going to do inside our constructor, right? We are simply going to use a JSON key, right? So a JSON key, and then we pass in the name. Then the name is going to be simply underscore ID, right? And then it's going to be a string of type ID. All right. And then what we need also, we need the title also. Yeah, so we also need a title. And then we also need a user ID, right? We also need a user ID. All right. And then we also need a resume, right? All right. So now that we are done, everything is done now. So here, let's just put a comma. Everything is done now. So what this JSON key just does, it maps our underscore to our variable ID, right? All right. So the other thing that you should note is that you can see that under resume we have uploads, resumes, and then but we don't have this this base URL right there, right? But we also need it to have like an HTTP because the library that we are going to use to retrieve resume needs an HTTP, right? So basically to work on that, what we're going to do is we're simply going to use and we're simply going to extend our resume model class, right? Just call it on resume model, right? Then we just create a get with the getter. So we just call this full resume path, right? Full resume path. Resume path is equals to app config, right? Also you need to get the URL, right? App config dot full resume URL, and then we'll get the resume, right? Okay, so I don't know why it's not saying resume is not defined, but we have already defined it, right? Resume extension or resume model. Git config. Right, so basically what we can simply do is let's run that run build runner to generate our model classes, right? So we need an right. Okay, so let's run it again. Okay, now you can see that everything is working. Well, now we have the resume model freezed and model.g.dat, right? We have generated our model class, right? All right, so now we are done with the model part. Now it's time for us to move to our resume repository. So let's go inside our resumes and then repository. Let's change to resume repository, right? Resume repository. Repository.dat, right? So let's create a class resume repository, right? All right, so right now the first thing that we need a HTTP. We need an HTTP client, right? And then the second one is we need a local auth repository. Local auth repository. And then we need to create like a constructor, right? And then just bind our HTTP client, right? And then we also need to bind our local auth repository. All right, so basically what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to bind in our client. Going to bind in our client to our client, and also our local auth repository to local auth repository, right? All right. So it's not supposed to, it's just local auth repository, not local auth repository provider, right? Okay, it's supposed to be small letter L. Okay. So now that we are done, now what we can simply do is let's import HTTP, the HTTP package from making HTTP calls, right? Now what we are simply going to do is we'll create a method for uploading our resume. All right, so now what we simply do is we'll create a type of feature. Then if you still remember, we have been using fp.either, and then we are simply going to display like a failure message if there is a failure. Then if there is a success, what we'll jump simply going to just display our resume, right? So now let's just import this is supposed to be resume model, right? All right, so we just name it upload resume. All right, so let's just make sure this is kept error. All right, so this is going to be an asynchronous function, right? So what do we need here? The first thing is our resume. We are going to upload a file, so we just call file resume, and then our resume title, right? And then we also need a user ID, right? So now we're simply going to import the .io package, right? Okay, so now that we are done, now the first thing that we need to do here is we need to create our request header. So it's going to be a map of type string, right? And then we're simply going to name it request headers. And then it's going to be a map, and then it's going to be a accept function, and then we are simply going to accept an application /JSON, right? And then we also need an authorization, right? We also need an authorization. So our authorization is going to be like a bearer token. So we are going to get it from our local auth repository. So it's going to be from local auth repository.get. We are going to get the user's token, right? So we are done with our request header. Now we need to get our URL. So our URL is going to be URI.http from the HTTP function, right? And then we need to pass in the best URL at first, and then we will then pass in our route, which is going to be appconfig.resume URL. So it's going to point to the endpoint where we are going to upload our resume, right? Then we're going to create another variable for making a request, right? So when we are dealing with files, normally the files we upload them using HTTP multipath, right? So it's going to be http.multipath file, right? multi-path file, and then we need it from path because it's going to come from a path, right? So the path is going to be resume, right? So if we go back to Postman, right, you can see this is the path where we want to upload our resume. So resume, just make sure that it's correct, right? So resume, and then here the path will just need get the path from our resume dot path, right? Okay, and then what we also need to do is we also need to add our request headers. So we say request dot headers. So we'll say request dot so it's not giving us an error. I don't know why. It's going to be multi-part. Okay, it's supposed to be http.multipart request, not file. Right. Multi-part request. So let's just get rid of this. It's going to be multi-part request, right? And then our request is going to be of type, it's going to be a post request, right? And then we need now to pass in the URI, right? So URI dot pass. So we are simply going to pass in our URL dot toString, right? All right. So now what we have to do is request dot files, right? And then dot add. So now we are going to add. Before add, we are simply going to await because we are adding files, right? HTTP dot multi-part file, right? Multi-part file dot from path, right? So the path is going to be our resume, and then here we are going to simply pass in the resume, right? Okay, so now that we are done, now we need to add also our request headers, right? So request.headers.add all, right? So what we're simply going to add here is we are simply going to add in request headers, right? And then after that, we also need to add some fields, right? So request.fields. So pass in the user ID. That's another field that we need, right? User ID, which is equal to our user ID. And then also need to pass in the resume title, right? So it's going to be title. And then it's simply going to be title, right? And then after this, what we simply need to do is we need to create a try catch block, right? So let's create a try catch block, right? So now we simply need to catch any error, and then like this, right? All right, so the first thing that we are going to do here is we need to create like a stream response, right? Stream response, which is equal to, we are going to await, and then we are going to await the request, and then we are simply going to send it, right? Then after this, what we need is we need to get a response, right? So the response is going to, we are going to just await HTTP dot response, right? We are going to await the response, and then we are going to await the response from our stream, right? And then the stream, and then we'll just pass in stream response there, right? And then after that is we can simply get our data. So to get our data, we simply have to first we decode our JSON object, right? We decode our JSON object from our response.body. Right. So we decode it from our response.body. So now we need to check if our response.status code is equal to 200. right? So that means that if it's equal to 200, that means we have a successful response. So if to 200, we'll simply return right. As used to remember, we use the right side to just represent if the response is successful, right? Then I'll simply say resume model from JSON, and then we'll pass in our data, right? Our data object there. And then else that means we have an error, right? So if we have an error, we're simply going to return left, right, from fp dot, and then here we simply have to pass in app failure, and then the message is going to be data and then message. All right, and then here what we simply have to do is we simply have to return our left, and then we'll then pass in app failure, and then the message is simply going to be e.toString, right? So it's not supposed to be, it's supposed to be error.toString, right? So now that's our method for uploading our resume, right? We are done with the first method for uploading our resume, right? So now the second method that we need to deal with is the method for getting our resumes, right? So it's just getting resumes, right? So we'll create a method of type future, and then type either, and then if there is an error, we are simply going to display that error. Else we are simply going to just return a list of resumes, right? So list of resume model, and then we just call it get user resumes, and then we simply pass in the user ID. Then it's going to be an asynchronous function, and then what we simply have to do there is it's going to be a map type string, and then request headers. And then we're simply going to accept any request that is going to be type application/JSON. All right, and then also need an authorization, right? It's going to be a bearer token, and then simply passing our local auth repository get user a token right there, right? All right, so now that we are done, so now we need the URL. So the URL is going to be URI.http, right? And then we're simply going to pass in app config.base. We are going to pass in the base URL, right? And then now what we're simply going to do is we are simply going to pass in our app config resume URL, right? Resume URL, and then /$, and then we'll simply attach a user ID to it, right? And then after this, we'll then get a response, right, from our server. So to get a response, we are simply going to await a get request, and then we'll pass in the URL, and then headers, which is going to be our request headers there. All right, so now that we are done, now we simply get data variable, which is going to be JSON decode, we're simply going to decode our response from our body, right? Response.body, right there. Right, so now what we're simply going to do is let's create a try catch block. Then we are going to check if our response dot status code is equal to 200, right? So that means that our request is successful. And then if our request is successful, what we're simply going to do is we're simply going to return right, and then resumes from JSON, and then pass in our data object, right? And then if else, that means we do not get a 200 status code, that means that there's an error. We're simply going to return left, and then we are simply going to display a message, right? And then the message, we're simply going to get it from our body, then right, and then we are simply going to catch the error if there's an error here, right? So we're simply going to catch it, and then we're also going to return a left, and then we're simply going to pass in app failure, then data, and then message. All right, so we are done with the method for getting user resume. Now the other method that we are going to work with is deleting our resume, right? So we are going to delete our resume. So what I was simply going to do here, I'm going to copy this get user resume method, right? And then I'm simply going to paste it here, and I'm going to modify it. So I'm going to change it to delete user resume, right? And takes in the user ID, and then here what we simply need to do is let's get rid of this, because we don't need to return a list, we just need to return a message, right? Which is going to be a success response there. And then we need to change this from get method to delete, right? So this request, we need to change it to delete. And then here, what we're simply going to do is we are going to return a success response, right? Success response, just a message from the server, right? With just a message from the server. Yeah, so basically that's it now with our resume repository. Now the next thing, the last thing that's left is for us to create a provider so that we can access it inside our resume controller, right? So let's just create a resume repository provider, right? Resume repository provider, which is going to equal to our provider, right? And then what we're simply going to do is takes in a reference here. Then what we're simply going to do is we're going to resume repository, and then for the client we are simply going to watch reference to watch HTTP provider, right? And then for the local auth repository also, we just need to watch local auth repository provider right there. So now that we are done, let's save it. Okay, so now that we are done, now the next thing is we are going to work on the resume controller, right? And then also implementing the logic inside our user interface. Okay, so now let's start working on our controller, right? So if we go inside our resumes controller folder, we'll just create a file and we'll just name it resume controller that, right? And then the class is going to be resume controller, and I want it to extend a sync notifier, and then want the async notifier to return like a list of resume. So it's going to be resume model. Right, and then now what we need to do here is we need to import the resume model right here, and then we need to create our build function, right? So our build function is going to be of type future, and then a list resume model. Okay, and then first thing that we need to do here is we need to initialize our resume repository, right? So resume repository, and then resume repository, and then also we need to do that for our local auth repository, right? It's going to be underscore local auth repository, right? And then we are going to set our local auth repository, and then we're simply going to watch for that provider, right, which is a local auth repository provider. Right there, we are going to do the same foot again for our resume provider, resume repository, which is equal to a reference.watch, right? Resume repository provider, right? Okay, so now that we are done, what we first need to do is a method for uploading our resume. It's going to be a method of type future, and then we are going to upload the file. Then we also need title. Then we also need the user ID. And then we also need a build context so that we can display X snake bar, right, to show the user if it's successful or not. Right, so this method is going to be an asynchronous method, right? So basically what we need to do here is let's import the file. Let's import file .io, and then what we're simply going to do is we're going to create a variable res, and then we are simply going to await our resume repository, and then we need to upload the resume, right? And then after this, basically what we need to do is let's create another variable, and then it's going to be a switch statement, and takes in a resume for res function, right? And then after this, we are simply going to return a write so if the upload was successful, we'll simply show a snake bar. We simply display a snake bar with a message that the upload was successful, right? So with error, and then if there is an error from our backend, we'll simply also show another snake bar. So here we just need to change it to left, and then L, and then L, and then what we simply need to do is let's import the fp package, right? So it's convert it to a string, and then let's also convert this to a string, right? Okay, so okay, so forgot, it's supposed to be upload resume. All right, so we are done with this method. Now we need a method for getting our resumes, right? So basically what we are simply going to do here, let's create a future of type list resume model, type resume model, and then let's just get the resumes, and string user ID, right? And then we just simply pass the user ID, and then after this we are simply going to return a switch statement with our response res function, and then left, and then value, and then what we're simply going to do here is we're simply going to show a snack bar. Let's just show snack bar. Okay, so let's just throw in, right? Let's just throw an error, and then if successful, what we're simply going to do is we are simply going to just return the list of resumes, right? Just going to return a list of resumes like this. All right. So now that we are done with this, what we simply need to do is let's create the last function, which is just a function of deleting resumes, right? Delete resume. And then takes in build context, and then resume ID, right? So to delete the resume, we need a resume ID. So let's go back inside our resume repository. Let's just change this to resume ID. And then let's change it to resume ID. All right, so now we are done with this method. Let's just make sure we just handle. So what we simply do is we'll simply handle the errors. So we're just going to return a switch statement. So that's the next thing of using fp-dat for error handling, because it will allow us to use a switch statement to check if we have an error or if our request was successful. So if we have an error, we're simply going to throw that error, right? And then else, what we're simply going to do is right, and then value, and then final error. And then we are simply going to just show a snack bar. Which is going to be error.toString, right? All right, so now that we are done, we're done with this. So now what we simply need to do is we need to take care of our resume controller provider, right? Going to be an async notifier, provider, takes in resume controller, then list resume model. And then we simply just return a resume controller. .new. Right. So now that we're done with this one, now we need another method for getting resume, right? Which is going to be a future provider. The family. So we'll use the family function because now we need to take in some parameters, right? Because we need to take in some parameters because we need the resume ID as our parameter. So it's going to be a list of resume model. And then the parameter that is going to return is going to be a string. All right, so now what we can simply do here is we can then pass in our reference and then our resume ID. Okay, so now that we're done with this, first we need to just create a resume function, resume, which is we just need to watch our resume controller provider. And then we then use the notifier to just be able to access our get resumes, right? And then it's supposed to be, we are not supposed to pass in user ID there. And then we'll then pass in the resume ID, right? And then what we'll basically do is we'll simply return the resume. All right, so now that we are done, so now that we are sorry, it's supposed to be user ID because we are getting the resume using the user ID. So it's supposed to be user ID. So let's change it to user ID. All right, so now we are done with our controller. So basically now what we need to work on is we need to work on getting our resumes and also adding our resume, right? Okay, so now it's time for us to build our user interface. So let's go inside our screen and then we'll just create a resume screen.dat, right? And then if we move inside, we will go inside our utils folder under our route. What we are simply going to do here is I'm simply going to copy this and then I'm simply going to paste it below. And then I'm simply going to change it to resume screen, right? Resume screen. And then I'll also change also here to resume screen. And then basically what I'm simply going to do now is if we go to our main.dat file, let's go inside our main.dat file and then here we'll simply pass in routes dot resume screen. And then we want it to direct to our resume screen. But we haven't finished with it. Let's go back inside our resume screen and then let's create a stateless widget and then let's rename it to resume screen, right? Like this. So if we go back inside here, resume screen. Okay, so now that we are done, let's go back inside our resume screen. And then so we are going to build this item here, right here. This item right here, we have the text title, which is resume, and then add resume. And then we have these cards here, right? So that's what we are going to be building. So let's just minimize here, right? So first of all, before we do that, let's go inside our settings screen. So under our resume camera, let's go down. We have this my resume is right here, right? So what we simply want to do is we want to wrap the settings item widget there with a gesture detector. So I want to wrap it with a gesture detector, and then if the user taps that, right? If the user taps our gesture detector, if it taps on our settings item widget, we want to redirect them to our resume screen, right? Navigator.push named, right? Push named, and then pass in the context, and then we pass in the routes dot. So let's import the routes here. And then routes dot resume screen. Okay. So now that we are done, all right. So now that we are done, well, basically what we need to do is let's go back and start working on our resume screen right there. Right. So we need the text. So if I just word reload, let's see. Yeah, as you can see. So let's change this to a scaffold widget. So now that we've changed it to a scaffold widget, if you were to load, you can see now. And then we also need an up bar, right? So we need an up bar, and then a bar, and then we also need a title. So our title is going to be a text, right? And then the text is going to be my resumes. And then so basically let's style the text. So give it a text style, and then the text style will we just give it a font size of 18, and then make sure that the font weight is font weight, and then bold font, right? So make sure that it's a bold font right there. So now if you can see now we have this my resume right there, and then actions. Now we need to pass in the actions, right? For our action, we need a text. So that text basically is going to be add resume, right? Add resume, and then we'll just style it, and text style, and then the color must be black, and also the font size must be 12. Give it like a font size of 12. Okay, so now if I want to load our application, now you can see we now have this text right there, but it's close to the edge of our screen. So I'm basically going to wrap it with the padding widget, right? So once we wrap it with the padding widget, now you can see now it's now appearing there, right? And then if we use our other emulator right there, so this other emulator, you can see that we have this card here, right? So we have this now card widget. So this card widget is the resume item widget, right? So what basically we need to do here is like, let's go inside our resumes screen widgets. So let's create a resume item widget. So let's give it it's going to be a stateless widget, right? And then let's name it resume item widget, right? So here it's going to take in a resume model, right? Resume model, and then since this is going to be a dynamic, we simply pass in resume model inside our resume widget, right? So now that we are done with this, right? So it's resume widget, right? And then so what we are simply going to do here is we are going to return padding widget. Simply going to return. So we're simply going to return a card widget, right? A card widget, and then we're simply going to give it a color of white. Okay, color of white, and then it's the child is going to be a size box, and then we'll make sure that the height is somewhere around 113, right? And then let's make sure also that the child is going to be a row widget, then children. And then what we're simply going to do here is we are simply going to pass in the main axis alignment, right? So it's main axis alignment, and then main axis alignment dot space between, right? And then inside our row widget, what we simply have to do, the first thing that we need to pass in is this image here. So this image is going to be, we are going to wrap it with a clip right, because we want it to have those rounded corners, right? So, and then we'll give it like a border radius, which is going to be a border radius dot circular, and then the border radius is just going to be 10. And then the child is going to be an image, and then asset, image.asset, and then we are going to simply pass in the assets folder / images. And then now what you're simply going to do is let's go to flat icon, right? So let's just search for PDF icon, right? So let's just use this one. You can grab any of your choice, right? So let's just grab this one, and then I'm simply going to copy this. Then let's go inside our assets folder images, right? So I'm simply going to open it in my finder, and then here I'm simply going to paste it. And then I'm simply going to change it to name. I'm simply going to rename it to PDF icon, right? All right. So let's rename it. Okay, we already have another one, so let's just leave it there. We already had another one. All right, so what you simply do is now we have this one, pdf.png, right? We have the pdf.png there, and then we have another one called PDF icon. We want to use the PDF icon, so / PDF icon dot png. All right, so now that we are done with it, we'll simply give it a height of 60, and then width of 60, right? And then we simply have to use the fit, which is going to be box fit dot fill, right there. And then we also need another text widget, right? So pass it another text widget, and then we're simply going to pass in the title. So it's going to be resume model to title. And then if the title is now, we are simply going to pass in just an empty text, right? And let's style it. And let's make sure that the font size is 18, and then the font weight is going to be bold, right? Font weight to bold, and then color is going to be color to black. right? And then now we simply have another icon, right? We simply have another icon. So that icon is going to be an image dot asset, then assets, images. So let's check if we have the delete icon. Yeah, we have it. / delete icon.png. And then let's just make sure the height is 35, right? Height is 35. Then also the width is 35. And then now what you simply need to do is we are simply going to wrap this image with a get certificate. And then what we are simply going to do is so let's change this to consumer widget. And then let's pass in the widget reference inside our build function, right? And then let's just import Flutter Riverpod there. Okay. So it's saying what? Okay, it cannot start with an underscore. So let's just get rid of the underscore and then, all right. So now what we simply have to do here, we are going to just read our resume controller provider, right? So let's read it resume, and then we use the notifier function to be able to access the delete function, right? And then we'll simply delete our resume. Then we'll simply pass in the resume model .id, right? And then we're simply going to change that ID to string. Right, so now that we are done with our resume item widget, right? We are done with our resume item widget. Now what we can simply do is let's go back to our resume screen. So now inside our resume screen, what we simply need to do is let's change this to consumer widget. And then let's also pass in a widget reference. All right, so let's just import Flutter Riverpod. And then the first thing that we need is our user ID. So we are going to get our user ID from our local auth repository. And then also our resume, which is going to come from reference.watch get resume provider, right? Get resume provider. And then we'll simply pass in our user ID. Then we make sure that we convert the user ID to a string, right? Okay, so now that we are done with this, so what we now need to do is we need a body for our scaffold widget, right? So we need a body for our scaffold widget. So body. And then what we're simply going to do is resume dot when, we use the when function, and then when we're going to handle if we get the data. So the data is going to be our resume, right? And and then error. If we have an error, simply going to enter an error, and then also a step trace. So we're simply going to return an error text if we have an error. And then we'll simply convert our error to a string. Right, and then loading, will simply handle our loading. And then we'll simply return a loader right there, right? So basically what we are simply going to do here is, here we are simply going to return a safe area widget. Let's return a safe area widget, and then the child is going to be a single child score view, right? And then child is going to be a list view builder, right? And then so under this list view builder, what we're simply going to do is make sure that shrink wrap is true, and then we also need to make sure that we provide a physics, and then we just make sure it's bouncing score physics, and then the item count is data.length, right? Item count is just going to be data.length, right? And then now basically what we are simply going to do after this is item builder. So our item builder takes in a context and an index, right? So it's going to take in a context and an index. And then after that, we are simply going to return so after this, we are simply going to return our resume item widget, right? So resume item widget, for resume model, we'll simply pass in a data and then the index, right? So now that we are done, okay, so now that we are done with this, we can simply now try to run our emulator, and let's see, right? So let's just run our emulator, the other emulator, and then let's see. So let's see, there might be an error or something like that. So let's see. Saying that in none list. Okay, so let's go back inside our controller. So here we forgot to, we're supposed to return get resumes, and then what we simply have to do here is we simply have to pass in local auth expository dot user id dot toString, right? And then that's why we're getting an error, right? So now let's try to, yeah, now you can see now our application is working. So let's go under settings and then my resumes. So let's just reload again, and then settings, and then my resumes, and then saying cast object file closure string function. So there might be an error somewhere. Okay, so let's see what's going on. Okay, so let's check. There might be an error. So let's first check our resume repository, right? Let's check our resume repository, getting resumes. So it's going to be URL and then get up.resume URL, and then pass in the user ID. Everything here is okay. And then let's go inside our resume controller. Okay guys, so the reason why we are getting this error right here, if we go to resume, is because if we go back inside our resume screen, get user ID, right? It's more of like it's an object. So we must, it's a function, right? That we are calling to get the user ID, right? From our local auth repository. So don't forget these parentheses, right? So after you do that, then you can just, let's just reload our application and then let's run it. As you can see, now we have our resumes right here, right? And you can also see, you can also delete a resume, which you can also delete a resume, right? Of which the last thing that we need to do here is we need to just put a refresh indicator, right? So what we are simply going to do is we need to wrap around our safe area widget, right? So let's wrap around this safe area widget with a refresh indicator, right? Refresh indicator, and then on refresh, what you're simply going to do is we are simply going to call in reference.refresh, right? And then we'll pass in the resume, and then it's supposed to be resume dot, so get resume by get resume, right? Get resume provider, then we'll pass in the user ID, and then dot future, right? All right, so here let's just convert this to a string, right? So now we have refresh indicator. So as you can see, now we can refresh. The gesture is difficult by using a mouse. You actually need to like use your hands to pull to refresh, right? So as you can see now, yeah. So if we could pull, then it would refresh, but let's do it manually here. And then you can see now we have 2 resumes because we deleted another one. Yeah. So in the next video, we'll be working on the resume details page. And then after that, we'll then work on adding resume, right? Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. And welcome back to my video. So in this episode, we are continuing with our Jamboard mobile application with Flutter Riverpod for state management, and we'll be implementing an Express.js and MongoDB backend, right? So in this video, we are going to implement the resume details page, right? So we are going to implement the resume details page. So to do that, firstly, you need to install this library called Flutter Caged PDF view, right? Flutter Caged PDF view, right? So now if we go inside our resumes folder under our screen, right? So let's go resume screen, and then let's create a resume detail screen to that, right? So let's just create a stateless widget. It's going to be resume detail screen. So the first thing that we need in our screen is at first we just need a PDF. We'll just call it a string, and then the string is going to be a PDF URL, right? Or let's just not add the string. Let's just get like our arguments from modal route, right? then model route, and then of context, right? And then settings, and then arguments, right? And then as resume model, right? As resume model, right? As resume model, right? So now basically what we are simply going to do here is we are simply going to return a scaffold widget. So we're simply going to return a scaffold widget, and then the app bar. You simply need an app bar right there, and then we need a body, and then we are going to have like a safe area widget, right? A safe area widget, and then column widget, right? And then children property, and then what we need here is an expanded, right? Expanded widget. And then the child is going to be a container, right? And then we'll just give it a color of white. All right, so after this, what we simply need to do is the child, which is going to be PDF, right? It's going to be PDF, right? So it's going to take in a couple of properties. So enable swipe is going to be true, and then background color, supposed to give it a background color of white right there. And then what simply going to do is cached from URL, right? So the URL is going to be resume.full resume path. That's the URL that's we are going to use there, right? So inside our, what we simply need to do here is we first need to check if the resume.full resume path, if it's not empty, right? So if this resume path is not empty, then that's when we can display our PDF right there, right? That's when we can display our PDF, right? So we need to put 3 dots there, and then else we are simply going to display a text, a centered text. Then with child text, then the text is simply going to be resume not found, right? Resume not found, right? And then now what you can simply do is, let's just put a semicolon here. So now that we are done with this resume details page, now what we basically have to do is let's go inside our route folder, right? So let's copy, and then let's paste it below, and then resume details screen, and then we'll just change it to resume details screen. All right, so let's go back inside our main.dat file, and then here what we simply have to do is we'll pass routes.resume details screen, and then we'll pass in the context, and then we should just return the resume details screen. All right, so now what we simply have to do is let's go inside our resume screen, right? So inside our resume screen, for our resume, we'll wrap our resume item widget, right? We must wrap it with the gesture detector right there, gesture detector, and then on tap. So if we tap on that item, what we are simply going to do is navigate. We are simply going to navigate to the resume details page, right? So navigator.push named, then we provide the context, and then we need the route name, right? So the route name is going to be routes dot resume details screen, and then we'll simply pass in the arguments. So the argument is going to be simply data, our data, right? And then the index of our item, right? So now what I'll simply do is, if I refresh mobile app, so let's check our emulator right there. Let's check if it's working. Right, so let's go to our resumes, and then data science resume. You can see now our resume is even appearing there, right? And then we can even go back, right? So that's our resume details page right there. So I think if you want, we can even add a padding to our container there. Let's see how it appears now. Yeah, so now you can see we have our resume details page right there, right? So I think there's something, so let's just put swipe horizontal to true, right? Right, let's see. Okay, so we cannot swipe horizontal, so let's reload, and then let's see, right? Yeah, so we can even swipe horizontally. Yeah, so that was it, guys, on our resume details page. So in the next video, we are going to work on adding our resume, right? Thanks for watching, guys. See you in the next episode. Hello, guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So in this episode, we are going to be working on adding our resume, right? So basically what we are simply going to be do is we are just going to be sending our resume to our backend, right? So as you can see, this is the resume screen. Let me just show you. So this is our add resume screen right there. And you can see we have the resume title, and then we have the pick CV or resume, right? So what we'll simply do at first is, let me check if we can download like a dummy resume, right? So just say download dummy resume PDF. Okay, so let's just download a linked file, right? All right, so now that we are done, let's start working on our add resume feature, right? So basically what we are simply going to do first is go inside our resumes folder, and then inside our screen folder, right? Let's create a file called add resume screen. Okay, so it's going to be a stateful widget, right? All right, so now that we are done, let's make sure that since we are consuming Riverpod providers, let's just change to consumer widget, right? It's supposed to be consumer stateful widget. All right, and then also let's change this to consumer state. Okay, let's do the same here. All right, so let's just import Flutter Riverpod package. All right, so now that we are done, right, inside below our override function, right, let's just create like a file, which we are a file variable, which we are just going to set to the file that the user will select, right? And then let's create another one, a string for the title. Right, so now that we're done, let's just make sure that we import the file, right? We import .io, right? And then the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a method, right, for picking the file. So that method is going to be of type void, right? And then it's going to be pick file. And then it's going to be an asynchronous method, right? And then at first we want the file picker result, right? So which can be null, right? So to get the result, we are going to get it from file picker dot platform, and then dot pick files, right? And then the type of file is simply going to be file type dot custom, right? And then we need to make sure that allowed extensions is going to be a PDF, right? Our file is going to be a PDF, right? All right, so now that we are done, the next thing that we need to do is we need to check if the result is not equal to null. That means that we have a file that is picked, right? So if we have a file that is picked, then we are going to just set state. So state allows us to just update the UI, right? And then we are going to set our selected file variable to the file path, right? Right, so which the path can be null, right? So we are done with the pick file stage, right? Now it's time for us to go inside our user interface. So inside our build method, right? The first thing that we need is we need to get the user ID, right? So, and then so you can still remember we can get it from our local auth repository, right? And get user ID. Okay. So now what we need to do here is we need to replace the placeholder widget with simply a scaffold widget, right? And then the bar, then we just put in an a bar there, right? And then the title is simply going to be a text. And the text is going to be a resume, right? And then we're simply going to give a font size of 15 and then a font weight of bold, right? Okay, right. And then now we need to work on the body, right? So the body is going to be the body. Let's just make sure it's going to be a size box, and then we'll give it a width of double dot infinite, right? So want it to fill the whole door screen. And then the child is going to be a column widget, right? And then we need to make sure that the main axis alignment is main axis alignment dot start, and then also the cross axis alignment dot set. And then inside our children, the first thing that we need is a text form widget, right? It's a text form field, right? And then enable suggestions, we are simply going to set it to true. And then keyboard type, we are going to make sure that it's text input. Text input type dot text, right? Then after this, the next one is going to, we have the onChanged method, right? So the onChanged method is going to take in a value as a parameter. And then what we're simply going to do is we are simply going to set the title to the value, right? And then what we also need to do is we need to decorate our text form field, right? So let's decorate it. We need an input decoration right there, right? So we need a focused border. So it's going to be outline input border, right? And then the border radius is going to be border radius dot circular, right? And then we give it like a radius of 10. Then we also need to provide the border, right? So it's going to be also an outline input border. So let's just copy this outline input border here. Let's just copy it and then let's just paste it. All right, and then the next thing is going to be the hint text, right? So the hint text is going to be resume title. And then we also need a hint style. So the hint style is going to be a constant text style. And then we'll make sure that the color is black. And then we need to provide like a prefix icon. So the prefix icon is simply going to be an icon. And then icons.abc, right? And then we'll make sure that the color is going to be black. And then the size is going to be 20. So now what we simply have to do is we need to make sure that we set align label with hint to true, right? And then we also need a validator. So after the input declaration, so we need also a validator to validate our text form field, right? So we are going to check if we don't have any, if our value is empty, right? So if it's empty, what we're simply going to do is we're simply going to return enter resume title. And then else what we're simply going to do is we're simply going to return null. All right, so after that, after our text form field, right, what we're basically going to do now is we are just going to check if our selected file, right, is not equal to null. So that means that the user has picked up a file. So if it's not equal to null, right, what we are simply going to do is we're simply going to display the text, right? We're simply going to display the text with a path, right? And then the text is going to simply be selected file. And then we're going to set it to selected file.path, right? So the selected file can be empty. So let's just make sure that it's null there, right there, right? And then after that, what we're simply going to do is we need to display another text. So let's just copy this and then let's paste it below. It's going to be, now it's going to be no file selected. So let's just change it to no file selected. All right. So now that we are done, also we also need to check also if the selected file is not equal to null. So if it's not equal to null, that means that the user is selected the file. What we're simply going to do now is we are simply going to return a center widget. So we want to center, and then child, and then a size box, was we want to give our button a width and a height, right? So the width is going to be 400 sized box, right? So the width is going to be 400, then the height is going to be 60, right? And then child is going to be an elevated button. It's going to be an elevated button, and then on pressed will handle if the user presses, right? And then for the child, now we simply need to display a text, and then the text is going to be upload resume. Upload resume, right? And then we need to style our button. Okay, so let's style it. So we're going to use the elevated button property and then style from. And then the first thing is we are going to give it like a background color, which is going to be colors to black. Then another thing is we need to give it like a shape. So the shape is simply going to be a rounded rectangular border. And then we're just going to give it like a border radius. Then the border radius is going to be border radius dot circular. So the border radius is simply going to be 20 right there, right? And then else, let's simply copy the same pattern again. Let's paste it below, right? So here what we upload resume, and then the next one is pick CV or resume. Or resume. Okay, so now let's handle the upload resume. So to upload the resume, what we simply have to do is we simply have to read our resume controller provider. Resume controller provider dot notifier. We use notifier to be able to access the properties inside the resume provider. Then dot upload resume, right? Then dot upload resume, and then the resume is going to be it's going to come from our selected file, which can be nullable, and then the title is simply going to come from our title .toString, right? And then the user ID is also going to be user ID .toString, right? So now that we are done with this method right here, and then the second method for picking our CV, right? We're simply going to call out the pick file method, right? That we created above, pick file method right there, right? So now we are done with our add resume screen. So basically now what we need to do is let's go inside our util folder, and then let's go inside our route, right? So inside our route, what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to copy the last line here, and then I'm simply going to paste it below. And I'm going to change it to add resume screen, right? And resume screen right there, right? So now basically what you simply have to do is if you go into our resume screen right there, we have this text, my resume, and then we have actions, add resume, right? So what we're simply going to do is let's just wrap it to the gesture detector. And then on tab, so before we do that, let's go inside our main.dat file. Let's copy this right here again, and let's copy it below. So it's going to be from routes to add resume screen. And then let's make sure it's add resume screen. All right, so now basically now that we are done, what we simply do here is use the navigator class, and then push named, right? And then routes.add resume screen, right? Okay, so now that we are done, now let's just run our emulator, and then let's see if our method is working. So I'll restart again. Okay, so let's go to our settings, and then my resumes. What's going on? Let's just reload it. Let's just, and then my resumes, and then add resume. And then so let's just go and let's just, what you can simply do here is add resume. Let's go to our, then let's grab this with a padding widget, and also wrap this one again with a padding widget, right? Okay, so now what we can simply do is let's just reload our application right there. All right, so my resumes, and then add resume, then saying like, you know, resume picked. So let's try to pick a resume. Okay, I think it's because we don't have a PDF resume. So let's try to get one again. So we have it inside our downloads folder, but I don't know why it's not appearing. Let's check. So let's check again. Okay, so let's just save them to files, right? Then let's save. Okay, so done. So let's also save this one. Save to files. Okay, and then let's go back to our job board application, and then let's see. So we have now. So let's just name it to. So okay, so basically what was simply we need to also give this a padding. Let's give it a padding. Okay, so now just you can see now, right? So the title, let's say senior backend developer. So let's try to upload it. As you can see, resume created successfully, right? So if I would reload our resume, if I reload our application, now you can see we now have this senior backend developer. Okay, let's upload another one again. That's just senior iOS and Android. Okay, let's just call it senior mobile developer. Okay, so let's upload the resume. You can see that's telling us resume uploaded successfully. So what reload our application, now you can see we now have these resumes right there. Okay, so that was it, guys, on the resumes part. So in the next video we are going to move on to sending job applications. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video we are going now to start working on the sending job applications to companies, right? So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to be retrieving the job vacancies, right? So as you can see, we have a tab here with the pending, accepted, then rejected vacancies, right? So without wasting much of time, let's start developing our application. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is if we go inside our features folder, right? Let's create another folder. We already have another folder called applications, right? So what we can simply do is we can simply change this to a scaffold widget, right? And then after that, now what we need to do is let's create another subfolder inside our features folder. Let's just name it model, and then let's create another folder again, and then this folder is going to be our repository. Okay, and then let's create the last folder, which is going to be our widgets folder, right? Okay, so the first thing that we need here is we need a models folder, right? Application model, right? So basically what we are simply going to do is let's go inside our resume model, and then let's just copy our resume. model, and then let's go and then let's create another file. And then I'll just name it application model. So let's just paste it below, right? So, and then what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to change this to application model. And then let's also change the line next. And then we also need to change our model class from resume to application. Okay, so now let's just get rid of the right. So here what we need is we need an ID, which is we need it, and then we also need status, which is going to be application status, and then also need a company object, company model, company. And then we also need a resume object. And then we need a user ID. And then we also need a vacancy, right? So we already have a user ID here, right? And then I think that's all for our model. So let's just change, let's just make sure I change this to application model also. Let's go to our terminal, right? And then what we can simply do is let's run that run build runner to just generate our application model. So we are having a problem with application model from JSON. Okay, so let's get, we made a typo here. Okay, and then let's regenerate our classes again. Okay, you can see now we have generated our model classes. Now let's go inside our repository folder. Let's create an application repository file. So let's just create a class named application repository. So, and then we need a local auth repository, which is going to underscore local auth repository, and we also need an HTTP client, right? And then now what we need is we need an auth repository constructor, right? Let's create an auth repository constructor. And then so let's just import HTTP package, right? And then basically what we're simply going to do is simply going to set our local auth repository to our local auth repository, and then our client to our client, right? So it's supposed to be application not auth or constructor. All right, so the first method that we are going to create is the method for sending our application. All right, so it's going to be a method of type future, and then either, and then we need to handle the failure. So if there's a failure, we're going to just display a text up failure. Otherwise, we'll just return our application model, right? Then send application. And then it's gonna check the first thing. Our first variable is going to be a vacancy ID. And then we also need a resume ID. And then we also need company ID. And we also need a user ID. And we also need a status, application status, right? All right. So first, let's import application model, and then let's import fp.package, right? So now the first thing is we need to create request headers. So it's going to be a map of type string, and then we're just going to rename it request headers. And then content type. Content type is going to be application /JSON. And then now we need to provide authorization header. Because if we don't, we are going to get like a 401 status code telling us that we are not authorized to make the request, right? And then we'll then provide local auth repository to get user token, right? Okay. So now that we are done, now that's the URL. So we need the base URL and then applications URL, right? And then after that, we need a response. So the response is we are going to just await client. We'll just make a post request to provide our URL first, and then after this, what we need are headers, which is simply going to be request headers. And then the body, which is going to JSON encode, right? We are simply, so here we simply need we need to add an async modifier, right? So let's add an async modifier. All right, so we are going to encode our object. So we need a vacancy ID to send an application, right? So we just vacancy ID. We also need a resume, which is going to be our resume resume ID. We also need a status, application status, right? And then you also need company ID, because we need to know to allow us to send to a particular company, right? So it's company ID, and then the user ID will tell us which user sent the application. So it's user ID. All right, so now that we are done, now what we just need to do is we just need to decode our data, our body, right? So it's going to be response.body. All right, so now that we are done, so now we are just going to launch a try. We are just going to create a try catch block, right? A try catch block, and then what we basically need to do is we need to catch an error, right? So catch an error, we're simply going to return, and then up failure, then e.toString, right? Right, we are done with this one. So now with the try catch block, what you're simply going to do is we are going to simply check if our response.status code is equal to 200, or our response.status code is equal to 201, right? So basically, if our response is successful, simply going to return right. And then we are simply going to return application model from JSON. Then I'm simply going to pass in the data, right? And then else, and then up failure, then data, then message, right? Okay, so now that we are done with handling the method for sending our application, right, the next method that we need to deal with is method for getting our application, right? So basically what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to create a feature, and then either, if you still remember from our error handling earlier on, then up failure, checking up failure, and then we are retrieving a list of applications, right? So we are retrieving a list of application, and then so just say get user application. So to get a user application, we are going to get it by their user ID, right? We are going to get it by their user ID, and then a synchronous function. And then what we are simply going to do is we need to grab our request headers right there, right? So let's grab our request headers. Let's just paste them there, and then first thing first, we need to get a URL. And then we need to specify our base URL, and then our route, right? So our route is going to be config application by user URL, right? And then /. and then we are simply going to append the user ID. Let's add the user ID. Right, user ID there. Right. And then after this, what we are going to do is we need a response. To get our response, we simply have to await our client. And then we just need to get URL and then headers, and then we just provide the request headers. And now we need to decode JSON, our body, right? Right, and then let's create a try catch block. And the message is going to be id.toString, right? All right. So now that we are done, now what we need to do here is we are simply going to check if our response status code is equal to 200. So if it's equal to 200, then we're simply going to retrieve our applications, right? So we're going to simply retrieve right, and then our application, right? So let's go back to our application model. We need to change this to applications from JSON to applications from JSON. Right, so let's go back and then applications from JSON, and then we will simply provide our data. Okay, so now we are done with the application repository. I think we are still getting an error somewhere. So I think saying what the point null, I think it's because, okay, we didn't handle the else part. So else we are simply going to return right, left, and then we're simply going to return the message. All right. So now what we need to do now is to take care of this application repository. So let's create an application repository provider, right? Which is equal to provider. Then check in a reference, and then what we simply have to do here is let's just return an application repository, right? So the client, what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to watch HTTP provider, and then also for need also for the local auth repository, right? So we are simply going to watch local auth repository provider. Okay. All right, so now that we are done with our local auth repository, now we'll move on to our auth controller, to our applications controller, right? Okay, guys, so now that we have completed working on our repository, right, now it's time on to make to work on the controller, right? So let's just create a subfolder inside our application called controller, right? And then now let's create a file called application controller, right? All right, so let's just create the file. So application controller, which is going to extend the async notifier. It's going to async notifier, and then it's going to an async value of type void, because we are not going to return anything, right? And then now let's initialize our application repository. And then let's create another one for local auth repository. Okay, and then now let's create an override function. Let's create an override function which is an async value of type void, which is our build function. So our build function is more of like an init state. When our application controller is called, the build function is the one that runs first, right? And then you should make sure that it should start with the same type as this async value here. If we have an async value, then we want to make sure that our build function is going to be of type async value. If we have, for example, list application controller, here it's going to be a list of application controller, right? So since our build function is initialized, since our build function is the first to run inside our application controller, right? What we are simply going to do is we are going to just watch. We are going to initialize our application repository provider, right? And then we are going to do the same thing for our local auth repository. All right, so now what we are simply going to do is let's going to return an async value. And then none. Okay, so now that we are done, now the first thing is we need to work on our method for sending the user application. So it's going to be a future of type void, and then the method is going to be a send application. And then it's going to be string vacancy ID. And then resume, we also need a resume ID. And then we also need a company ID. And then we also need a user ID. And then we also need application status. And then we need a build context. Okay, so now what we simply have to do is application repository and then send application. Okay, so let's just make sure status, and then just make sure it's going to caps lock I. And then it's going to be an asynchronous function, right? All right, and then after this, what we simply need to do is we need to create another method for getting our vacancies, right? Application model, and then let's get user applications. Then user ID. And then what let's also create variable. So I'm going to our application repository.get user applications, right? And then we are simply going to return a switch statement. Application extension, right? So if we have an error, we are simply going to represent it with left, right, using fp package, and then we are simply going to throw that error. And then otherwise, what we are simply going to do is we'll simply return error, right? And then let's just import fp package, right? So we forgot to handle this method, right? So what we're simply going to do here is we need to take care of let's just create a switch statement, right? On our user, on our application, right? And then we're simply going to display a snake bar, right? Message. And then if it's successful, what we want to do is we'll simply take the user to application confirmation screen, right? To the application confirmation screen, right? So we just say navigator, your push name, right? And then here we just provide the route name. For now, let's just use okay, let's create a screen and then let's just name it application confirmation screen.dat. Then let's just make it a stateless widget. Okay, so up now that we're done, let's just go and change it inside our routes folder, right? So inside our route folder, let's just paste it below. Let's copy it and then let's paste it here. Right, and then we also need to do the same thing for application screen, because we also have an application screen. So let's just paste it below, and then let's just remove this, and then let's just leave application screen, and then application screen, right? And then let's go inside our main.dat file, and then let's just copy this file here. Let's copy it, let's paste it below, and then it's routes with application confirmation screen, and then application confirmation screen there, right? And then we also have we'll do the same thing for the routes application screen, right? Application screen, and then application screen. Right, so let's go here, and then dot push, and then we just call our routes dot apply. Okay, let's import our routes file, application confirmation screen there. Okay, so now what we simply have to do here is supposed to be a semicolon here, and then semicolon here. Okay, so now that we are done, let's create a provider, application controller provider, right? So I think we also have something that's missing here. We have a semicolon that's missing. So let's create a application controller provider, which is an async notifier provider, and then we'll just pass in our application controller, and then an async value type void. Okay, and then application controller. Right, and then we need another method for getting user application, so we just call it get final get user applications. And then which is going to be a future provider. And then since we have also have parameter, so we use the family function, and then we have a reference, and then we have string user ID, which is our argument, right? So it must be supposed to be user ID. And then we are simply going to return reference watch application controller provider dot notify, right? Then dot get user applications, right? Right, so now that we are done here, now it's time for us to move on to our user interface, right? Start building our user interface. Okay guys, now we are moving on to the user interface. As you can see, now we are going to be getting our applications from our backend server, right? So as you can see, we have three types of applications: the applications that are pending, applications that are accepted, and applications that are rejected, right? So without wasting much of the time, let's start writing the logic for this for our application, right? So the first thing that we are going to do here is we need to work on the application screen, right? We need to work on the application screen at first, right? So without doing that much, we need to create an application list screen, right? So what this this screen is going to have, like in our constructor, we need to pass in the list of screens, right? So we need to pass in the list of applications, right? So then say application model and then applications, right? Because we want to filter applications that are pending, applications that are accepted, and applications that are rejected, right? And then inside our constructor, we need to just pass in a required parameter, these dot applications, right? And then we need to get rid of this constant since our data is going to be dynamic, right? Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to create an application item widget, right? So inside our widgets, let's create a new file. I'm just going to name it application item widget. So it's going to be a stateless widget. Application app item widget, right? And then what we are simply going to do here is we simply need to return a single child score view, right? Single child score view. We need to return a single child score view. And then the child is simply going to be a card widget, and then elevation is going to be 5. And then we also need the color. So the color is going to be colors.white, right? Okay, right. And then inside this card, we also need the column widget, right? And then we also need the main axis alignment and the cross axis alignment, right? So the main axis alignment is going to be main axis alignment dot start. Same with the cross axis alignment is going to be cross axis alignment dot start. Okay, now we need a children property that is going to take a list of widgets, right? So inside our list of widgets, what we need at first is a raw widget, right? Let's create a raw widget that is going to take in children, and then the first one is going to be a text, right? As you can see from, if I pull out our emulator here, you can see here we have like application status, right? So it's going to be a raw widget. Then simply going to say application status. Then it's going to be application model. Okay, so our application item widget must have an application model inside our constructor, right? And then it's going to be required this.application, right? And then let's just remove this constant because we are dealing with dynamic data, right? So it's going to be application.status, right? And then we also need to style our text, right? With our text type. Okay, and then the color is simply colors.black. And then we also need a font size of 15. then font weight, which is going to be font weight.bold. And then after this row, what we simply need to do is we simply have to pass in the vacancy application widget. Simply have to pass in the vacancy application widget, which we are going to create. Okay, so let's create it inside our widgets folder, vacancy application widget. Let's get rid of this. Let's just create here. Okay, vacancy application widget, and then we need a vacancy. Okay, so let's just import the vacancy model here. Then let's just pass it inside our constructor. So let's just put in a required keyword. Right. So yeah, it's going to be a column widget. Then main axis alignment, we have main axis alignment dot start. And then also have cross axis alignment dot start. And then we need also the children. And then text. It's going to be vacancy. Title to string. And then we also need to style it. Style widget. And font size is going to be 20, and then the color is going to be then also need to give it like a font weight of bold, right? Okay, the weight must be, let's just say W7. Okay. And then after this, we just have a size box. Let's just give it a height of 10, like this, and then we are done. Then let's just grab our text widget with the padding widget, right? With the padding widget. Okay, so let's go back and then let's import the vacancy application widget right there, right? So takes the vacancy, and then we're simply going to pass in application dot vacancy. it's going to be nullable. So let's just make sure it's nullable like that. Okay. And then after this, what we need is text just displaying the company name. So if I pull out my emulator, you can see here the vacancy title is backend developer, and then we have the company name there. So what I'm simply going to do is application company name to string, right? Make sure that convert it to a string. So the name can be nullable, right? And then we just need to style it. So we just give it a color of black. Then font size of 15. And then also font weight, we just give it a font weight bold. Okay, so now we are done with the application item widget. What we simply have to do is we just need to wrap around our card with the padding widget so that it doesn't get stuck to the wall. If you see from our emulator here, we have this nice padding there. Okay, now that we are done, I think we still have a red squiggly line here. So okay, now that we are done, what we simply need to do is we need to go back to our application list. We need to go back to our application list widget, right? Application list screen, right? So let's just deal with our application list screen. Okay, so here what we simply have to do is we simply have to return a list view dot builder. We are using builder property. So let's get rid of this return statement. We already have one there. Okay, so first things first, we need the item count, which is going to be applications.length, right? And then after that, we have to deal with the application builder. So what we simply have to do to deal with the application builder, get method that takes in a context and then takes in again an index. Then after that, we are simply going to turn the application item widget, and then for the application, what we simply have to do here, we simply provide the application in its relative field. So now we are done with the application list screen, right? Now it's time to deal with the application screen now. So let's go inside our application screen and then let's start writing the logic. So this application screen must be a stateful widget. And then it's going to be application screen, right? And then since we are going to consume Riverpod providers, we simply have to change it to consumer widget. And then we need to change this one to consumer state, right? Consumer state, and then also consumer state, right? Let's just import Flutter Riverpod there. Okay, so what we are simply going to do, there's an error. So let's get rid of this one. It is saying application main state is not valid. Fix. Okay, I think we made a mistake. So let's just get rid of this and let's try again. So step the widget in application. Okay. So now it's simply going to be consumer state for widget, right? Then consumer state. Consumer state and also consumer state. Okay, right, now that we are done, what we simply have to do here is we simply have to extend with sing state provider state mixing, because for our tab controller we are going to inject a state for every ticker, right? So we use single ticker provider state mixing, right? So since it's a tab, let's just create variable late tab controller. Okay, so let's create this variable outside of the build statement. It must be outside of the build statement, right? So let's just paste it here. Outside of the build statement, and then after this, what we are simply going to do is the init state, right? And then what we are simply going to initialize the state, and then going to set our tab controller to be equal to tab controller, and then the length is going to be 3. Then our vsync, we are just this key statement, right? All right, so now that we are done, inside our build folder, what we need is we need the user ID. So we'll get the user ID from our local auth repository, right? Reference.watch local auth repository. Then .get user ID, right? And then we want to get applications, right, from our backend. So to get them, what we're simply going to do is we're simply going to watch the get user application provider, and then we need to pass in the user ID. User ID .toString. Okay, so now that we are done, what we simply have to do here is we simply have to return a scaffold widget, and then just make sure that we have an up bar, and then up bar, and then we also want to get rid of that back button on the up bar, right? So basically, to do that, what we simply have to do is we need to set automatically imply leading to false. Right, so now that we are done, we need a title, and then title with a text, and then our text is going to be my job applications. Right, And then after this, what we simply have to do is we simply have to style the title. Then color is going to be black. And then font size is going to be 20. And then we also have to take care of the font weight, right? Which is going to be bold. Right, so now that we are done, now we need a tab bar, right? The bottom, so we need to provide a tab bar. So what we simply have to do here is, let's go here, bottom, and then we'll simply say tab bar, and then you can see it has these tabs. So these tabs, and then we need to provide the indicator color at first. Indicator color, which is going to be, let's just make sure that it's orange, right? And then the next thing is our controller. So for our controller, we are simply going to pass the tab controller that we created, right? Tab controller. And then we need the tabs. So for our tabs, you know that we only have 3 tabs. We have text, we have the pending, accepted, and then rejected. Pending first, and then we have our style, which is going to be a text style. And then color is to black. And then font size, let's say 15. And then the font weight is, we are simply going to make sure that the weight is bold, right? Right, so what we basically have to do now is let's just copy this text right here, and let's just paste it below. Paste it below since we have 3 tabs, right? So I'm just going to change. The first one is pending, second one is accepted, and then the last one is rejected. Okay, all right, so now that we are done with this, so what we need to do is we need to filter our vacancies according to their application status, right? So to do this, what we simply do is let's create a list with our applications, right? A list of our application. So list application model, right? And then this list, we are simply going to name it filtered applications, right? We are simply going to name it filtered applications. And then it's going to take in a list of applications, right? It's going to take in a list of applications, and then it's going to take in again a string of type status, right? And then what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to filter applications according to their what? According to their status. So what we simply do is we are going to return applications, where, right, where the element of the application, right, is equal to element status, right? Which is going to be equal to status that we want, right? And then after we do this, we are simply going to convert this to, okay. So basically what we are doing here is we simply created a method for filtering applications, and then this method, what it does is it takes in our list of applications and then our application status, right? And then we are going to simply check if the element that we have, the status of that element is going to be equal to the status that we are going to assign. That means if it's equal to pending, we are going to return only vacancies with pending status, right? If it's accepted, we are going to return vacancies with accepted status, right? Okay. So now that we've done that, let's now take care of getting our applications, right? So since we have a scaffold widget, we also need a body. On our body, we are going to say applications dot when, right? And then when we have the data, what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to return a tab bar view, right? We are simply going to return a tab bar view, and then that tab bar is going to take in a controller, and then the controller is going to be our tab controller. Tab controller, and then we also have children, right? So for the children, we're simply going to return screens, right? And then we're simply going to return an application list screen, and then what we are simply here going to do here, we are going to pass in filtered applications, right? And then we'll simply pass in our data. We'll simply pass in our data, which is coming from our backend, right? And then we also pass in the status. In this case, the status is going to be pending. So it's supposed to be applications, right? And then let's copy this. Let's copy. And then let's do the same for accepted and rejected. Then rejected. And then we are simply going to handle errors, right? Stack trace. And we're simply going to display text. And then error to string. And then if we are still loading, we are simply going to show a loader. All right, so now we are done with the application list. So what I'm simply going to do here is I'm simply going to run an emulator, and then we'll see how it's coming out. So let's, okay, iPhone 17, okay, let's try it. Okay. Okay, so now the emulator has finished loading. You can see we have pending, accepted, and also rejected. But the thing is, like, you can see we have this company name and application status are close to our card. So what we simply have to do is let's go back to our application item widget, right? So let's go back to our application item widget. So basically what I'm simply going to do is I'm going to wrap this text with the padding widget, right? So let's wrap it around with the padding widget. Let's do the same for, let's do the same for this widget, right? Must wrap it around with the padding widget. So let's check it out with the padding widget. Then if I go to reload, let's see if it's still doing the same thing. So, okay, we are left with the bottom. Yeah. So let's get it around with the padding widget. Okay. So now you can see now, let's go to the upper part and then let's just remove this padding here. Already have another padding widget inside our row widget. So as you can see now, we now have this nice cut view right there. Okay. So thanks for watching, guys. That was it on getting applications from our backend, right? So in the next video, we are going to be working on sending applications, right? So thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello, guys, and welcome back to my job board mobile application, Fullstack mobile application using Flutter, Express.js, and MongoDB. So in this video, we are going to continue with our applications, right? So in this base video, what basically we're doing is we are going to be sending applications to companies, right? Vacancy applications to companies, right? So let me just give you an overview how we can send an application. So let's say if I click on the senior deep learning engineer, and then I click apply, you can see this bottom sheet coming up. And then I'll select my resume. For example, I'll select the data science resume, and then I'll then send the application. You can see application sent, and then we can then go back to browsing more jobs, right? So now, without wasting much of the time, let's get started. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to go to our vacancy details page, right? So let's go to our vacancies. Let's go to our vacancies and then screen, and then vacancy details screen, right? Vacancy details screen. So if we go to our elevated button that we created, that is written apply, right? You can see here we can show a bottom. We can show a bottom sheet, right? So this bottom sheet will then pop up like this one on the simulator there, right? So this bottom sheet is of type. So this bottom sheet is of type. This bottom sheet, what we can basically do is I don't want to have many lines of code inside our elevated button right here. So what we are simply going to do is I'm simply going to cut it, and then we are simply going to create a widget, right? So just call it widget application bottom sheet. Then what we can simply do is we can simply return a bottom sheet. As you can see, it's saying it's of type show bottom sheet. So in this case, we're using another library called modal bottom sheet, right? It's called show modal bottom sheet. So let me go back and then let's change it to show bottom sheet to show modal bottom sheet. But if you check on the modal bottom sheet, you can see that it's of type future, not a widget. So what we are basically doing here is we'll change this to a type of future, right? And then we also make sure that it takes in build context. Build context as a parameter, as an argument, and then we also need a widget reference because we are going to consume Riverpod providers, right? So basically what we want here at first is we want to have the vacancy, which we are going to just what I'm going to basically do is if I go here is I'll simply copy the vacancy right here, coming from our vacancy screen. So I'm simply going to copy it, and then I'm simply going to paste it here. Okay, right, and then The other thing that we need to send an application is we also need a resume. Right? So to do that, what we're simply going to do is we are simply going to watch the resume provider, the get resume provider. Getting resume provider, and then we are simply going to pass in the user ID .toString, right? Right there, right? And then now we have to deal with our bottom sheet, right? We have a context, and then what we also need is the background color, right? So the background color is going to be white. And then the builder is simply going to take in the build context, and then context. And then what we're simply going to do here is we're simply going to return a self area widget. And then this self area widget, what we're simply going to do is we are going to give it a height of 500. Right. We're going to give it a height of 500, right? Okay, self area widget. And then the child of this self area widget is simply going to be a size box. Right? And then we are simply going to give it a height of 500. And then the child of the, and then for the width, we must make sure that we fill those strings. So yes, the whole width, we are going to use double dot infinity, right? And then the child is going to be a, want it to be a single child score view. Then call widget. Then we want to make sure that the main axis alignment, is main axis alignment dot start. Alignment dot start. Same with the cross axis alignment, we want it to be cross axis alignment dot start. Okay, now we're done. Now we need the children, right? And then inside we are simply going to have yes, we need like some space from the top, which we are going to have a height of 20 pixels, right? 20 pixels, and then we're simply going to center the text, and then the child is simply going to be text. Then the text is going to be select your resume. And we're simply going to style this text. So I just wanted to make sure that we give it a color of black. Then the font size of 18, and then the font weight of bold. All right, now that we are done, the next thing that we need to do is we need to display our resumes. As you can see, we have these resumes right here. So basically what we simply have to do here is after our center widget, what we are simply going to do, say resume dot when, and then like when you get the resume, it's going to be a data list of resume, and then if there's an error, then we need an error and then a stack trace. And then basically what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to then error text. And then the error is going to be error.toString, right? And then for the loader, for the loading, what you're simply going to do is we're simply going to display a circular progress indicator, right? So let's just give a semicolon here, this colon there. Now let's take care of the data part. So what we're simply going to do is we are simply going to return a list view builder, and then shrink wrap is going to, we want shrink wrap to be, that means that we want it to be able to take the parent widget's height, right? In this case it's 500, okay. And then the scroll direction is going to be axis.vertical. And then we also need a physics. So the physics is going to be bouncing scroll physics. So as you can see, it's bouncing, right? That's the bouncing scroll physics. And then item, we also need an item count. So item count is going to be data.length, right? And then here, what we simply have to do here is for the item builder, it takes into parameters, the context, then the index. Then what we are simply going to do here is let's create with the resume variable going to be data index, right? And then what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to return if the data dot is not empty, that means we have a resume, or if the data dot first dot resume is not equal to null. So that means that if the resume is not equal to null, then we want to display a resume widget, right? Resume widget that we item widget that we created in the previous video. So yes, going to pass the resume right there, right? And then else what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to a column widget with a text that's going to display that you have no resume. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to grab this text right there. So let's grab this text. Then I'm simply going to paste it here. And then I'm going to change this to from select resume to you have no resume. And then what we are simply going to do after this text is we are simply going to have elevated pattern. And then on pressed, we are going to have an on pressed method that's going to listen to events when the pattern is pressed. And then here we are going to add resume, right? The text right there, add resume. And then let's just grab the text style here. And then let's go and paste it. Style. Then let's go and paste it. Then let's change it to 10. And then what we are simply going to do here is when this button is pressed, what we are going to do is navigator push named, right? Then we're going to provide the route name. So we're going to say route Okay, let's check what did we name our routes. We call the class routes. Okay, so let's go back. So routes.add, that's my screen. Okay, this, and then okay, so now that we are done, so the other thing that we need to do here is make sure that we need to, when the user clicks the resume item widget, want to take them to the send application screen. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to wrap this with the gesture detector widget, right? And then we will use the on tap method to make sure that when the user taps on that resume item widget, what we want to do is want to check that the navigator push named, and then we have to send them to the send application screen. So let's go back to our applications screen, applications, and then screen, and then let's create another file called send application screen.h. So basically it's going to be a stateful widget. Send application screen. Okay, so let's go back to our routes. Okay, so let's go back to our routes folder. What we are basically going to do here is we are simply going to add the send application screen, right? And then say send application screen. And then we're going to change this to send application screen. Send application screen. Okay, and then let's go into our main.dat file. And then we need to register this for routes dot send application screen. Okay, take us to our send application screen. Okay, so now that we are done, let's go back to our vacancy details screen here. And then the route name is going to be routes dot send application screen, and then we also need to pass in some parameters. Okay, so send application screen right there. Right. Okay, so basically what we can do here, now that we are done, what we can simply do is, so basically what we can do here is, let's go to our send application screen right here. So our screen is going to take in, it's going to receive two items. It's going to receive a vacancy, because we need a vacancy ID to be able to send an application. So vacancy, and then also need a resume module resume. So this is supposed to be vacancy. Okay, now since this is now a dynamic, let's just get rid of the constant. Then what we're simply going to do is simply going to pass this what vacancy, and then okay. All right, so now that we are done, let's go back to our vacancy details page. So instead of using push named, let's just use push, right? And then here for the route, let's pass in material page route, and then for the builder, we're taking a context, and then what is going to do is need to redirect to a send application screen, and then vacancy, you pass in vacancy, and then resume, pass in the resume, right? So this should take us to our send application screen, right? So now let's deal with the send application screen. Okay. So basically what we need is, since we are going to be consuming Riverpod providers, let's change this to consumer state for widget. And then let's also change this to consumer state. Consumer state, and then let's also change this to consumer state. All right, so now we're done. Let's just import Flutter Riverpod. Right, so what we are simply going to do here is we are simply going to return a scaffold widget, and then with an bar, and then the title is going to be a text, and then the bar heading is going to be send application. And then also have text style. Yeah, let's give it a color of black, and then also give it a font size. So a font size of 20, then a font weight dot bold. Right, so now that we are done, let's move on to our body. So let's just exit the app bar, and then let's go back to our body with the set area widget. Right, so the child is going to be a single child, and then child is going to be a column, and then children. Okay, so let's go and let's just copy the text from our title. So let's copy it. Then what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to paste it here, and then going to be your resume, and then we are going to change it to 15. And then what we're simply going to do here is size box, and then the height is going to be 20. And then after this, we also need a resume item widget, and then we'll then pass in the resume. So just pass in widget.resume. Then let's give another spacing using size box. So let's just copy. Let's get rid of this constant here. And then what we need here is an elevated button. So elevated button, then on pressed, and then for the text, it's going to be sent application. Then we also need a style. We also need to style our elevated button. Let's use elevated button property. Elevated button, and then we'll use style form. Right, then use style form, and then pick a color. It's going to be black. And then what we're simply going to do here is now we are simply going to watch reference to read. So we are going to read application controller provider dot notifier. If you want to access everything that is inside the notifier provider, use dot notifier dot send application. So to send an application, we need a vacancy ID. So it's going to come from widget dot vacancy ID dot toString. And then we also need a resume ID. The resume ID is going to come from widget dot resume dot ID. And then we're going to convert it to a string. And then we also need a company ID also. The company ID is going to come from widget dot vacancy dot company ID, then toString. Then I think the company is nullable. And then user ID is going to come from user ID, right? And then status, resume status, we are simply going to set it to pending since it is not yet processed. Okay. So now what we simply have to do here is we need to get the user ID. So we're going to use final user ID equals to reference watch. So we are going to get it from our local repository, and then get user ID to string. All right, so let's just get it in brackets. All right, so now we have our user ID. Now our application is almost complete. Right, so basically now what we have to do is we have to work on the application confirmation screen. So if we go back to our application controller, you can see that once our application is sent, it's going to direct us to our application confirmation screen. As you can see from this, you could see that we had like a tick. So what I'm going to do is let's go to our application confirmation screen, and then let's just return a scaffold widget there. Let's just return a scaffold widget, then with a body, and then the body is going to be a column. Then main axis alignment, we want children to be centered at the center. Dot center, and then cross axis alignment dot center. Then you have children, the list of widgets, and then going to be center widget then child. So there's no need for us to use a center widget. So I'm saying dot asset. And then it's going to come from assets. Image dot assets, and then it's going to come from assets slash images, and then slash confirmation.png. And then yeah, then let's make sure that the height is 150, and then the width is also 150. And then fit, we must make sure that the fit is box fit.fill. And then what we're simply going to do is we size box, some space, then we'll give it a height of 8. And then what we're simply going to do is we have a text widget, and then the text is going to be application sent. And then we also have to style it. So style, and then text style. And then it's going to font size of 24, and then font weight is going to be font weight. And then okay, so what I'm basically going to do is I'm also going to copy this text with its style, copy, and then I'm going to paste it below. Then here I'm going to change it to browse more jobs. And then I'm going to change the color to orange. And then let's also change the font size to 4. And then font weight.w font. Okay, so now this one we are going to wrap it with the gesture detector. And then yeah, make sure on tab we want you to take it to our main page. So use navigator name. /. Okay. All right, so now we are done with our application. So basically what we simply do here is going to test it out, right? Like I'm going to launch another simulator, and then we are going to just test it out, right? All right, so resize the simulator, and then let's test it out. Seems as if we have an error somewhere. Okay. All right, so now that everything is done, let's just auto reload. Auto start. So there are errors. Let's say check application, send application. Okay, so let's go to our send application screen. And there is an error somewhere. Okay, all right. Okay, now let's launch our emulator. Seems like there's another error again. Let's check what's going on. Vacancy must be provided. Required name parameter vacancy. Okay, so let's go back to our application, to our vacancy details screen, I think. Then what we're simply going to show send. Okay, what did we name our bottom sheet? We named it. Okay, we named it application bottom sheet. Okay. All right. So now let's. So it's saying we have some errors. Let's check what are the errors, but somehow everything is okay. Okay, I think I know what the problem is. So let's go back inside our main.dat file. So if we go to our lib folder, main.dat file, our vacancy, send application vacancy, it requires parameters. So let's just get rid of it. We ended up using the material page route as our navigation. Right, so now let's run our application. Let's see. Okay, so now let's try to send an application. Let's see if everything is working. Okay, so let's try to send an application. Okay, so all vacancies widget. So let's go to all vacancies widget. We forgot to get navigation. Vacancies screen, and then all vacancies screen. And then we have the vacancy item. And then we want to add a gesture detector. Then on tab, we want it to take us to navigator dot push named, then context, and then our routes. We need to provide our routes. So our routes is going to be routes. So it's going to be routes dot vacancy detail screen. Okay. All right. So now what we're basically going to do is let's reload our application. And then saying that null is not a subset of vacancy model in the typecast. Okay, so we need to provide the parameters. So vacancy screen here, and then we need to provide arguments. And then it's going to come from route settings, and then arguments, and then data, and then index. It's going to be data.index. Okay. All right. So now let's go to reload, and then let's check if it's now working. Okay. So it's saying route settings is not a type of vacancy model. So let's go back. Data dot argument. So it's saying it's not a type of vacancy model. Let's check. Data index. So what's going on? Because it's the same thing. So let's start, and then let's okay, so let's check again. Route settings is not a subtype of some. Okay, so let's use material page out, right? So let's use material page route and then build a context. Then it's going to return our vacancy details screen. And then we need to provide settings. We use route settings, and then our arguments are going to come from data, and then index. Okay, so let's what we started. Let's see. Okay, now it's working. Okay, let's try to send let's try to send an application, and then send application, same character unexpected 12 message. There must be something wrong. Okay, let's watch and start. Let's check again. Okay, let's try to apply. Okay, data science, and then exception formatted. So there might be an error. Let's check what's going on here. Got exceptions. Okay, let's try again. So let's try and pinpoint what the message is saying. So let's go to our send application screen. That's where I suspect there might be an error there. Let's send application screen. So we have vacancy ID, resume ID, user ID, and then status. So, okay, I think I get what's going on here. Get user ID is a method, and then we need to turn it to a string here. And then now let's restart and let's try to send our application again. So we're still getting the same error. Okay, let me check what's going on. Okay, so let me try to see what's going on. That was causing us not to be able to send the application, right? So basically what happened is if we go to our application repository, right? You can see we have the base URL and then we have the application by user URL. So this is when we should have an application URL, right? We should have an application URL. This should be application URL. And then the other thing is like, yeah, we also made a mistake. Instead of company ID, it's company, right? That's what we have on our backend, right? So now I'm just going to restart our application, and then let's try to send an application. Okay, so let's apply for a DevOps position. So you can see that we have already applied for this vacancy. So let's try another one. You can see that our application has been sent, right? You can see that our application has been sent. So now we can go back to browsing for job category, right? So in the next video, we are simply going to be working on the user profile. So thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video, we are continuing with our job board application, right? So this is second from last episode. So in this, you are going to be working on the user profile, right? We're going to be working on getting the user profile and also editing the user profile, right? So without wasting much of the time, let's start writing. So the first thing that you need to do is, if we go inside our features folder, right? So let's go inside our features folder. Let's create another folder called user profile. Okay, so let's create another folder called repository. And then let's create another one called controller. And then let's create another one, which is going to be a widgets folder. And then let's create the last one, which is going to be screen. Okay, so on the user repository, let's create a file. Just name user underscore profile, user underscore repository. Put that. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is I'm simply going to minimize, and then yeah, let's begin. So let's just create a class where we're just going to name it user repository. Okay, so let's just create a variable local auth repository, because our user repository is going to have two dependents. Class that's going to depend on, it's going to depend on the local auth repository, so it's going to depend on the HTTP client. It's going to be underscore client, right? So what I'm simply going to do is let's just import the library HTTP with prefix HTTP, right? So now what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to bind our local auth repository and HTTP to our constructor. Then we're simply going to do something HTTP client package, right? Then we're simply going to set our local auth repository to our local auth repository, and then our client. Okay, so we're getting an error saying okay, we're supposed to use http.client, right? All right, so now that we are done, what we simply need to do is we'll simply create a method for retrieving our user data, right? So this method is going to be of type future. And then we're going to use http our either from fp.package, right? To just represent where that will allow us to take care of two separate states, right? For example, if we have like error from our backend, and then when we can get the user data, the user model that we created in the first video, right? So we are going to just name this method get user data. Then it's going to have a parameter. The parameter is going to be user ID, because we are going to be getting the user data by the user's ID, right? Right, so now what we simply need to do here is we simply need to import failure, and then we also need to import the fp.package, right? Okay, so now the other thing that we need to do is we need to create a request headers, right? So for request headers, content type, which is going to be application /JSON, right? And then we also have authorization, right? We also have authorization. So our authorization, we are going to use the DF token. And then we'll simply have to pass in our token. We're going to get it from local auth repository, get user token. Okay. So now what we are simply doing to do now is we are simply going to create a URL. Then we'll use HTTP, and then we provide the base URL, this appconfig.base URL. And then we'll also provide the user's URL, which is going to be appconfig.users URL. All right. And then let's get a response. I'm going to get a response from our server. So we will await the response, and then we'll send a GET request. And then we'll then pass in the URL, and then we'll also pass in the request headers, right? And then also get the data, which we are simply going to decode from our body. So JSON decode response.body. Right, so now what we simply have to do here is let's just import that convert, right? And then what we'll simply do here is we'll simply create a try catch block, right? So if there's any errors, potentially if there are any errors, what we'll simply do is we are going to catch those errors, right? And then what we're simply going to do here is we are going to check our response, right? Our response dot status code is equal to 200. That means that our response is successful. We are simply going to turn right from our fp dot, and then we are simply going to get user model from JSON, and then we'll simply pass in our data, right? And then else, that means if we don't get a successful response, what we're simply going to return left, and then we'll pass in a failure. And our message, which is going to come from our data, we simply define the message from our backend, a message from our backend, right? All right, so now we are done. What we simply do, we need to do here is simply have to just handle the error. So it's going to be a failure, and the message is simply going to come from e.toString, right? E.toString, that's going to be the message, right? And then now what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to handle update user information, right? So let's create another method for updating the user data. So it's going to be also a feature method. So what we simply do is I'll simply copy this method right here, copy, and then I'll simply paste it just below. And then here what we need is we'll simply change to update user data, and then we'll change this. We are not returning the user model, we'll just success response, right? And then basically what we are simply going to do here is we need a profile image, right? Profile image, and then need the first name, and then last name, and then also need the user ID. Okay, so here we made a mistake. We are supposed to also add user ID here. Also, we are retrieving the user data using the user ID, right? So here the request data is fine, and then what we are simply going to do here is the URL is also fine. So let's just get rid of interpolation, and then what we are simply going to do is because we are going to be sending, we have images, so we are going to be sending them by HTTP multipart, right? So I'm simply going to get rid of this, right? So simply going to create a request. So let's just leave the URL, and then let's get rid of this. Then we're simply going to create a request. So that request is going to be http dot multipart request, right? So we need the method. The method is going to be a page request, right? And then we pass in the URL. And then to pass in the URL, we are going to use URI.pass. And then we are simply going to pass in the URL.toString method. Okay. And then what we're simply going to do is we're going to add the files to our HTTP multipath, right? Request.files and then .add. And then what we are simply going to do is await HTTP multi patch I was going to say HTTP dot multi-path file. Multi-path file dot it's going to come from path. So what I simply have to do here is quick fix and then import library, and then from path, and then the path is going to be profiled image. And then here what we're simply going to do is we're going to file image.path. So let's check, let's import the file, right? .io, all right. And then we need to add a header to our multi-patch request, right? So dot headers, and then dot add all, and then we're simply going to add the request headers, right? And then we also have fields that we also need to add. So the first field is going to be first name. It's going to be equal to our first name coming from our string. The second one is going to be last name. Okay, so also I have last name. And then also I have username. Okay, so what you simply have to do here is let's add the username. Okay, so now that we are done, now let's inside our try catch block, let's just get rid of everything inside there. So we need to catch an error there. Okay, so let's create a try catch block. And then, so what we're basically going to do is let's create a stream response, which we are going to just await our request, right? Or request, then we are simply just going to send that request. And then we are going to get a response from our string response, right? So to get a response, what we're simply going to do is I'm going to use await, and then I'm going to say HTTP dot response, HTTP dot response dot stream. Okay, and then now we can just put in the stream response. Okay, right. So now we can do is we can get our data, which we are going to just get from decoding our response. what. Okay, so now basically now what we are going to just do is we are going to check if our response status code is code 200. That means that we have a successful response, right? So if we have a successful response, what we are simply going to do is we are just going to return right with success, right? The success response, and then the message is going to be data which we are going to get from our backend. The message, for example, the message is going to be user data updated successfully, right? And then else, so that means that if we don't have a successful response, what we're simply going to do is 10 left and then a failure, right? And then we are simply going to write data and then message, right? All right, so now what we are simply going to do now, we are simply going to return left and then we are going to just display the message if there is a failure, right? Which is going to be error to string, right? Okay, so now that we are done, so now that we are done working with our repository, now what we simply need to do is we simply need to create our user repository provider, right? It's going to be provider, and then reference, we are simply going to return our user repository, right? And then for our user repository, what we're simply going to do is we're simply going to watch the local auth repository provider, and we are also going to watch our HTTP client. So it's going to be HTTP provider. Okay, so now we are done with working with our user repository. Now it's time we move on to our user controller, right? So let's move on to our user controller, right? So let's create a file user controller. So user underscore controller dot. So our class is going to be user controller, which is going to just extend sync notifier, and then we're simply going to return async value, and then void. Then what we simply have to do here is we simply have to import Flutter Riverpod, right? And then so our class is going to depend on our user repository. It's going to be underscore user repository. Okay. So now let's create an override function, an override build function, right? So just think of it as our build function is just an init. It's like an init method, right? Init state method, but for async notifier, right? So it is fired when we run the user control class. That's the first method that's run, right? Our build method. So if we need to do anything that needs to be initialized, we can just initialize it. For example, here, since our class depends on our user repository, we're simply going to watch for our user repository. Right, we're simply going to watch for our user repository provider. Simply going to return an async value, and the data is going to be null. Okay, right. So it's not supposed to be async void, it's supposed to be async file. All right, so now that we are done, now let's work on our method for getting our user data. So it's going to be the future type user mode. So we are going to get the user data by the user ID. And async method. Then the response is going to be which user repository dot get user data. Then we are going to simply pass in user ID. And then what else we do is we are simply going to use a switched statement to work on our response. So basically what we are simply going to do is if we are getting left method, that means if we have any errors, we are simply going to throw that error. Let's say throw L, then write what we're simply going to do, the value right now. Then what we're simply going to do, we're simply going to return here. Okay. All right. So what we really have to do, let's just import our user model right there. Okay. Now what we simply have to do now is let's just wait update user date. It's going to be future of type void. And then the function is we're going to name it update user data. Sync. Then profile image. So username, first name, last name, and then I'll also need the user ID. And then we'll also need a build context, right? So build text, then context. Okay. So let's import material dat. Build context. All right. So let's import .io. All right. So basically, what we are simply going to do here is let's create a response, which is going to, we are simply going to await user repository dot date user data. So the profile, username, and then let's change this to caps lock I, so user ID, right? Then what we are simply going to do is just create a variable switch statement, right? So that's that one is obviously that it allows us to just use a switch statement, and then we can check here if we have, like, if our response is successful, then we can simply show a snake. We can simply show a snake bar, and then with message profile updated, or we can just do toString. toString, right? Then if there is an error, what we simply do here is We'll simply change this to L, and then it's going to be L.toString, right, in case there's an L. All right. So something is wrong missing this statement. Okay, it's supposed to be left. Right. So now we are done with our user controller. So now let's create our user controller provider. The controller. Then taking user controller. Then this thing async value type void. And then what is simply return user controller Okay, so what we're simply going to do is we just need to get user data provider. So we are going to use a feature provider, and then dot family. We're going to use the family since we have an argument, right? So taking reference and then string a user ID. And then we'll change reference dot read, and then we're simply, so let's just use reference dot watch. We are going to watch user controller provider dot notify, and then we are simply going to get our user did. Okay. All right, so now that we are completely done with our user controller, so it's time for us to create our profile screen, right? So let's go inside our screens, and then let's create the file profile screen dot, then it's going to be a step widget, then we're simply going to change it to profile screen. Okay, right. So basically what we have to do here is let's change to consumer state widget, since we are consuming Riverpod providers, then consumer state, and also consumer state here. Right, so basically what we simply do here is let's import Flutter Riverpod. Okay, so what we are simply just going to do here is let's get the user ID, which is equal to reference to watch, and then local auth repository provider, and then dot get user ID, right? So get the user ID, then let's get the user data. So user data is equal to reference dot watch, then get user data provider. Then we are going to simply pass the user ID to string. All right. So basically now what we simply have to do here is simply have to return a scaffold widget. So with our scaffold widget, what we need is an up bar. So inside our up bar, we also need the actions, action theme, theme dot context, and then dot icon theme. Okay. All right. So, and then we have actions where we can include buttons, so forth. So for action, we simply going to have a text, and then that text is going to be edit. Then style that text style, and then the color, is going to be black. And also have font weight, it's going to be font weight dot bold. And font size 18. Okay. And then let's wrap it with a padding widget. Okay, so now that we have wrapped it with the padding widget, now what we need is a title, right? So also need a title. Right? So the title is going to be a text. Then that text is going to be my profile. So let's take it. So give it a color of black. And then so also give it a font weight. So give it a font weight of 18. Okay, so this is font weight, it's supposed to be font weight dot bold. Font size is close to 18. All right. And then body. So use the data when data. And then we also have an error. Then a state trace. So what we'll simply do is we'll simply return an error text. And then as a toString, and then loading. Then we'll simply display a circular cortex indicator. So let's wrap it with a constant widget here, but let's just leave it like that. Okay. So here, what we're simply going to do, we are going to just return a safe area widget, right? So the child is going to be a single child store view. Then the child is simply going to be a column widget with children, right? So basically what we are simply going to do here, the children, will simply give it a spacing of 20. Right, so what we simply have to do now is we're going to file image is not equal to we're going to return circle avatar, then background color, let's go to colors.white. All right, and then we have a radius of 40. And then also need a background image, so it's going to be a network image. URL is going to be data profile, full profile image path string. Okay, and then let's just copy. And then else, what we're simply going to do is we're simply going to return an asset image. Then it's going to be assets. So let's check inside our assets folder, and then images, and then / sn.png. Okay. And then after this, now what we need is it's just a raw widget. And then we need a space between those children. So we'll use main axis alignment dot space between. Okay. And then the first one is a text. And then the text is going to be first name. Style, and then text style. And the color is going to be black. Font size is going to be 17. Then we also have font weight. Then font weight bold. Okay. All right, so let's just copy the same text here. And then let's just paste it. And then we'll change it from first name to data dot first name dot toString. All right, so then we change the font size to 15, and then font weight to W500. Right, so what we basically will do here is let's just copy the same raw widget. So this raw widget, let's just repeat with the padding widget. And then what we simply have to do here is let's just copy it, and then let's paste it below. Right. So we'll change this from first name to last name. Okay, and then last name, and then also username. Username. Okay. And then yeah, so that's basically it for our profile. So what we'll simply do is let's go back to our settings screen. So let's go to settings, screen, settings, and then Okay, first of all, let's go back to our utils folder, and then route, and then let's just copy this route here. Then let's just paste it here. And then let's change it to profile screen. Let's just change this to profile. And then let's update it inside our .dat file. So let's just copy. And then we are simply going to change to profile screen. And then also, yeah. Right. So now that we're done, let's go back to now our settings screen. So what we want to do here is we have this center widget with a stack widget. So what we're simply going to do is this stack widget container. What we simply do is let's just grab this stack widget with a gesture detector. And once when the user clicks on the profile icon, we want to navigate them to the profile screen. So it's going to be navigator dot push named. So it's going to be route. Right. So let's just copy this. Get a push named, and then let's go to our my profile, and then let's repeat with the case. Then on tap, right. So now that we are done, what I'll simply do is I'm simply going to test our application on our emulator. And then we are simply going to test and see if everything is working. Right. So let me just move my IDE there. Then pull our emulator, and then let's see. Okay guys, so the reason why we're getting this error was because initially when the user creates their profile, they don't upload a profile image by default. So that means that the endpoint doesn't contain /API/users and then the user ID, right? At first. So we need to make sure that we check if the profile image URL, that is the URL of the image, if that URL contains /API users. So if it contains, that means that we have an image, right? We have an image that the user has uploaded to our backend, right? Otherwise, that means that the user doesn't have a profile picture. So we just display this default circle avatar, right, with the image asset, right? So thanks for watching, guys. Cheers.